Alrighty, it's Friday night, party night, and look, the camera's going to do the same fucking thing it does every time, so I might as well get in early and get fucked Microsoft with stupid fucking pop-ups. I don't want stupid fucking pop-ups. Hello, Megaleech, by the way. They're in there. Webcam controller. Advanced settings. Fuck off with the autofocus. There we go. That's better. That is better, I think. Oh, let's go with that. Anyway, hello, Raiders. Good evening to you, sir. Just seeing if I missed any news. Just to have more positive cases across Victoria. What else have we got? Oh man, I want to save that story for a bit later. Wild story. Just gonna G on up for. I'm thinking actually because of how long Fridays usually go. I'm thinking I should maybe start with an energy drink. Oh, yeah, right. There's Phillip Island new cases, Bacchus Marsh new cases, bunch of new cases. I still think the 5-day thing is going to work. It's just it now looks like regional Victoria's not getting out of the lockdown sooner than Metro Melbourne. I mean, just based on track records, I think the short lockdown will work. Yeah, I was slightly surprised that they announced it when they did. I was also slightly surprised that it was 5 days. Hello, Safa. And yeah, I was more expecting them to wait until today because there didn't seem to be that many cases. And then if they hadn't controlled things, just like do a 3-day weekend lockdown. Now, in retrospect, they appear to be right because waiting even 1 day can be a big difference. And it does seem to have a bit of spread at the moment. So even though I was surprised by their decision, it's looking like it's the right decision. Hello, Safa and Silumi. So if you want to go and put your car in your garage, but it's pissing down all day, that happens sometimes. Hasn't been here. We've had just very light showers this week. Yeah, I kind of think I should have an energy drink. I get my big energy drink glass out. So a new record for tests in New South Wales, 77,500. Which is good. Got to keep everyone getting tested if you have even slight symptoms. So, yeah, I just think New South Wales, and by extension the rest of us, are in a spot of bother because of the decisions the New South Wales government is making. Slim, you have to wear a mask at exhibition tomorrow. Grumpy because you're resting bitch face with mask makes you permanently disinterested. That's a bit harsh. And Raiders recommending Charnel Vella's Twitter feed for breakdown of cases here in New South Wales. Good tip. Okay, I'm going to get my big glass. I'm going to actually start the evening with an energy drink. Hello, Stella. I'll be back in a sec. You just watch the pretty lights. Do come back. All right. Okie doke. I think I want another block of ice because I like lots of ice. Ice, gotta get it. Get an energy drink. All right. Okay. And we're back. So, have a pink energy drink. Safra, I wouldn't, or maybe I really would, stare at those lights if I was on hallucinogens. Probably keep me amused for hours, particularly when the cycle keeps changing and trip balls. Drugs bad, kids. I was talking hypothetically in Minecraft. Not endorsing drug use for recreational purposes. That was my sincere smile, in case you weren't sure. Salumi, good question. Is it a gin or a whiskey night? I mean, I'm kind of leaning towards that old El Paso ad with the why not both. I am. Oh, it's going to start gin because I'm having a big fuck off martini as my first beverage. And what else was I going to make? I've got a nuclear daiquiri in the fridge that I milk clarified earlier because I decided to make it super nuclear, and it has green chartreuse and blue absinthe in it. It's a really nice green color. Not really the color you expect a daiquiri to be, but it's a special daiquiri. And then I was thinking of what was the drink day? There was another drink day because there's daiquiri day on Monday. There's another one at the end of the week. Tequila day. So I was going to do a tequila cocktail. Oh, I was going to do a twist on a tequila old fashioned. Wait. Oh, okay. I was trying to remember how this fucking site navigates because they changed their navigation. Where is it? 20 best tequila cocktails. There was one in there that gave me the idea. This is mezcal tequila. Oh, nice. Salumi, bee's knees while making brownies and making bagels tomorrow morning. Very nice. So, see if it was a tequila or a mezcal morning. Oh, no, there it is. Almond old fashioned. So this is like a Godfather, but with tequila. And they say amaretto. I think this is a good chance to use my acacia wattle seed. I think it's an excellent time to use that, actually, because it's got a really nutty flavor. I might do split tequila, mezcal, acacia, agave, and some bitters. Stella was going to have drinks tonight. Now not sure in the mood. Found out Jack Russell has Cushing's disease. Meds will cost $180 a month. Damn. No, I would be sad and grumpy at that news as well, quite honestly. And I can understand your ambivalence. So, yeah, no pressure, because, yeah, that kind of sucks. So I might do 1.5 ounces of tequila, half an ounce of mezcal, 1/4 of an ounce. You know, fuck it, I might even do half an ounce of the acacia. 1/4 of an ounce of agave and some orange bitters. Sounds good. And then I think I'm going to do my absinthe sour, essentially. I was going to make it herbal, split it between absinthe and green chartreuse. A bit of lemon juice, Wonder Foam, because I want it to be foamy. Give it a good old shake. And then call it a skullfucker sour, because it's going to be pretty beastly. But, you know, I'm not scared. I might be scared. I might be scared of that one, actually, because I didn't even taste test it. I just decided I was going to make it, and I don't have an enormous amount of confidence in what it's going to taste like. Nobody, greetings and cell mutations to you too, sir. Oh, God, yeah, no, Stella, yeah. With all the meds cost, have to go and work for mining again when you wanted to get out. Oh, I can imagine the sad and grumpy kicking in. Completely legitimate reaction. Yeah, that's the sort of news you don't really want, both because you don't want Doggy to be sick, and also all the additional friggin' cost to suck sores. It's not good. It's just not good. Yeah, I feel for you. That's really sucky. Ugh. God damn it. The world. Why is the world so shit? Why does the world keep throwing things at us and making life difficult? That's what I want to know. Why can't you be better, world? You know, it's just, the way the world is. So he bought a bag of Cheetos and picked up the wrong ones. Oh, no. Yeah, no, that would, Jesus, that's just the topper, really. No, that's a complicated. Well, I screwed up my dinner order tonight. There's a local sort of burger or barbecue place. So, it's lockdown time. Let's do 2-for-1 burgers. And I think, okay, I'm going to get some delivered. And then I looked at their whole menu and I went, okay, besides getting me and Young Ms. Angry a burger, 2-for-1, yay. And look at the rest of the menu and thought, I'll get some sides and I'll get a big thing so there's some left over for tomorrow. So I got a big mac and cheese and some chips and clicked the order. And, it took a while because it's a Friday night. And just before I was due, I don't know what made me check the order, and something in the website fucking confused me, and the order was wrong. I didn't order any burgers. I just ordered the mac and cheese and chips. Well, lucky I ordered a large mac and cheese because I intended to save some for tomorrow, because then that became the whole fucking meal. Mac and cheese and chips instead of being the sides to a burger. Um, ugh, that was annoying. That was not quite on a par with your bad news, Stella, but it was annoying. And Fox of Fate, hello. So, yes. So, and there we go. We've all got our trials and tribulations, and mine honestly are not very bad. It was just mildly annoying that I did somehow did a stupid thing and did not properly check my order. So, well, c'est la vie. Life goes on. Just means the delivery charge was a noticeably bigger percentage of the cost of the meal than I intended it to be. I normally don't get stuff delivered, but it was more than 5 kilometers away. So I had to, because I'm not allowed to go more than 5 kilometers. In fact, it's right on the border of 10 kilometers away, I think. I think so. Or was it 5 kilometers? I just remember going there in another lockdown and it was just inside. Now I want to check. I get the map. 5 kilometers, Melbourne. So there's a website that shows you. Okay. So whereabouts are we? Okay. So now I need to check where this place is. Directions. No, that's not where they are, actually. Wait a sec. Well, anyway. Wait a sec. No, this will tell me from... Oh, what is this doing? Thank you. No, it's 10 kilometers away. Okay. That was probably really boring to watch. Me trying to work out this place is 10 kilometers away, so I couldn't go. Hello, Abigail and Robot Man Greg. Yes, Stella, I think we will be out of this in 5 days. I'd be extremely surprised if we weren't. I mean, shit happens. And this whole pandemic lark is quite unpredictable. But I would be very surprised if it went past the 5 days. I don't think New South Wales is fizzling out anytime soon, because the New South Wales government won't make the appropriate decisions that everyone's telling them they should fucking make. Like, no, we don't have to. We don't have to be that strict. And it's just like, fuck's sake. And it's just, it's a fucking shit show. Ugh. So we're hoping South Australia doesn't have to lock down. Yes, or after your date. That's fair. I hope it doesn't lock down before your date either. I mean, when's your date? Saturday? I don't think they'll be locking down that soon without warning. Safa, Kirsten's at Archie Rose now. She used to be at Starwood in Melbourne and moved to Sydney to work for Archie Rose. Oh, yeah. Okay, Salim, you're doing it tomorrow. I can't imagine a sudden lockdown being introduced in a shorter time period than 1 day's notice. But yeah. Dottie, nice as lockdown traffic is as an essential worker, getting pretty damn sick having to show up to work during the fucking apocalypse. I can fucking understand that, quite honestly. It's just, there's all sorts of bullshit. How are we doing here? Oh, nice, Safa. You bought something Archie Rose. What did you get from the Archie Rose repertoire? Oh, yeah. Give some tasting notes, Safa. I got one of their whiskeys and one of their gins. And what is... now I'm waiting for the chocolate gin I ordered. And then I also ordered some stuff from Dan's because they had one thing I wanted for $10 off. And then I thought, okay, but there's a delivery fee with that. So I'll get a couple other things to make the delivery fee worthwhile. So I've got 3 bottles coming from Dan's, hopefully next week. So I guess. Oh, nice, Abigail. 3D printer is up and running. Happily printing things. Oh, Safa, is that the premix in a can you got? Gin and tonic, lemon, pepperberry. Certainly sounds interesting. So Abigail already printing. This is what are these big little projects. Very exciting times. Having a 3D printer. It's nice. I'm amazed at my self-discipline that I don't have one, actually. I have to fuck around with it. So if you don't go into Dan's because car park's small. I didn't go into Dan's because one of the things I was getting was delivery only. So it was like, okay, I'll just order a couple things for delivery then. Went to First Choice Liquor. All right. So you got canned cocktails. I don't hate gin and tonic. I'm not huge on it, but I don't hate it. Mr. Billy Lois, hello, sir. I'm fine. I hope you've been fine. But it's a Friday night in a lockdown week, so going off. I love that. That is hilarious, Abigail. You're printing things for the printer to make printing easier. Nice. Nice. That's good. Go download one of the 3D print guns from the internet. Mr. Billy Lois, let's see. Sydney is the source of all of our problems at the moment. They have a reasonably widespread outbreak. They're finding 100 new cases a day, and they're not taking strict measures to cut it. They're doing it half-assed, which is only going to work if they're very, very, very lucky. And they've been lucky in the past. It's like they're smelling their own farts and believing their own press releases that they didn't have any really big outbreaks before because of how great they are at managing it, which is fucking bullshit. They have proven to have good systems in place, but they also had massive amounts of luck on their side. There were 2 particular outbreaks that the fact they didn't spread much further was nothing but blind fucking luck. And when it didn't spread, they managed to get it under control, and that's great. Same as the really bad outbreak in Melbourne last year. Like, yes, it started because of mismanagement and was made worse because the controls weren't working that well. But it was a fucking shit ton of bad luck that it spread as fast as it did. And it's always fucking annoyed me that no one in the New South Wales government will fucking admit they've had massive amounts of luck on their side. And they seem to be relying on it again, which is fucking annoying. And Safo, I like brandy. There are many very good brandy cocktails. Still, you can't believe Gladys's poll numbers are so good. Are they still? I don't know. It's just the fucking propaganda machine from Murdoch is stunning. Absolutely amazing. The just shameless bias is astonishing. I mean, and that sounds kind of dumb to go, do you know Murdoch is biased? And you're like, no, really? Is the rain also wet? But they're just like nuclear grade biased with Gladys and the LNP in New South Wales. So Safa, is COVID closer to you? Safa, I don't think anyone in Victoria should rush second COVID jabs yet, because all the studies I've seen said, that recommended gap gives you the biggest efficacy of the vaccine. If I was in Sydney, I'd be getting a vaccine now. I'm at like 8 weeks, 8.5 weeks now. I'm scheduled to get my second jab in 3.5 weeks. So that's the whole 12-week thing. Because I'm not fucking going anywhere. And there aren't that many cases in Melbourne yet. I'm happy to wait still. But if I was in Sydney, I'd be getting my second vaccination now. Billy, yes, the New South Wales fight against COVID did seem like that, the Emu War in Western Australia, just not working. That's interesting stuff. In New South Wales, but Victoria controls the hospital. Right on the border, are you? Oh, yeah. Stella, that is the single biggest one for Gladys. Having an affair with the guy who's under investigation for corruption. It's fucking wild. Absolutely fucking wild. Dottie, do New South Welshmen still refer to us as derogatory manner as Mexicans? Oh, yeah, south of the border. Do you think people are worried about that sounding racist? I don't think that enters a lot of people's minds. Yes. It's not common for people to still say it. I mean, it was a reference to south of the border. But yeah, who knows? Just like, fuck that noise. I still can't believe what pieces of shit those removalists were. Broke all their rules, went fucking everywhere they weren't meant to go, and just two people, or there might have been three of them, just fuck everything up for everyone. It's wow. Just like, fuck those guys, honestly. Ugh. So, yeah. Christ, we've got to get vaccine rollout. That's like literally the only thing that's going to work. And proper management of the quarantine of people coming in from overseas. So you reckon the removalists are drug runners? Maybe. You think that's why they're being shifty? Maybe. Greg, yes, I think you're right about those guys being investigated by the police. Shows them still called Mexicans in WA, even though from the WA perspective, Victoria isn't south of the border. That's true. The Billy, case of COVID was someone knew they had wanted traveling away, got almost everyone on board. Yeah, people are assholes. People are just fucking assholes. People suck so fucking much. Was yeah, Billy, a similar story during Ebola, of course. Yeah, Stella, that's the rumor that they were backloading something illegal, which is why they're being so shifty. But yeah, it's just ugh. Let me see if there's move all lists. Victoria. These guys. Removalists who spark Melbourne COVID-19 outbreak face wheels of justice. Does that mean someone's going to run over them? Some residents of the lockdown apartment block called for them to be named and shamed. Response Commander Joran Weimar, I don't know how he pronounces his name actually, vowed the wheels of justice will get them. 3 states struggle to get straight and timely information from the trio. Yes. Mr. Weimar has repeatedly expressed frustration with the men's lack of transparency. Authorities believe they have squeezed as much information out of that rock as they could. So, yeah. Moving to enforcement authorities, interstate jurisdictions. Victoria Police are investigating. So, oh dear, the people in the apartment building are really pissed off. So no real detail of if there's any dirt on those guys yet. Safra, I don't know if the dude's British. So Billy, hearing about no, that building collapse in Florida was friggin' intense. Probably made a lot of people in Florida nervous because a whole bunch of buildings that were the buildings probably just as shitty. Raiders, that was interesting. Gladys got grilled pretty fiercely by a Sky News employee. About time. Oh, Dottie, that was interesting. Your vaccine was at work and they didn't even tell you which one it was. Okay, that seems odd, honestly, that they wouldn't even tell. Though that seems very odd. Doesn't seem altogether right. I find myself compelled to say. Ugh. Dottie, you got it. Well, they were advising it for over 50s, but just before they freaked out, which is bizarre because, I mean, I get it's like, oh, you're introducing a risk, so we don't want to do it. But it's like, man, it's like the risks of not getting the vaccine are hundreds of times higher than the risks of getting the vaccine. It's a surreal way to look at it. Yeah, right. Is Alan Jones going off at her, very confused with her. Oh, just that Alan Jones he's a COVID denier. He's like, it's not serious. It's just a cold. I'm not saying I want him to get it because someone in his age and shape would end up in hospital for fucking sure. He's probably fully vaccinated actually because he's a sort of fucking hypocrite who would while saying it wasn't a big deal. I didn't know that, Slimy. You had both doses of AstraZeneca. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, here's where we are. But, yeah, it was funny, Raiders, Alan Jones going off at Gladys about extending the lockdown. So, no, don't lock it down. It's just like, if they relaxed the bullshit, not strict enough requirements they have now, and they opened up everything, not only would cases go into thousands very quickly, I think all the neighboring states, forget about saying the border's shut, we're going to put fucking landmines across the border. Because, yeah, no matter what controls you put, the borders are still porous, and it's just these I always refer to them as the right-wing death cult because they have repeatedly been extremely explicit. They don't care who dies. They just don't care. Like, if we'd have let it run like Europe and North America did, we'd have thousands of dead, tens of thousands. Just imagine that, tens of thousands of people who didn't need to die. These fucking ghouls don't care. So let me, you're fully vaccinated for COVID and flu. I had my flu vax and my first COVID, so still got 3 weeks to go to my second one. So, Dottie, is the last snap lockdown scrambling to vaccinate all the aged care workers weren't very well organised, just rushing through. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, you know, on the plus side, you're vaccinated now. On the downside, it sounds like they handled it quite poorly, but hope it's okay. Billy, heading off to work. Thanks for dropping in, man. Hope you have a good day. So, what about the New South Wales minister who got COVID, had Pfizer because the RCGP? I don't know. I haven't heard that story. I don't know what that is. So, Slimy, at your work, you had 2 forms. QR code, had to verbally confirm again before we got COVID jabs. Safi, you're nervous, the second dose of Pfizer. Don't want COVID because you saw a lung x-ray from COVID. Don't want that. No, dude, there is nothing to be, well, okay. There's always risk. Dude, there's a risk in getting out of bed in the morning. There's a risk in going to the fucking bathroom. You know, more people die in bathroom accidents than die from vaccine complications. So, yeah, in practical terms, you have nothing to worry about. L3, how you going? Yeah, Salimi, I do agree with you that it sounds like what happened to Dottie was illegal. But then again, all we hear about is the people all running aged care. It's a fucking shit show. Dottie, you go next AstraZeneca on the 27th. Sorry. I love your relaxed GP. Well, the first one didn't kill you, so the second will be fine. And by all accounts, complications are more likely after the first one. So, yeah. So is that you having late nights and days, L3? Everything's all screwed up? Oh, yeah. No, yeah. Rated. How good is that? The UK's fully opening everything. And yeah, they're getting up to around 50,000 cases a day. The deaths are much lower because in the first waves, the UK had a bizarrely high death rate, like way higher than you would expect. But recently, like it sort of got under control, and then the number of cases exploded, but hospitalizations and deaths didn't. So it's like there's a huge number of people getting not severe COVID. But then, of course, there are potential long-term health complications we don't know about. Hey, look, it's got to freaking 8:40. I'm going to do a martini. Right, I need to get a few things. If I'm going to do this, get my mixing glass and my gin. Right. I didn't know. I got confused then. I didn't know what I was reaching for. I was reaching for my mixing glass, which isn't there. But I need to get a martini glass anyway. Right. Mixing glass is in the dishwasher, I think. I washed a bunch of stuff to have it ready. Yep, there's my strainer. There's my mixing glass. God damn it. God damn it. All right. What a palaver, what a palaver. Okay. Move that. Actually, I might reuse this ice. Why not indeed? And I'm going to get my absinthe vermouth. And I need a jigger. Oh, okay. All right. Feel the energy drink kicking in, so I've got to kill it now with a martini. Hello, Chris. L3, I forget, where are you? Sorry, it is 52% of the UK fully vaccinated and only 64 deaths in the last day. Yeah, because they were getting a fuck ton of deaths in the first wave. It was very difficult to understand why so many people were dying. L3, you're in Holland. Okay, yes. It's very hard to keep track of what's happening with COVID around the world. Right. A bit more ice in there. I'm going to put a little bit of ice in my martini glass to chill it. Oh, I need my stirring finger as well. God damn it. There it is. All right. Got my stirring finger. So we're all ready to go. Oh, yes, after those floods in Europe, Germany in particular, that's so full on. Dottie, basically, the person who got your consent didn't know what you're getting, but said probably Pfizer. The person who gave me didn't know, told us, AstraZeneca. That's so fucking... Yeah, there's no way that should have happened. Oh, L3, what Sav's talking about is the droid in the Solo movie. which was pretty weak. Very, very nice. Very light aroma. So we're having a really serious martini. We'll have all that overproof gin. Thank you very much. And some vermouth. Chris, you say Mumbai is flooding as well. Wildfires getting horrible in the US. Climate change. Oh, extreme weather is fucking normal now. Just there's always going to be some extreme weather somewhere in the world. Very destructive and very expensive. All these people going, oh, we can't afford to do the dude, can't afford not to. It's going to destroy the global economy. Fuck yeah. Woo. All right, L3. Solo's not really worth seeing. I mean, I honestly think the best of all the Star Wars movies is Rogue One. I think Rogue One's a great movie. I think the first two of the most recent saga movies were quite good, among the best of the Star Wars movies. The fucking Rise of Skywalker, the last one, was so bad on so many levels. Ugh. And the prequels were just shit. Right. So it's looshed. And I think Kirsten told me that about the Navy Strength Great Ocean Road gin does loosh when you chill it because there's oil content in the gin. Oof. Oh man, that's nice. Can never tell when you're joking, Abigail. You love the Phantom Menace prequels. I tell you what, just off the bat, the names for the prequels drove me up the fucking wall because they're so fucking stupid. It's there was no Phantom Menace. The movie is called The Phantom Menace, and there was no Phantom Menace. No one was talking Phantom. It was fucking dumb. And the second one was called Attack of the Clones. And it's like, the clones didn't attack anything. You know, the clones got mobilized right at the end. They didn't attack anything. Calling it the Clone Wars would have made more sense because it was the start of the Clone Wars. But Attack of the Clones was such a dumb fucking name. Not as stupid as the Phantom Menace. Oh, but that's a stretch, Abigail. The Phantom Menace was the Sith. But no one ever fucking talked about a Phantom Menace. It was such a dumb fucking name. It was a terrible name for the movie. And Attack of the Clones was a terrible fucking name for the movie. Revenge of the Sith, it had never been established what the Sith wanted revenge for. It could be called Rise of the Sith, but he wanted to, because for those who don't know, and I'm a mad nerd, so I know this, the working title of Return of the Jedi was Revenge of the Jedi. There was actually some early artwork produced with the name Revenge of the Jedi. But they decided that was too negative a word for the Jedi. And so it became Return of the Jedi. And so Revenge of the Sith was meant to be reference to that, but it's like, didn't make any fucking sense. Yeah, okay, Abigail, the Sith were taking revenge for the destruction thousands of years ago that nobody fucking mentioned. Nobody fucking mentioned it. And, you know, excuse me, but when some sort of like, the names make sense if you have to dive into the lore. No. The names should just fucking make sense. It shouldn't be like you have to know arcane backstory that every now and then someone decides isn't even canon. And it's just, they should have just made sense. No, Safa, okay, I'm just gonna say it, man. Read the books. Fucking bullshit. Fucking bullshit. Those movies had no relationship to any books. 90% plus of the audience for those movies had no contact with any books. And it should have made sense on its own, and it just didn't. And yes, Celtic King pisses me off. I'll throw another random one in there. Of course, Abigail, this is just opinion. Strong disagree is absolutely fine because this is just opinion. But I strong disagree. Get your nerd on, dive deep into the lore. No, the films should have made sense on their own. And they made no sense. Those things, they made no sense. As you could say, left field one, Donnie Darko, which I quite like the movie. I think it was quite inventive. I think you can explore like what's really happening here. But what the filmmaker did, he had a lot of lore on a website, and there was stuff on this website that explicitly explained what was happening. And it was literally not possible to know this from watching the movie. He's got like all this stuff on the website that, explains stuff and says it's explicitly this. And it was absolutely impossible to know that from the movie. And I call fucking bullshit on stuff like that. It's got to make sense on its own. It's just fucking bullshit. I'm glad you like the tie, Celtic King. No, Safa, I haven't seen the Red Wings movie. So the fighter squadron that was all black pilots. Yeah, see, Abigail, you only just learned about the website for Donnie Darko. But there was stuff on the Donnie Darko website where he basically explains absolutely explicitly and unequivocally what's going on, and it is absolutely impossible to know it from the movie. What I liked about the movie is there was ambiguity about what's actually happening. Is Donnie hallucinating? Is time travel happening? Is what's, and you could explore it, and I really liked that. But then he put all this stuff on the website that said, no, it's explicitly this. And it's like, fuck off, man. Put it in the movie. And thanks, nobody. You think movies should make sense on their own? Yes. Dottie, you like Darth Maul. Putting him in Solo was dumb. Oh, yes. Most people had no idea what's happening. Yes, because, the Clone Wars... Because, Darth Maul got literally cut in half and fell down a big fucking hole, so he was dead. But then they arbitrarily resurrected him in the Clone Wars animation, and then they put him in Solo, which to most people made no sense. There we go. The Blair Witch Project had a website supposed to go with a story. It's the early days of the web. People thought shit was real. I always found it fascinating. The Blair Witch Project, casting ourselves back to that, because it was very early days of the internet. But Blair Witch Project was released at the Sundance Film Festival, and there were all these flyers put about it, missing people flyers, and okay, spoiler alert for a 20-odd-year-old movie. If you've never seen the Blair Witch Project, it's a found film. It's like, these people disappeared, and this is the tapes from, like, they were making a documentary. And so it's interspersed stuff. These people in the wilderness, they're scared. The woods are haunted. Scary shit's happening. And it's all weird and fucked up, right? And they were never seen again. And there was a thing at the time of people thinking that it really happened, that it really was found footage. And when you think about that for a second, it's just like, that's a really fucked up thing to think. The concept that these 6 young people could have gone missing, and then this footage was found and didn't tell you anything conclusive, but made it pretty clear they almost definitely suffered violent deaths. And the idea that that would be put into a movie for entertainment purposes is deeply fucked. Deeply fucked. But a lot of people at the time were thinking, oh, I thought anything is real. And yeah, I think I was like, because I didn't see it in the cinema, I watched it on home video, but I watched it on home video by myself at night when there was a storm happening. So in terms of vibe, that's possibly the best sort of vibe to have your first home viewing of the Blair Witch Project in. Yeah. Yeah, nobody, because found footage movies were still quite rare when Blair Witch was made. And I think they did a quite good job of editing it together. It didn't scare me, but I found it interesting. And I've watched subsequent Blair Witch films, none of which are great. But I'm always interested just to see how they put movies like that together, what choices they make and whatnot. Same as what was that one? There was a whole string of them a couple of years ago, paranormal something or other. But same deal. That was a found footage, or a series of found footage movies, although as it went along, they found it more and more difficult to stick with the found footage thing. But some of the way that Paranormal Activity, that's the one I'm thinking of, Paranormal Activity. And bye, Celtic King. Maybe see you later. Yeah, so Paranormal Activity, the first one in particular, I thought it was very interesting how it was put together. Didn't scare me at all, but it was interesting. So Swimmy's got a cocktail and has fed the cat, and nobody's cat's upset. Oh, you've been getting bitten by fleas, so put drops on. Yeah, that's what happens in our house too. When we notice their fleas, they put this drop like right at the back of their neck where they can't lick it off, and they act like they've been assaulted. It's such a big deal. A pair of them. In fact, it's probably time to do it to them again, and just to have them give you this reproachful look for half an hour, like, oh, I feel violated. What did you do? It's like, cold thing on the back of their neck and they can't reach it to lick it off. And you get very frustrated. Abigail, you think Blair Witch 2 was great on its own? I think Blair Witch 2 was quite okay. I actually agree with you. And the Cloverfield ones, I enjoy the Cloverfield ones. I saw the original Cloverfield in the movie, and no joke, when we went in, they were just cleaning up vomit near the front door of the cinema because someone got motion sickness from watching it, and they obviously knew, oh, it's got to happen, and they ran out to go to the toilet, and they only made it to like the entrance doors and threw up on the carpet. I thought Cloverfield was fun. Mrs. Angry's doing ice cream here, and I'm just going to out her. The bit where the head of the Statue of Liberty rolled down the street like a bowling ball, she laughed hysterically. She just thought that was great. And I was just, she didn't think it was great. She thought it was funny that they put it in. And I was like, not supposed to be funny. That's supposed to be shocking. She just thought it was hilarious. Yeah. And I liked, the Cloverfield Lane movie, that was very arbitrarily kind of stuck in the Cloverfield world. But there was that one on Netflix called Cloverfield Paradox or something. It was a in space one. I really liked that one. I thought that was good. Abigail, you enjoy movies that require background law knowledge. Well, to each their own. I think to a large extent it's lazy filmmaking if you don't make the film make sense on its own. But yes, agree to disagree. This stuff is just opinion. Yes, it was Cloverfield Paradox. Okay, you agree, Abigail? I thought that was really good. That was this weird in space and alternate reality possible time travel shit happening, and I thought it was really good. Stella, you threw up in Blair Witch. Made it to the basin but blocked up the sink with regurgitated popcorn. It was a weird thing. Mrs. Angry actually gets motion sickness, like travel sickness, and I don't. But she wasn't affected at all by the Cloverfield. And I was slightly. I started to feel a bit queasy watching Cloverfield. Fox. Okay, you're saying we all agree that the fourth Indiana Jones movie was horrible. Some people defend it, which does my head in because it was terrible. Every aspect of it was fucking terrible. Abigail, from a strictly filmmaking okay, you agree with me from a filmmaking perspective. From a fandom perspective, layer on that law thick and fast. Yeah, it's a tension. I think it's a tension between those two things. But yeah, it's kind of like George Lucas is an ideas guy. He's not a very good director. He is not a very good director. He's good at putting together big concept stuff, but he's not a very good director. But he's given us so much. I don't fucking begrudge him. Jesus. Fox, you got a slight defense. It was an all right movie, but a horrible Indiana Jones movie. There's apparently another Indiana Jones movie coming out. Don't feel good about that. Silumi. Mentioning FetLife last night. Logged in after 2 weeks. Unsolicited friend requests despite profile saying you don't accept them. Yeah, people don't fucking read your profile. They just do the scattergun shit. There's talking about Lucas, there's a good sort of doco someone put together on YouTube. It's basically how Star Wars was saved in the edit, because Lucas just shot way too much stuff. It was very clunky from a story point of view, and his then wife edited it, and she fucking saved it. If you get a chance, find this doco, how Star Wars was saved in the edit, and it does a fantastic job of showing the importance of a good editor. As absolutely amazing the work she did. And yeah, Safa, Star Wars probably would have failed really badly if George Lucas's first cut actually was released. Slimy. They see a brat and think they can do whatever. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh. But yeah. I agree that Lucas is great storyteller, but awful filmmaker. And not just storyteller. He's great at making shit happen. He's great at pulling stuff together. Like he only directed the first Star Wars. He didn't direct the next two, which were I don't know that Return of the Jedi was better than A New Hope, but Empire Strikes Back definitely was. And the other directors, did a better job because he directed the prequels and anyway. I like that, Salumi. If you meet people normally, how do you tell them you're a brat? Yes. L3, yes, I think I heard that about Einstein's wife as well. She edited a bunch of his stuff and made it much clearer. Again, history is fucking full of it. The arts and sciences and whatnot are full of famous men who would have been up shit creek if their wives or partners didn't sort their shit out for them. Like, it's just case after case after case after case. It's pretty amazing. Nobody, we love completely unrelated subjects. Shooting a cardboard box point blank with a gel blaster is pretty fucking loud, it turns out. From a few good paces, not a bad shot. Nice. Target shooting with gel blasters. Excellent. See, this. I'm trying to work out who's been the most wicked here, Sear, you or Stella. Stella saying, just let him find out. So if they're into D&D, part of the queer community, poly, high chance they're kinky too. Yeah, D&D is pretty kinky, honestly. Okay, I don't know. Jesus, it's like 9 o'clock. I don't know. No one's brought it up. I don't know if anyone's in an Angry Bunch mood. But I will put the link there. Okay, so if anyone's interested in Angry Bunch, there's the link. Ha! Oh, that's Louis. It's no fun if they don't know how to deal with brat energy. I'm saying so very little on the topic. Stella, just say make me. Oh dear. Honestly, the pair of you. What do you do? Okay. He's sick.
Me causing trouble as always.
Oh no, you causing trouble? What? It's a funny old world. Yes. Although I do like
upside to a show like Loki is you can tell a lot about a person if they just think he's maybe kinky or if they can specifically pinpoint the kinks and why they're there.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. And oh God, I realized going on social media today, someone was going to completely spoil the Loki finale if I went on social media at all. So I watched it at lunchtime today. And I tell you what, I'm going to have another little rant here, and feel free to join in. People who just shit talk things, and this is after I've been shit talking George Lucas and the prequels. If you want me to, I'll say what's good about the prequels, because there is good stuff in the prequels. But when you just see people, and it's just like, and because I saw someone saying like, all these Marvel shows had a lackluster ending, and I disagree completely. Very much so with Loki, but even with the other one.
Yeah, don't tell me anything about Loki.
No.
I'm not seeing it till tomorrow.
No spoilers. But yeah, I watched it because I thought someone on social media was going to ruin it. But again, it's quite good, and because the whole thing with the Lokis is, do you believe any of them if they say they're being sincere and helping you? When it's like, yeah.
Also, can we point out the fact that he is supposed to be gender fluid, and what is the representations we've been given? Binary cis male, binary cis female, and other like non-human.
Yeah,
that's not gender fluid.
No,
yes, there's queer people in the production of it, but can we just have like a trans or gender fluid person actually fucking write an episode or two so we can get some proper representation?
Yeah. And speaking of freedom, it's Chris with the freedom glasses.
Hello.
Hey. I guess I hold that because it was only 6 episodes. It's not
not a lot.
Not a lot. And they've confirmed a second season and whatnot. But I think you're right. That type of representation. I was like, this is Disney, for fuck's sake. Disney got to make Loki officially gender fluid and queer because Sylvie said to him that, had a bit of both, didn't you? You know, princes and princesses and whatnot. They didn't even bring it. I think bringing up the horse was probably too much for Disney. So it's like,
well, they've subtly done that because if you rewatch Ragnarok, at one scene, he's riding his son.
oh, okay.
So, like, he's there, but it's subtle.
A very
It's in that way where it's like, if you're a child or someone who doesn't know the mythology, you don't realize that.
No,
but if you're someone who's looking for it, you're like, you don't ride your children. Stop it.
Exactly.
That's funny.
But I've been getting views on a video I made years ago because it was about, I don't know, 2-3 years ago, Marvel Comics said they were explicitly making Loki gender fluid and queer because that's actually canon with the actual Norse legends. And right-wing dickheads go, oh, political correctness gone mad. And so I did a whole video going, you guys are just ignorant. You don't know the actual... And I told the horse story. And I was playing all the characters. It was a lot of fun. Like, you know, the other Asgardians, when the whole thing happens and he lures off the horse as a female horse, but then actually comes back with offspring. You just have the other Asgardians going, you just wanted to fuck a horse, didn't you? So that was the whole thing. And he's going, no, that wasn't it.
See, it's like, as much as I love that iteration, I also love like the when you talk to the archaeologists and the history buffs who have studied the original text, were like, it's kind of more that like he bit off more than he could chew, and he was like, I can absolutely do this and distract, and then was like, haha, I'm gonna pretend that I'm slowing down, and then got caught and went, oh shit. This is not the plan.
But yes, but Loki did also choose to conceive and deliver, which was something that as an Asgardian he had complete control over.
He does love having babies. He also ate a heart and ended up pregnant.
Yeah.
How? And then also there's a throwaway line in one of the Eddas where Odin says, like, you've basically been hiding away underground for 8 years, milking cows and having babies. And it's like, what are you doing, Loki? Because not only does he have kids himself, but he has kids with other people who birth children. So he just likes procreating. Maybe he has a breeding kink. Who knows? Yeah.
And there was the time where he got Thor to cross-dress and do a fake wedding to a frost giant because the frost giant had stolen Thor's hammer and said he'd only give it back if Freya married him, you know, the most beautiful of the Asgardians. And they're all like, and all the Asgardians going, yeah, that sounds like a fair deal. And Freya's going, fuck all of you. And then Loki goes, I have an idea. And everyone goes, shut up. And he goes, no, honest.
No, I have an idea. Like,
and it's like, the frost giant doesn't actually know our form very well. Thor could go and wear a wedding dress, and he could wear a veil to cover his beard, and so there's this whole slapstick routine this was a story to be told by drunken Vikings around a fire about Thor in a wedding dress with a veil, faking out a frost giant.
There's also just been a really interesting retranslation of the original script to do with that story that I've just been hearing about today, where Loki actually changes between feminine, masculine, and gender-neutral terms, all of which fit within the rhythm of the Poetic Edda. So even within that Poetic Edda that tells that story where Loki is also presenting femininely to help Thor get away with this bullshit shenanigans, they're using gender-neutral and feminine language about themselves while presenting purely femininely, which just goes to show how much gender fluidity and not being in a binary did fit within a Viking culture.
Absolutely. Yeah. Sorry, I was just looking something up for Safri's asking about Natalie Portman in the new Thor movie. I'm not sure what you're saying about cut her contract. She is basically playing Lady Thor in Love and Thunder. So it's going to be very interesting to see what they do in that. And hello, Kirsten, by the way. You snuck in. I didn't see you. You didn't sneak in. You came in and announced yourself, and I was just distracted. I missed it. So,
Hi, Kirsten.
so. No, Safa, she wasn't in Ragnarok. Oh, you're talking about Ragnarok was the third one, yes. But she wasn't in the second one either, I don't think, was she? I can't even remember. It wasn't that great.
Yes.
Dark World was one of the, okay. Dark World was one of the weakest of the Marvel movies. I don't really remember it.
Ragnarok, if they had done Hell properly, would have been a great movie. The fact that they did Hell wrong and basically just went, we'll make a bunch of lesbians happy by giving you Kate Blanchett. And I'm like, great. You realize that Hell's actually like Loki's daughter, not their sister, and she's supposed to be both beautiful and death. So, that actually plays into it. It's not just a pretty girl who's a bit emo. Like,
yeah. Oh, they make concessions for things. I have to admit, Ragnarok is one of my favorite Marvel movies. I just love the balance, the action, and the humor in that one.
That was pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh, it's funny. Like he releases the big bad devil dude with the giant horns. And,
yeah.
Destroying everything, and they're like, "Oh, bye."
Yeah. Yeah, it's actually instigating Ragnarok because it's like you have to destroy Asgard to save it. Well, that opening sequence where he's upside down in the chains and having the conversation, it was just like I found that hilarious because he's just doing that slow turnaround. He's going, "Oh, sorry, going around. I'll be back in a minute." And the whole thing was like he's only pretending to be helpless to distract the dude for long enough until his hammer came. But yeah,
I thought the sister character should have been I don't know. She didn't seem like that much of a villain, So like build up and then she came down real easy. But they can't have a 2-movie villain.
Yeah. Not many villains survive, do they? It's just like
Fast and Furious is the same issue, but they now finally have there's like one bad character, and they've been in like multiple movies now, so that's nice. It's a bit refreshing now. They're not killing off the villain every single movie.
Yeah. I haven't actually watched a single Fast and Furious movie. Actually, I've only ever seen tiny bits of them. But the
first one is genuinely a good movie. The rest of them are just ridiculous.
I still love the big heist in Fast and Furious 1 is DVD players. Which that did not age well.
Don't forget the TVs, the CRT flat screen TVs.
Yeah.
Yes. I was.
You could just use your imagination and just think they're Blu-ray players, and there you go.
But like I've had the realization that I'm fucking old.
Yeah.
To the younger generation, because like being at uni in your late 20s, like I'm going to be 30 at the end of the year, and these kids, like, we're reading cases when I was doing my law topic, which I did pass, even though I've dropped my law degree now. So I'm just doing criminology. But it was satisfying to know that I'd passed that law topic, even though I'm not going to do law.
Yeah. No, I feel that. Yeah.
But like there was cases in that I remember happening because like we're using local based cases, and one of them that happened at Mulberry Triangle, they were like at the video store, and I was like, yeah, the video easy. And then the kids reading the case are answering the question. They're going, oh, and then if the DVD shop, and I'm like, no, baby. This was when DVDs were still new. So to hire a DVD was costing you about $3 to $4 more than hiring a video, because that's how expensive it was. So people just hired videos if they could of the new releases until they all got phased out. They just I feel old.
I actually have a VHS DVD combo player.
Nice.
For capturing old footage. I capture a lot of old family footage for people. People have a bunch of home movies that were shot on VHS and they don't know what to do or how to get the footage off, and I take care of that for them. I have a whole box of them all the way from the 90s.
Nice.
Early 90s.
Yeah, I think I had one of those as well, where you could burn VHS onto a disc. It's like I've got a record player that I could play the vinyl and plug a USB in to record it, so to have a digital version. And that was my big plan, because I got boxes of vinyl and I've never done it.
Yeah.
What's nice now is when you buy new vinyls, you also get like the download MP3 of the thing, so of the album. So yeah.
Yes, that's what happens.
I have my whole stereo with my vinyl player, my record player, and my cassette player, and my radio, and my everything, my CD player. It's all.
Well, I have a record player, and like the only records that I've spent money on, that because I had some other cheap ones that I've donated to charity because of who they were given to me from. I didn't want them at all. But the only ones that I have now are Him, the Finnish love metal band. And I properly listened to them for the first time, like actually sitting down and really listening to them a little bit ago. And they're such little music shits, because they've made it sound in moments like the record is damaged to make you pay more attention, and then it's fine. Like, you fuckwads, I spent so much money on this, I was freaking out.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, a lot of music does that. Yeah.
Just mean.
Yeah, it's my little hobby, getting all the old media. Well, you know what's a pain in the ass is last year somebody gave me a roll of 8mm film, and I had to ship it. I had to mail it into Seattle. There's only one film lab in the whole Northwest. I had to mail it to Seattle. It cost a goddamn fortune. But they gave me the files. That was nice. Cost a couple $100, but 12 minutes of film too. Jesus. But they were very happy to see it. The couple that had got married had been gone many years, and the grandparents were forgetting what they looked like. They were so happy.
Oh wow, nice.
Yeah,
nice. I think some vinyl things popped on my head. For those who are really not aware of how the vinyl works, your average vinyl record has one groove in it. You put the needle on, and it follows the single groove all the way through and picks up the noise. Two exceptions to that I remember. There was a sort of experimental dance act in Australia in the 80s, Severed Heads. Tom Ellard, they did really amazing stuff that I think still holds up. And they also did their videos from the 80s. They were doing stuff with video synthesizers and doing all sorts of wild stuff. And here's Nobody.
Yes, nobody's here.
Nobody. There's nobody.
How are you all doing?
Yeah. So yeah, they had all these really trippy computer animated videos that went with it, and they play them live and whatnot. But they also liked experimenting. Like, I remember one famous video because Tom Ellard with his synthesizer would sample stuff and do weird stuff. And one time with a journalist, oh look, everyone's coming in. Laura, hello, Laura.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Oh, sorry. No, it's now afternoon.
Me, Laura.
It's evening. Oh, it's afternoon for you. Okay.
Yeah, it's 12:22.
Oh, there you go. 9:22 for us.
Yeah.
But I was going to say,
I was just going to be inappropriate. So, hey, Stella, if we were in the UK, we could have afternoon delights.
Skyrockets inside.
I'm not causing trouble at all.
Not at all. One thing Tom Ellard did when he had a journalist over, and he's saying, like, music and whatnot. He goes, music's anything. And he had a watermelon, and he cut a hole in a watermelon and stuck a microphone in it with a really long cord, and then threw it off the balcony of his terrace. And it sort of hits the ground and goes splonk. And then he pulls the mic back, which had been recording, and then he's so he's got this noise, and he plays the noise, which is a very squelchy sort of splonk noise. And he goes, and then I put that into the synthesizer, and then he starts playing it along the keys like splonk, 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 splonk. And the journalist is just looking at him like, what the fuck? What are you on? And Tom Ellard's not on anything. He's just going, look at this. This is great.
That's original.
This reminds me. This reminds me of something that happened on Star Trek. So there was an episode called Tin Man, where there was this alien porcupine-looking thing. No, pinecone-looking thing. And it was like a living ship, and there's this guy who was a patient of Deanna Troy's. You know the one I mean?
Nope.
Okay. Anyway, so the sound director for Paramount or the Star Trek team or whatever you want to call them. He recorded a sound, and he didn't tell anybody until after it was done because he didn't want people to feel queasy. Because all he did was he got a microphone or a form of microphone and stuck it on his stomach, and so it was basically all the sounds of his stomach and his innards coming out. Effectively a bit like when women get pregnant and they sort of listen, you can hear the thump of the baby's heartbeat as well.
Yes.
Except for it wasn't that; it was just his stomach acids and
stomach gurgling. Yes.
Yeah, takes all kinds of interest to make up this weird, wonderful, and beautiful world.
The sound effects of the film are fascinating.
Oh yeah, Foley sound effects are amazing. The stuff they come up with to make things make a convincing sound is fascinating.
Oh yeah.
Wow. Sorry, you're just misbehaving so much in the chat.
I'm happy I'm not seeing that chat right now. Sounds like trouble.
They are. Salumi and Fox and Stella are just misbehaving. But
you knew this would happen. In all fairness,
right? I know.
You knew.
And also,
I'm not angry. Just disappointed. I'm not angry. I'm not disappointed. I'm just like, yeah. Of course that happened. Yeah.
And by the way, Sia, how can you feel old at 30? Almost 30.
Okay. But because I go to uni with 18-year-olds who have no concept of adulting, but also have no concept of like how fast technology has moved in the time they've been alive. So when I say shit about like, we used to stop the tape listening to the radio, and they're just like, what do you mean? Why didn't you just download it? And I'm like, because LimeWire didn't exist back then.
Yes. Yeah. It's the old joke about watching live TV, and this is even pre VCR days, and just going out to the kitchen to get snacks and an ad break, and then someone yelling at you, "It's coming! It's back on!" And you're grabbing everything, running. And people go, "Why didn't you just pause it?" And it's like, no.
Growing up, my family did not have a VCR. I mean, they were around, but they were super expensive, very, very heavy. Yeah. And eventually, when we did get one, it was an absolute heap of fucking shit. But
I don't really have.
My dad really did a little bit of one of those naughty things called copying a video. So we had two because the newer one was better, and so and didn't wake up the house when you tried to put it on. By the way, the first one we had was a front loader. All we ever had was front loaders. Never had one of those slam top ones.
Oh yes.
But when it's like kid, new toy, got to have a little go on it. So I sneaked down one morning and ejected the tape that was in there, and it was like, and it was so loud. It's like, oh shit! Did I wake up my parents? Because I shouldn't. I'll get told off just for touching the damn thing, because I might break it, by just pressing the buttons, and as you do. But anyway, the oh shit! I forgot what I was going to say now.
It's okay. I was still going to say weird things about vinyl. The guy I was talking before, Tom,
I remember now.
He did one thing where he wanted the album to have one sort of complete groove on the outside. So if that's where you put the needle, the record would never play. It would just go in a circle.
That's funny.
And
there was a publisher.
Then you had to get it. And apparently they actually pressed some test pressings like that. And the record company has contacted them going, okay, quality control's losing their fucking mind. What did you do? Because they can't play the record. And he explained the joke to them, and they went, it's not funny. And we're not doing that.
That's funny.
The other fun thing, like I said, the average vinyl record has a single groove. But I think I have more than one. One I know I have is, who remembers the Proclaimers, the good old 500 Miles twins? One of their singles was called A Letter from America, which is a particularly good song. And because their early stuff, like the first album was acoustic, and then they'd actually re-record some singles with a full band for whatnot. I've got a 10-inch vinyl of Letter from America, and it's got 2 grooves, and you don't know which one's going to play. When you put the needle on, it either plays the acoustic version or the band version, and you don't actually know when you put the needle down what groove it's in, so you don't know which one's going to play.
Yeah, some electronic type record players back in the day with some experimental formats, kind of like that. You could it would tell you what track it is, and so you could kind of select the tracks, and sometimes you could be like, oh, it's like track B instead of track A, and they tried to dual track it, and some record players did that, but not many. It really wasn't. It didn't take off. Most people are like, oh, you can do here.
So it was very much a novelty thing. To have the 2 tracks.
2020 really impacted the Proclaimers. Lockdowns, meant they couldn't walk very far at all, let alone
500 miles.
No, they could limited 500 meters at some point.
Terrible.
But I remember what I was going to say now. So my dad used to sort of pirate the odd video. I want to say pirate. I don't mean like sell them on afterwards. Just
copy it.
We
just make backups
ourselves. And he had this really, really weird habit of you couldn't watch it when he was recording it. I don't know why, but the telly had to be off, and and so waiting for him to finish doing Ghostbusters. So this would probably be 1985 after it, because it came out 84, a year later on video. And so he turned it on for a couple of seconds to see whether it had finished yet, and then turned it back off again. And there was the infamous line, the Marshmallow Man is coming, and it's, it just popped in there. And every time I see that movie now, I've seen that part 1 extra times more than the rest of them. And so therefore, it just sort of sticks in my mind every single time I watch that movie.
You're talking about vinyls before.
Yeah.
Do you guys know about the CED video?
Yeah.
The video is recorded on vinyl.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
No.
Oh, yeah.
It was a failed format, but it's what bankrupted RCA.
It really wasn't a good idea.
If they didn't fuck about for a decade and it came out in the 70s, it would have took off. But
it took a while to get the fucking thing ironed out.
And Laserdisc was just far better.
Laserdisc. You can't undo that slip up, mate.
Yeah.
It's because of the chat. We started this.
Of course, Laserdisc had its own flaws, because once disc drop set in, the whole disc became unplayable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But
there was also
weird stuck as well.
Yeah, weird things with vinyl. You could put a computer program on vinyl, and I remember there were a few examples. The Thompson Twins. One of their singles, the B-side, was an incredibly simple video game. If you plugged your record player into the audio input on a computer and played it, it would actually load an incredibly simple game onto your computer. That's a format that didn't really pick up. Computer programs on vinyl.
They all went to cassette tapes for a long time.
Yeah, I remember playing with a Tandy TRS-80 with a tape deck to load programs onto it.
What I find amazing with regard to old computers and consoles is how popular they are.
Yeah.
Like you get an average desktop PC from the 90s, no one gives a fuck.
I like 90s computers. I really want.
Okay, so there are some exceptions. There are people, but like vintage desktop PCs, not real popular.
Yeah.
But there are entire communities creating so much demand for old console computers like Commodore 64 and whatever that you can actually buy new components for them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. It's just I think it's because a lot of people back in those days, we didn't have the internet as well. TV was pretty limited still, so everybody liked the same thing. Whereas now in modern times,
still writing programs.
There's just everybody can like so many different things. So now it's hard to get a group of people passionate about one thing in particular at the same time. So,
yeah, Chris, you'd probably be familiar with the 8-bit guy.
Yeah, I watch him all the time.
Yeah, he's actually releasing games for those old systems. He's writing software for them, and he's publishing it on the 5.25-inch floppy disks.
Yep. Yeah,
that's kind of cool, but crazy at the same time.
I have a theory of why ancient consoles are popular. They still want to buy them. So there's a weird thing that happens to guys when they get into their maybe 30s or 40s. They end up wanting to buy all the old toys that they wish they could have afforded when they were kids.
That's true, actually.
Yes, that is
totally
true. That is
and
true.
I just wonder whether in a more modern times where young people have video games, not so much toys, that, it's like going back to their retro kid past.
I think there's a lot of truth in that. I also think some of those old consoles were just actually more interesting because you could just write your own software on it, and they can actually do some pretty cool things. I personally have no fucking idea what to do with them because I don't have one. I don't have any experience with them. But they're interesting, and I mean, your modern computer, everything is fucking spoon fed to you. Salimi, are you having trouble? Am I quiet or am I audible enough? I just wasn't sure.
No, that's not a hair. This is just I'm fidgeting with my hair.
That's cool. I do that too. I never know. I never know if my levels on this mic are right or not. So I wasn't sure.
Sound good to me, man.
I mean,
Lee,
your voice is
Lee would
always
like a link,
lovely
Angry.
to listen to. I feel like you could just do ASMR of your voice, and that would be amazing.
You're not the first to say it, actually. You're not the first to say it. I kid you not, and I probably shouldn't disclose this on YouTube, but fuck it, I won't name the person. I actually, back a long time ago, when I was doing online dating. Mm-hmm. This is kind of fucked up, and I can't believe I'm about to say it, but there's actually a woman who, on web camera, kind of did a bit of self-pleasuring to my speaking.
That's pretty normal.
It's a very lovely voice.
Yeah, I actually said to her, "Look, I appreciate what you're doing, but can I see your face?"
Yeah, like consent.
Actually, I still point the camera back at her face. I kind of got, the novelty's wearing a bit thin. I want to know who I'm talking to here.
Yeah. Hi, Lee.
Hello.
She was basically doing real-time webcam porn for me, which was unique.
Just fine. I'm not sure if you see the chat, nobody, but everyone's on board. Toby,
I'm seeing that. I am seeing that.
Yeah, no, everyone's on board with you and doing voiceovers and ASMR. But
there you go. Set up Patreon.
Yeah. Well, you guys,
OnlyFans.
Angry, maybe for those who haven't seen it, maybe they'd like to see that video of me reading a spaghetti bolognese ingredients over music.
That's funny. I like that.
Yeah,
those in the comments who haven't seen it, maybe Angry, would you like me to put it in private chat so you can find it?
Yeah. Put the link in.
I'll do that.
Private chat, and I'll
so those who haven't seen it and they're up for a laugh. I mean, there's not actually. It's just a picture with music to it, but Yeah. Just go in there.
I have loved though, like, because people are more open and honest about talking about voices that just sound lovely and the kind of voices that you want to listen to. There's like a whole
side that I have one of those.
That's just pretty voices to listen to, and I'm like, this is great. I'll just sit here for a day.
Oh God, and I've had the opposite version of that as well. So one of the books that I like are the Dragonlance Chronicles. If you've ever heard of them.
Oh, the old D&D spin-off, yeah.
Yeah, but the audiobook is awful. It's really awful. Effectively, imagine an audiobook read out by Kit from Knight Rider.
That sounds funny. You could listen to nobody for hours.
That's how bad it was.
My screen name is definitely good. It's always good for a laugh.
Definitely. All right, so
And once again, demonstrating I do not have a drinking problem.
Yeah, good. So I'm going to try and bring this up. And
my
see.
Drinking problem is that my cocktail is empty, and the cat won't make one.
I'm going to make another one after we play this.
Oh shit, we're actually going to play it. I was just going to put it there for others to
Oh no, are you okay if I play it?
I don't mind. I don't mind. I just wasn't expecting to actually get played.
All right. No, I thought that's what you meant. Okay, first tell me if you can hear. Can you hear the audio?
Yep. Yes.
All right.
Grams of topside mince. Dice 1 onion and a clove of garlic. Open up 1 tin of diced tomatoes. Measure 3 tablespoons of tomato paste. One tablespoon of mixed up herbs. 1 whole cup of regular water. Now 1 stock cube, beef of course. Those are the ingredients. Now let's cook.
Incidentally, the backing track took me about 5 minutes to make.
That was good.
It was pretty well.
That's really good.
The trouble is, I can't do the metal screech.
Now, heat up your frying pan and add the meats.
I wonder why it sounds all choppy.
Brown up the onions. Throw in the garlic. In go tomatoes, water, and tomato paste. Along with your beef stock, simmer for 20 minutes. The spaghetti goes into boiling water. Once al dente, serve and eat.
Yum. That was amazing.
It's actually a really it's a year 8 home ec recipe. For some reason, I had a copy of it, and
I feel like we need a Nobody and Nat's collaboration. The guy from Facebook who was doing all the recipes while people were in lockdown.
That'd be great. That'd be great. I love that.
I showed that to the priest, and he just about fell off his chair. He was just, because I was working on the PA system, and I was just doing a few things, and I plugged my phone into the PA system, and I just logged into the net, got it to play, and and the music's coming on, and he's just going, oh yeah, he's playing some music, and then my voice comes in, 500 grams of topside mince, and he just about fell off his fucking chair.
That's funny.
And Megalich got the name. It's What's Up with Nats.
The first time you say water and you hold on to the R, so it's like water.
Well, I had to drag out the syllable.
That was funny.
Water.
So I had to try and make it fit the timing, So, 1 cup of water just doesn't fit, so I had to drag it out. So, 1 whole cup of regular water. It's really drag it out.
Yeah, I liked it.
I just saw a random question in the chat. Munchies wants thoughts on mandatory quarantine facilities for people who test positive. No, people should just quarantine at home, isolate as per the current rule. What we need dedicated quarantine facilities for are people returning from overseas. We need because hotel quarantine's not cutting it because it's not designed for it.
I was trying to explain to someone how the offshore detention that we have for people seeking refuge in Australia doesn't meet human rights standards. So while it would be great to use those facilities to quarantine people, and people are saying, sorry, it's Nats What I Reckon is the person I was talking about.
Oh, yeah, and That's What I Reckon. That's a very funny cooking channel. Yeah,
he's great. But so I'm trying to explain to people who have no concept of what it's like to flee for your lives and clearly have never met anyone who's actually been through that.
I envy those bastards.
Situations are, and they go, "Oh, I'm sure I've stayed in hostels worse than that when I backpacked through Europe." And you're like,
No
bullshit. Human rights breaches. Like, what do you not get? These are not someone's pissed in the corner. These are, I'm not getting medical treatment. I'm sleeping on a concrete floor. I may get raped by the guards.
Yeah.
Literally
incarcerating people who were fleeing for their lives. It's just like,
and it's not illegal to seek asylum.
No,
it's not illegal.
Yeah, it reminds me of a song.
Go on, Laura.
We've had a similar problem in the UK where they have really, really conflated illegal immigrants and asylum seekers.
Isn't it nice to dehumanize these people by calling them illegal immigrants and queue jumpers and all that sort of stuff and make them sound like bad people? All they're doing is trying to fucking survive.
Yeah.
There was a time in this country, in Australia, where instead of bloody picking on these people and calling them names, we sent fucking planes out to pick them up.
Exactly.
And some of those people are now in our government demonizing other people for wanting to get some refuge. That is fucked.
Exactly. What blows my mind is I remember the children overboard incident. And
God,
that's something that now gets studied in the law school.
Yeah.
And it's very hard to explain to 18-year-olds who have never seen the footage. And I'm having to say to them, I'm like, you need to look up the news footage that came out of that, of how bad it was and how badly the government treated these people. And it was all bullshit from John Howard.
And I'd almost go back to those days compared with the gutter slime we have now. Almost.
Isn't it sad that John Howard is better than what we have now?
Yeah, you get it. You get what I'm saying. It's not that he was good prime minister. It's just that these guys are that
it was just that the bar has become so low. It's no longer at the ground. It's buried.
It's burrowed through to the earth's fucking core.
Like,
speaking of low bars, I just wanted to say, when it comes to immigration, we're number one at being horrible.
Actually, Chris, we're not really, because I don't know if you remember, El Trumpo repeatedly praised the brutality of Australia's treatment of asylum seekers. He wanted to be that brutal, but people wouldn't let him.
Freedom lovers unite. That's why we're all.
It's all about freedom.
There's a guy who comes into the evening service at my church, and like I show him agape, unconditional love. It's what I'm called to do as a believer, right? That's fine, but I don't like him. For one thing, he likes Trump. And one evening, a friend and I were talking about the fact that, Trump is out then. And he's going, all that shit that Trump's going, we'll be back. We'll just get this election results are fucking rigged, blah, 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 trying to, all that bullshit going on. And he's going, him and his people are going to be back soon, blah, 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 blah. The priest and I were just sitting there pointing out to this guy that Trump is a certifiable sociopath.
Oh, yeah.
And he just changed the subject.
And narcissist.
Win that one.
It's where you feel like saying, "Go hang, buddy, go hang."
I said to him, "It's not about disagreeing on politics. You can be conservative and disagree with me being progressive. That's fine. That's difference of opinion. The fact is, Trump has zero integrity. Is a psychopath and a narcissist." And an extremely dangerous man who should not have power.
Yep.
And that is a demonstrable fucking fact. I didn't say fucking because, well, the priest doesn't care, but he would have, If you're going to argue with somebody, you've got to at least appear more righteous than they are.
Yeah. You forgot one thing about Trump, though. He loves freedom, baby.
He does.
When it's on his terms.
Freedom not to pay his bills, etc.
Yeah, freedom not to pay his share of taxes.
His glasses are a problem. I don't know why my mom gave me them, because she knew I would do shit like that.
Yeah, I really took off my hat to Joe Biden when he was like, "Where's your tax returns?"
Yeah. It's because
I like Biden. Time will tell whether he's any good or not, but I like him.
He's done better than I thought he would so far, because I had a very low opinion.
It's he still hasn't got rid of the college debts.
Oh yeah, he's still got some things to fix.
He's not perfect. But that's something that was a guarantee that he had said we're going to do this, and we're all rolling in that. Still
he was going to do a lot of things. He was going, he was going to give us health care and do that. And do that. He was gonna, stop police brutality, and I gave him more money and more tanks, so that way they can,
that way they can be more brutal.
Yeah, and then he also was like gonna do something about the, fermenting nationalist, racist uprising right that is going to overthrow the government. It's gonna happen. If they do anything. They slapped him on the wrist, and they make anybody on the left who they were supposed to pander to violent extremists. So that's great. And then also they're going to give the Capitol Police a massive surveillance budget, and they're going to open up offices in New York City and California to monitor people. I mean, he's really just
as I mentioned.
Great.
At the end of his
it's okay because they're going to legalize weed. It's fine because they're going to look at legalizing weed.
That ain't going to pass. That's not going to pass.
Yeah. Well, as I said, my statement is qualified. We'll see at the end of his term whether I still like Biden.
Yeah.
As a first impression, he seems okay. We'll see if he does his job properly.
The problem is it doesn't even take a very low bar to cross to be better than Trump.
Yeah. That is absolutely true. I mean, Biden is an absolute saint by comparison. Yeah. But that there's things out of my cat's litter tray that are more appealing than Trump.
The biggest problems I have with Biden is that, first off, I don't believe he understands where he is most of the time, and that terrifies me.
Yes.
Yes. I can understand that.
Incredibly fucking creepy because he keeps going down the microphones going, "Look, this is what we need to do, okay?" He did that. He did that in a press conference last month. It's horrifying.
Definitely have to admit.
The other thing that really, really makes me not like him is he's working with the same Republicans that are literally saying that he's a treasonous person that they want to murder for stealing the election.
Yeah.
I'm just like, you couldn't have a better setup. You couldn't have a better setup. I mean, than Hindenburg right as Hitler was coming out of jail and coming back. I mean, it's just like Hindenburg helped put Hitler in place to do what he did for the second time. And here we have Joe Biden, who's like, you know what, guys, we could just work this out, can't we?
Yeah, that is with bipartisanship. Yeah,
One of my friends just sent me a D&D /kink thought that made me go, this is great, but also I'm concerned that you thought of this. So basically, after like something that's basically a level of shibari, they were watching some sort of video. A rigger could bind a target in 5 seconds flat from standing untied to face down on the floor. So, bondage monks?
Bondage monks, yeah, that could be a D&D subclass, yeah.
And I've just lost it to that because I was just like, it's not a bad idea, but I'm also like, why did you think of this?
Yeah, no, I just see these monks.
No, we know what they're into.
They've got good stealth, and they just kind of sneak up on orcs, and instead of stabbing them, just lasso them, and then 5 seconds flat. If they make their saving throw, they've hogtied the orc, and then they just go like.
And I feel like a monk can get away with it a lot better than like a rogue.
Yeah, you just got to worry if the DM gets too into the bondage monk has tied up the orc. You go, can we make him talk now? And the orc goes, tighter, daddy. It's like.
Or the bard gets involved.
Oh, you don't want the bard involved. Bards automatically want to seduce everyone.
Yeah, I remember a song by Missy Higgins called "Oh Canada." It was about a family that didn't make it.
Really?
Cried throughout the whole music video.
Oh, I don't know that one. Then again, I don't know a lot of Missy Higgins, but she's pretty good though.
I have a photo that's completely irrelevant to everything you're talking about, but
I
quite
love
relevant to something that was discussed last night.
This is what we need.
Yeah.
Now, Abigail was talking about tarantulas, and I mentioned that I have a spider in my bedroom that I actually feed flies.
I'm gonna click off this tab until you've finished.
Let's get in focus. There
Oh,
it
that's
is.
a big boy. That's a big boy.
No, it's tiny. That's zoomed right in.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
zoomed
staying
right
in my
there
little
he is.
set
There
life
she is.
tabs until this is done.
Is that
Yeah.
like
I don't
your
like that.
PC?
She's a tiny little thing. It's like the size of a fingernail.
Yeah.
Like there's a full picture, and that's a latch from the window. So it's a tiny little things, and I feed flies to it.
So speaking of that, my dad, before he passed years ago, he wanted to get over his fear of spiders. So what'd he do? He got a pet tarantula.
No,
and everybody was fucking horrified of that thing. They were terrified of that pet tarantula, and it's like it's in a box. It's literally in a cage. It's not going anywhere.
And they're not
generally
generally
say that, but you know they can fit under pretty much anything. Like
Yeah,
as much as in my illogical brain, I shut windows and doors. They can. They will get out regardless.
It's not gonna get out. It's fine.
They're not really terribly
You have not seen the way in which a gigantic fucking huntsman can get into your house, no matter how secure it is.
Okay. Huntsmen and tarantulas are different, though. Huntsmen can.
I don't care. They're all evil. Burn them all.
Anyway, so now here's the thing. I don't like spiders, but in the end, I did end up respecting Terry the tarantula.
That's good.
And my dad would he would bring the crickets and put the cricket down, and that tarantula would be like, boom.
Yeah,
mine.
No.
Yep.
I'm gonna say quick hello, Renegade Faith. How you doing, Abby? I'm about to make a cocktail. I'm going to leave you folks. And here's the question I'm leaving with you. Munchie's asked,
Adam.
and I don't know if there's any experts in international finance. Because I actually love this question. If US debt is 28 trillion, what does that actually mean? Is that something that ever gets repaid or whatnot? My short answer is it's imaginary. The freedom glasses.
Can I just also point out that Abigail has backed me that tarantulas can squish through small spaces just like huntsmen's. So my arachnophobia is well placed. Fuck all y'all.
Fair call.
Speaking
of something angry, we need Shieldsy.
You now.
We need Shieldsy so that when you go off camera, somebody here to start throwing shit at you, and you can flip us all off like normally happens.
I'll do it anyway.
So look, when he's done
on the good side, On the good
Sorry,
side
Chris.
here, at least Chris's dad's. I don't know what was the
Larry
relationship.
the tarantula was fine. He ended up dying of old age.
Oh,
Now-
I was going to say he's
At
thousands
least
and
he's now
thousands and
dead.
thousands of miles away from you, so it's not too.
Oh,
much
yeah,
of a
yeah,
worry.
It's a very good point. It's not going to
It's
swim
also-
across the ocean for you.
Now, about the U.S.
That's what you think. You
About-
don't know. They're all evil.
You reckon it's got
Oh,
your home
God.
address and is coming to get you?
I mean, I'd
think-
rather someone like Fox or Abigail have my home address, but you never know with spiders.
About
I've watched the spider eat. I catch flies start buzzing around my face and I went,
no,
you go into the bedroom, throw it in the web, and the spider goes, ooh, yummy.
Yummy. So, about the U.S. debt, I'm going to tell you right now, with a dose of freedom, this is what, okay, you ready? We owe that money to nobody. We're the richest country on the planet. We have the biggest military on the planet. We're never going to fucking pay anybody that debt, and it doesn't matter. We could spend all the money in the world, print all the money in the world, and we would still be fine. We are an uncollapsible power now. We're going to crumble from the inside due to social unrest and probably multiple civil wars, and a lot of death and famine and mass casualties. It's going to be fucking horrible. But until that starts happening more and more and more, we're going to be just fine, and that debt will never be paid. Trust me. By the time
You realize the UN can just put
lot
sanctions
more
on you guys, though? Like, the UN can just put sanctions on the US and be like, basically, we're not playing ball with you.
Would the US care is the question.
yeah, the U.S.
But that would cut them off from pretty much every other country.
Well, I
But
mean,
will they?
yeah, I don't know. See, we got this big. There's this thing called,
Technically, you're right.
And if we were able to illegally invade like multiple countries all at once,
You realize
You
that
mean
we've
like
done
a
this
rat?
through like world wars where we've defeated mass powers before. So as much as the US thinks it's
Yeah.
top shit, all they need is some Russian or Chinese hackers, and a lot of their military intelligence is fucked.
Actually, that is a legitimate thing.
It is.
no, the U.S. is not going to go down militarily. That's for sure. It won't be that way. It'll have to be from within, like the Soviet Union.
It's great.
I think
Yeah.
you're
All they
actually
need
right.
is a good group of hackers, which we know that China and Russia and several other countries have. And
Oh,
all
yeah,
they need
but
to do is
that's
to
the
find
other
that
thing,
one
too,
weak
If
spot.
China and Russia have good hackers, America's got good hackers, and that's
No.
terrifying. Because Americans
the
have
same
nobody
level.
to answer to. It's even more scary.
It's very interesting, though, how Americans think they're untouchable. Like, you think your country's untouchable as a whole.
Rome thought it
It's
was
not,
untouchable.
because you look at what Germany did. Germany tried to take over the world. Germany had
They
quite
were
a lot of
untouchable.
power. And you know what they did? They collapsed like a flan in a cupboard. Why?
The British
Because
Empire used to be a world dominating
That was
superpower.
a slow burn, though. I tell you.
Before, long before them, there was the Romans. I'm sure there's a bunch in between, but
exactly,
Romans-
the US
Rome
is not
fell.
undefeatable, and the US
No one
is
is.
not as powerful as they delude themselves to be.
No one is.
No.
Absolutely, no one is.
Well,
We're all
because of World
vulnerable.
War II, Germany and Japan aren't allowed to have armies anymore.
They're not allowed to have legal armies. We'll just say it that way.
That's a good way to
Well,
put
yeah,
it.
the other thing too is
But it's
that
only within their constitution. I mean, they could just do it.
Mhm.
the happy way the U.S. ends is through internal means. If it's through external means, a lot of nukes are going to fall. Guarantee you. If
Can I just say,
if
for the
US is
record,
invaded, that's going to be terrible. Oh God, terrible. That's terrible for everybody.
I'd just like to say, for the record,
Especially
that from a military standpoint, anyone who would take down the US frightens me. And as much as there are problems I have with some of the US things that we copy around the world, kind of rather keep the US in charge.
Poor Canada.
Or Canada.
Oh,
Canada would be so fucked if anything happened to the U.S. Ugh, they'd be stuck in the middle.
not really. Canada's
Not
good
really.
friends with Russia.
Well, I mean, they're right in the middle. That's what I'm saying. It'd be collateral. There'd be a lot of damage. Like all their populations along the border, pretty much. Wouldn't be good for them. Alaska'd be fine though. You go to Alaska. Well, no, the nukes fall. They probably
But anyway, moving on from countries getting blown up and destroyed and shit.
Yeah, this all reminds me of Arrow, where Damien Dark was like, "I'm going to blow up the world."
Blow up the world. That's funny. You know, the Soviets were terrified of blowing up the world when they were testing the Tsar Bomba. So the guy who engineered it made it half as powerful because he was worried that he would literally blow up the Earth.
That shows a big ego on human part.
Yeah.
But still, you'd rather err on the side of caution when you're doing anything ridiculous because you're like, look,
And
I don't know.
Personally, I'd rather just not have nuclear weapons.
But here's the scariest thing, though, right? Is that Russia still like they got at least one or two of those nukes still.
Oh, they got loads.
At least one that powerful. A lot of the nukes are not that powerful, but I'm sure one or two of them.
No.
Maybe.
Well,
I mean, that's scary to think about, man, isn't it?
apparently, Vladimir Putin was the richest man on earth, but he's been beaten by the guy that owns Louis Vuitton.
Putin. Oh my god.
Oh,
The interesting thing about Putin is he's a multi-millionaire.
Angry.
Multi-billionaire, actually.
Multi-billionaire, yeah, sorry. But what's interesting is his salary is not that big. It's like, how do you end up with that much money?
For being the president of Russia? Yeah. Yeah. It's like most presidents in modern times are very wealthy, but they're not wealthy because of their presidential salary, which means they're making money on the side, which you're not supposed to do anyway, but they do.
Well, it's not like anyone else doesn't do it. Fuck. I reckon I'm going to go on the record saying that I reckon the reason our government has been so obsessed with AstraZeneca is because they're probably getting financial incentives personally.
Yes.
Can't prove it.
We already
Please
know
don't
some
sue
of
me
them
for
bought
defamation.
stocks in as
I'm
well.
not stating it as a fact. I'm saying that's what I think.
Well, we already know some of them bought stocks and invested into it, so we already know some of them are getting kickbacks. Let alone what they would be getting under the table because it's liberals.
I'm just
like
choosing
the
my
Mars
words
Corporation
because they
owns
like suing
multiple
people who say
vets.
things they don't like.
It's like the Mars Corporation own vets, and they sell dog. They actually own companies that make dog food. That's scary, and that they own some of the vets. That's very scary.
Yeah,
very scary, very problematic.
Yeah, no, the vaccine situation in Australia is just terrible. It's terrible.
Now, why don't you say it to his face? He's come back now.
Yeah. We'll say it to his face.
Sorry, had to do it. Just had to do it.
So, okay, I made a mistake and I'm a bit fucking annoyed, but that's okay. It's not a big one. I made a clarified cocktail earlier today that was this beautiful clear green color, and then I refrigerated because I wanted it chilled. And I was like, sometimes dropping the temperature makes oils come out of solution and it goes cloudy. Hopefully that won't happen. And I just pulled it out and it's all fucking cloudy, which has ruined the whole thing. So it's like, shit, now I have to leave it sit to reach room temperature and I'm really annoyed. But anyway.
Anyone here, off topic again, why not? I'm sure other people here have times when they kind of lose awareness of around them. Mm-hmm. Not a good time when you're driving. I had a really dangerous near miss today on the road. Because a car in front of me stopped fairly quickly and it just did not register until I was almost on them.
Ooh, that's scary.
That sort of, I'm getting closer, and then a little subconscious part of my brain that's actually still registering what my eyes are seeing are going, dickhead, you're going to hit that thing. And I've gone, oh, fuck, brakes.
Brakes. Yeah. No, I've had that.
Fortunately, I didn't hit it. Which is, kind of.
I can still remember being hit by a car. I remember how scared the driver looked. I looked the driver in the eyes. He looked petrified.
That would be fucked.
Yeah. That's scary. Yeah. One of the reasons why I am annoyed with America is their speed limits are way too goddamn fast. Because the interstate highway system is not actually built for you and your semi-truck to go 80 goddamn miles an hour. It's built
that is pretty quick.
55. And the thing too is the speed limits are also if it's like perfect weather and no traffic. And where I live, it's either always cloudy, always raining, and if it's sunny, it's traffic. So you can't really even get up to that speed. And a couple years ago, I had a thing where I was working 3 jobs and I fell asleep while driving. And I was on a highway going 75 miles an hour because that's where the speed limit is. And that rumble strip saved my life. If there was not a rumble strip, I would have been fucking dead. You're not living in you're not going to survive an impact at that speed going off the road. And it was a little tiny sedan. Now you're dead. Yeah. So that to this day, I will not go, and I'm 65 miles an hour. That's it. About 100.
Yeah. I gotta say, 3 jobs in America. That doesn't sound like freedom.
No, it was terrible. It was terrible. I worked at a lot of local TV news stations have one person to edit 5 hours of news. So we have to edit every single fucking asset you see for 5 hours. One person has to do that in 8 hours.
So you're the guy who beeped out all the swear words.
And that too. And so the thing that really sucked was that, this was a couple, this was in 2015, 2016 in 2016, 2017 in Indiana, and their minimum wage is $7.25. So I was getting paid $10 an hour to work overnight shift for 8 hours to edit 5 hours of video by myself. I had no help at all. And there was a control room, but the control room, they weren't able to edit any footage. They had to, cut the show and everything live. And I quit that after like 3. It was ridiculous. Oh, and then on top, they were going to add a football opening and a 1 hour football opening show, which you would have to edit live whilst they were shooting the footage.
That's difficult.
Yeah. And for $10, fuck that. And I was driving home from that. That was at nighttime, and then in the daytime I worked at either doing ESPN or doing a local college live stream too. It was not good. But
did you get any sleep?
No. So I fell asleep because I had been going for 72 hours straight.
Yeah,
you're not meant to do that.
Yeah, someone once said to me, "You get plenty of sleep when you're dead." I'm like, that just doesn't sound right.
Yeah, you die a lot earlier. So yeah. So I learned.
Yes, you definitely rest.
Valuable lesson that day, and thankfully, I live in a part of the country where I get paid very well, and I don't have to work myself like that, and I never will again.
Yeah, that's good.
Or drive that fast again.
I can actually say because I do the videoing for the church that I now know how long it takes me to register if I disassociate. It's approximately 2 seconds.
There you go.
It's approximately 2 seconds. Now, driving 2 seconds is a fucking long time.
Yeah, you can cover a lot of distance in 2 seconds. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I know it's 2 seconds because when our priest preaches, he's not stand at the pulpit, lean over slightly and talk at you. No. He's right out the front of the sanctuary, pacing backwards and forwards, and I'm trying to pan the camera around following him. Consequently, I've gotten very smooth at panning. Very good. Came in handy. We did a video shoot for a GoFundMe campaign. Anyway,
nice.
I'm very happy with my camera work. But yeah, he walks out of shot and I do nothing, and then eventually my brain goes, "Hey, dickhead, look in front of you. See that thing in front of you? See how the camera screen has not got him in it?" And I go, "Oh." And of course, I watch the video back and go, "Oh, so that's how long it takes me."
Yeah. People have asked me, how do you get along with people you disagree with? I'm like, well, for starters, I want what's best for them, even if I disagree with them, and I have respect.
Respect is a good thing to have.
That's a nice thing to have. Yes, caring.
People go, "You're a born-again Christian, so you're not supposed to have respect for everybody else." I'm like, no, that's actually a load of bull because I have respect for everyone.
Is it difficult to get respect these days?
No, it depends on who you're dealing with.
Yeah, most of the people are fairly respectful to me that I deal with, and I try to be as respectful as possible to them.
And I used to work in customer service.
That respect fades, and usually turns to "you can fuck off," but I start respectful.
I operate on a principle of show respect.
I no longer wish to be around them anymore. I've done that a few times. I have even when I've burned bridges, I've done so respectfully. I mean, I enjoyed the fire, nevertheless.
Yeah.
My principle is show respect until they prove they don't deserve it.
Yeah, I'm the same.
Yeah.
When they don't deserve it, I just go, "Good day, sir," or "Good day, ma'am," or "Good day, whoever.
Yes.
Just say, I just simply say "Good day," and then they go have a go at me. And I said "Good day."
Yes. I love doing it in that very English way. I said good day, sir. I said good day.
That's what I do.
I will.
Oh dear.
I've got a message somewhere that I sent to somebody. I had to cut off. Now, this person betrayed me. I was very angry with them. And it doesn't matter. I remember the message anyway. I'll have to cut out of names. But this person, in conversation with a friend of mine who happens to be a lady, told this woman I'm in love with her, which is actually not true, but regardless is just a really fucking stupid thing to do. And of course, this got back to me, and I'm going, well, luckily you know me well enough to know what's bullshit and what's not. That could have created some serious tensions and awkwardness in the friendship. So anyway, I sent a message to the person who said that. I said, deleted, I'm in love with her is both untrue and a serious breach of boundaries and trust. I regret to tell you, I must ask you not to contact me anymore. That's how I terminated that friendship. It was still respectful, polite, but to the fucking point.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, this person has a lot of mental problems, and I don't think she actually knew she'd fucking done it. Nevertheless, you can't. If you can't, any relationship, in my opinion, is built on three major principles. One of which is trust. Another is respect, and the other one is an emotional attachment. Any one of those is missing, you no longer have a healthy relationship.
Yeah.
Wise words.
Yeah. All right. I was frustrated with not getting my drink that time, so I'm going to make another drink now.
Hey, Angry, did you get the picture that I sent you just?
You bought some brandy. Yeah, man.
Yeah, I don't know if it's any good. It was on sale.
Oh, no, that's a good brand. Okay, a little bit of nerdery. The letters that they have on brandy. There's standard brandy, and actually, I'll get it right. The letters mean how long it's been aged, which
I know nothing about brandy. I just randomly chose that one.
Yeah.
When you get back, remind me to tell you about the pina colada I had a week ago.
Yeah. So you basically get three rankings. There are more, but the three you see are VS, which means very special, which means it's aged at least 2 years. VSOP, which you got, very special old pale, means it's aged at least 4 years. And XO, extra old, which means aged at least 6 years. So you've got something aged at least 4 years.
No, I'm happy with that.
Probably good quality. There are a lot of good brandy drinks. And speaking of good brandy drinks, it's Abigail.
Am I a good brandy drink?
That's what
I'm going to get good brandy from Abigail.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
All right, I'm leaving.
So I'm a bit washed out.
Devices. I'm making a drink. So
I like it.
I'm gonna go too.
Bye, Chris.
For a while.
Yeah,
Bye, Chris.
Bye, Chris.
Take care, mate. Renegade Faith is asking if we're going to be on for a while.
We usually are on a Friday. Depends what
that means. Yes.
probably till
Yes,
about 2 a.m.
on a Friday night, we are definitely on for a while.
And I don't have to play football tomorrow because I'm in lockdown, so I can drink all night.
So I don't know if people can hear it or not, but I'm gonna bring my camera over. I've got my new 3D printer running.
Fancy.
It's,
So what fancy things are we going to be making with the 3D printer?
Make a 3D printer with a 3D printer.
Well, I mean, you can't do that yet, but
You can
make parts for a 3D printer, and that's all I've been doing.
If I had a 3D printer, I'd probably be printing car parts for my old car.
Yeah,
they're so hard to get.
Okay, I've been doing a deep dive on Thingiverse, and so far I've got a collection of things I want to make. For the printer itself, so things to help improve the print process and make it easier, and cable management and shit like that. I've got stuff for D&D. So like little minis and scenery and
all
shit.
those figurines.
Yes, I've got. What else have I got? I've got just got a thing of us.
Can I ask what company the 3D printers is?
Oh, it's a Creality and 5 Pro. Anyway, so I've got minifig stuff and D&D stuff because I use minifigs in D&D. I've got stuff to help me make stuff like little handy tools just for makers, and like a bunch of stuff to help print stuff better. So and that's it. And it's only been like I've only had this set up since last night. So
I've always been into 3D printers, but yeah.
So I've got a whole bunch of like drawers and cabinets and storage stuff. I've got stuff for soldering and cable management.
I need to do a lot of decluttering.
But I've also got like a model for the USS Enterprise in here somewhere, and the Rocinante and shit like that. I'm just like collecting stuff that I want to make. I haven't even like considered designing something myself yet. I'm not a graphic designer, but I might get to it one day. Sorry?
Someone beat Elon Musk to being the first billionaire in space, which made me happy.
Oh, Richard Branson, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just like, wow, it's epic.
Rich guy was.
He needs to be taken down a peg or two, doesn't he, that Elon Musk?
Elon Musk, yeah.
Elon Musk, the vaporware salesman.
Yeah. Kirsten, I would happily 3D print stuff for you, regardless if you need them or not. Just let me know, and I'll help you out. I don't think you can print with silicon yet, so sex toys are off the table at the moment. I want to be putting PLA in my body.
No.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like a good thing to insert.
No.
How long does it take to be printed item?
Sorry?
Depends on how big the item.
It depends on the item. It's slow. It's very slow. Like the print I'm doing now is like I'm making a little clip-on tool holder and a little clip. It's taken about 4 hours to.
Does it use a lot of electricity?
I have no idea.
True.
I have no idea. I do have a device that measures that, but there's a couple of fans. There's stepper motors. They use barely any. There's the control board, barely any. It's the heat. Yeah, the heating element. So
it's probably quite efficient.
The hot end is small, so it doesn't it needs to be like 200 odd degrees, but it's not big, so it wouldn't use that much power. It's got a heated bed as well.
Going elsewhere with
50
the size
degrees.
talk.
Sorry?
I was going elsewhere with the size talk. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
As for the power consumption.
After party. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I'm doing that.
They take a Klingon dildo. So when silicon's an option,
go to Dragon Dildos. Go to dragon.com. I think it's anyway. I found these. Aren't they the cutest little things?
That is cool.
They are.
I found them in.
And Renegade Faith can probably talk to Geeky Sex Toys about that. They make that kind of.
Yeah.
You actually
Oh,
could
yeah.
This
use
stream
your
is
3D
brought to you
printer.
by.
You actually could use your 3D printer to make silicon objects. You just wouldn't be able to print the silicon. You'd print the mold.
Oh no, you could
Make
print the mold.
Yes.
Print the mold, and yeah, that would be fine.
Yeah, you'd be able to print the mold and then
Print
make the silicon.
computers.
Yeah.
See,
No,
we're
that'd
coming
be
up with
There you go.
solutions in this stream.
I do a lot of small parts for model railway stuff.
I'll be a
and
sec.
other bobs. And oh gosh,
Sorry, Cole.
I did I did have a laugh before I had to mute myself because my cat has decided intermittently to just cause chaos by I can hear him knocking not important things over because he's mad that he's not getting the attention tonight.
That's
Oh,
what cats.
What?
reminds
You
me
can't
of
have
Doctor
that.
Who, where it's like.
Have a title.
I didn't catch that because both Safa and Lee were talking at the
That's
same
all right.
time.
What I was saying was it reminds me a bit of Doctor Who, where it's like do with the constant tapping.
Yes.
It's like, oh no.
Yeah.
That's an interesting question, Mega Leech. How long till you can print with glass?
That would be epic.
That would be difficult.
I reckon
Yeah.
it would be.
That would be.
Because that's
You
such a high
wouldn't be able to
temperature.
use. You wouldn't be able to use filament. Have to use
No.
glass beads, and it would have to mix them at the hot end.
It'd be
And
really tough, actually. You need pretty high
Yeah.
temperatures.
And pretty tough
the
stuff.
temperature is the temperature is not an issue. You can get as hot as you want. It's
Yeah, that's true.
it's
It would
It's-
be.
how like the mixing and the heating and the melting without getting air bubbles.
Yeah,
And
that'd be really tricky.
yeah, that's super tricky.
I did love Kirsten's like I saw you telling OP off. Yes, yes. Because I could hear him causing destruction, so I muted myself to ask him what the fuck he was doing. To which he appeared, glared at me. Oh, he's done it again. What are you gonna do? What are we doing? Are we standing off? He's disappeared again. But you just see dark eyes because he's black. So he disappears into the dark hallway and you just see these eyes. Yes. What are you talking about me for? I'll disappear again.
Oh no.
I love how a cat will just stare directly at you while you're asking it not to do something. You know, say that's a glass bottle or something, and it'll go, I might push that off, and you'll go, no, and the cat will just look at you and go,
Cat issues.
Oh yeah.
He's a little bit stir crazy because I was obviously out on Wednesday night for a date, and then I'm quite anxious at the moment because of tomorrow, and so I think he's feeding off of that energy and just going mental. And I'm like, that's great, but could you not? Because you're not helping the anxiety; you're making it worse.
May I ask, and you don't have to answer obviously, but may I ask what's happening tomorrow? You probably mentioned it, but I missed it.
So yeah, tomorrow I've got my third date with a guy. We're going to go see the Van Gogh exhibition and then watch Loki, the finale. So, but this is a guy who, when he came over here for our second date to just watch a Disney movie and make pizza, Opie would not leave us alone because he is in love with this man. And I'm like, that's great, but also please stop hassling him to the point that he can't relax in the fucking house.
It's actually, I mean, if the animals like them, that's usually a good sign, though.
Yes, very good
that's
sign.
something.
But I've
been...
never seen OP be that obsessed with someone. Like even my best friend Kat, who takes care of OP when I come to Melbourne, he loves Kat. He is not that annoying with Kat. He would not leave Keelan alone. He was like right on this guy. I'm like, I'm so sorry.
Oh, no.
Sorry, I don't know what to tell you. So if he's like that, sorry, he's getting shut in the back of the house.
Well,
I too. Sorry, Safa.
Oh no, go ahead.
That's all right. I was just going to say I too have had some anxiety. It's a bit silly, really, but then again, it's not a logical process.
No.
But tomorrow, as some of you may know, there's one of our parishioners is doing a performance. As far as I know, he's just going to have a backing track, a mic, and a guitar. Compared with what I do every Sunday morning, it's a fucking walk in the park. But it's a different context because now I'm doing the sound for a concert, technically. And that has been kicking my ass.
Anxiety's a pain.
Oh man, speaking of anxiety, so I'm not too sure how to feel towards studying at uni again.
Anxiety.
I get that.
I wish I could go back to uni. I want to do a master's or a PhD.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to be doing by the end of it, is a PhD in business.
So you're doing business. What would you do it in if you could, Abigail?
Computer science.
Oh, that's awesome.
I did start a PhD. AI specific project I had in mind, but unfortunately health took my dreams away.
Oh.
Yeah.
Multiple.
We all know PhD stands for either painfully hard decade or permanent hat damage or Doctor of Philosophy.
Or if we're being crude, pretty huge.
Debt.
Debt. Yes. Good one.
Debt. Yeah.
Actually, no. Apparently, the government don't pay for your PhD, or do they?
You can get most PhD programs. They give you a scholarship.
Abigail, did you go to uni when it was free, or was that after you?
Sorry, what was that?
Uni.
What?
Free university when it was you didn't have to pay for it.
What about it?
Well, was that in your time era when you started?
No, that was before my
Saf was
time.
asking, did you have to pay for your university
before my time.
or not?
Yeah, unis cost money for quite a long time at this point.
Thank you, liberals.
Yeah, because for-profit education has worked so well globally.
My sister did her third year of uni, and she's 21, and I feel old because I haven't done uni because it's too expensive for me.
Well,
yeah,
I'm
doing uni part-time while working full-time, and I'm paying my HEX debt as I accrue it. So last year I had a tax bill because even though I told payroll that they're supposed to deduct more money because we can salary package where I am because government, they didn't. So I owed the government money. Fortunately, with all my deductions, it took it from over $1,000 down to $200.
Oh, well, that's okay.
Well, I'm 30 and I'm only doing foundation studies now.
Yeah, I'm now officially just doing my bachelor in crim.
Yeah.
I'll end up doing my psychological research and hopefully end up doing honors in that at the end of the... Because, all my crim topics I've done really well in. Law was what I was struggling with. Not that I don't understand the concepts, but I hate studying it. I love law. I hate studying it.
I've got multiple subjects, but I don't know which one to choose. That's a bloody problem.
Yeah, that's a common problem.
Yeah,
hey, look,
that's the best.
Anyone who's interested in how much I'm fucking myself up, I've decided this drink I just invented is called a Skullfucker Sour. It's 1 ounce of my 80% alcohol absinthe, 1 ounce of 55% alcohol green chartreuse, and then just some sugar syrup and lemon juice. So, and it's really, I thought it would be really nasty and I wouldn't be able to drink it, but it's really good.
Did anyone even get to see OP before he fucked off so quick?
Just for a microsecond, yeah.
Because it was like, I want attention, so I give him attention. No, not that attention. Okay.
No, okay.
I have a question for you, Andrew. I need a cocktail this was a conversation with a friend that because we're both Scorpios who spiral because anxiety, we'd like a cocktail that is Scorpio spiraling, please.
Ooh, that's an excellent name for a cocktail. Just by the by, Scorpio spiraling. Actually, would it be fun if I just do a random search on Scorpio cocktail? I bet someone's called a cocktail a Scorpio. There you go. A Scorpio. Apparently, slow gin, ginger ale, lemon juice, ginger. No, that's boring. That's I mean, it's actually probably
not complex enough to be a Scorpio. Sorry, we've got multiple layers.
Oh, this. Okay. This one, Scorpion from Gifford's Guide. This sounds better. This is white rum. This is you go. This is white rum, cognac, orange juice, lemon juice, and almond syrup. That sounds and they suggest you make it as a blender drink. Like put all that in a blender with some ice and go, and so you've got a major alcoholic slushy at the end. That actually sounds very good.
That sounds like a good.
Yes, Megaly spiral. You put a spiral in it with a syringe. I don't know. Also, like Megaleech saying she likes the sound of it. Like, yeah, fuck me up. Give me one of those. I don't think I'll call it that on YouTube because the algorithm wouldn't like it if I said this was called a skull fucker sour. I'll probably just call it an absinthe sour.
This cocktail's not safe for kids.
It's got a good name. Look,
it's not safe for adults. I was inspired by the name. Podcast I always talk. We've talked about this book as well. The podcast Behind the Bastards. The guy's written a novel called After the Revolution, and he's been putting chapters of the audiobooks on podcast. Skull Sucker Sour, Megaleech. That's nice.
That works. I've put a link in the private chat there, Angry.
Yeah.
We don't have to click it now. If we were talking about anxiety before, and it's just a music video I made. So it's got the usual lack of quality to it. Rather than play it, you can just pop a link in the chat, and anyone who's curious can watch it later if they want to.
I just looked at it. It's called "Anxiety is a Scary Bear."
It seems like
anxiety in the world is a scary bear.
Seems like the human race has anxiety.
There's a line in it that says, "For me, the world is just a scary bear."
That's nice.
Which is actually a reference to something a peer support group facilitator mentioned about some situations. For some people it's just nothing, but for other people it's like there's a big scary bear coming at you, and that's that sort of reaction. So I referenced that.
Or a flying hockey puck.
There's an old episode of QI which was funny when I mentioned bear. So the question was, what can you tell me about the pig-faced lady? And the pig-faced lady was one of those things where, in the old days of like freak shows and the bearded lady and stuff like that, what they would do is they would get a bear, they would give it lots and lots of alcohol, and then they would shave it, put it in a dress and put it on display.
Yeah, that's cruel.
And I remember Jimmy Carr saying, I don't care about the bare-faced lady. I want to see someone trying to shave a bear. Not drunk enough, it'll rip your face off.
That's a lot of effort.
Also, putting a dress on a drunk bear. Have you ever tried to dress or undress your drunk friend who has vomited on themselves?
Yeah.
Not a good time.
Not a good, good point.
Yeah. This all reminds me of when a guy was having a conversation with me and a friend from Alice Springs. This guy was American. He was like, I've drunken down the 80% alcohol absinthe. I'm like, no, a whole bottle. I'm like, no, buddy, you'd be dead. No, and then he's like, I'm from a hot bit of America and I'd be able to survive where you're from, to my friend from Alice Springs. And my friend from Alice Springs is like, no, I don't think so. We got the wet and the dry. Yeah. You wouldn't survive the wet because it's very humid. Oh, what's humid?
Yeah.
It's like literally 100% humidity during the wet.
Yeah, we get that down here.
Yeah.
So humid.
Oh dear, it's gross. Still, I won't do spoilers for After the Revolution, apart from saying it's very good. But there's a character in it, because it's a cyberpunky thing. These characters who have massive amounts of augmentation to their body, because it's a future thing. And the really augmented people, they call them being chromed, post-humans that are chromed. And one of the post-humans character, his name's Skullfucker Mike. So that was kind of in my head when I was doing this really strong
Interesting
drink.
name.
So
That reminds
it's
me of
named in honor of Skullfucker Mike. So
By the way, currently today it is 61% humidity here in Manchester.
that's
24
very
degrees
moderate.
Yeah. I was saying about before you went, and also, by the way, someone phoned me up a little while ago. It was someone with an Indian accent called David, who said that my BT internet connection, my BT line will be closed down. It's like, so I just told him, yeah, you're just a scammer. You're just a scammer. How do you know that? Well, because first of all, most people with a name David don't have an Indian accent, and number two, I'm not with BT.
Yeah.
It's like when I got a call from someone claiming me from Telstra. I'm like, I'm not even with Telstra.
I like to play with them. When I actually get a human trying to scam me, I like to play dumb and see how long I can waste their time for before they begin to abuse me. My record is an hour and a half.
That's pretty good.
The
That's
other thing,
persistence.
Yeah, the other thing, I've got a really useful thing to tell whether something is a scam or not. Because what happened was about 8 years ago, something like that, the phone company I'm with, some hacker managed to get in, and so as a result, I ended up getting a load of stuff, people knowing my name. Unfortunately, that was done before I changed my name. So if they say, my name, I'll just say, they'll just say, okay, what's my name? And they'll get it wrong, of course, because it's my old name and the details when they took the info. So,
Stell's asking about my birthday scammer. I eventually ran out of things to say, ran out of energy to maintain the conversation after a couple of days, and just stopped messaging.
Did you block them?
They messaged me back saying, where did you go? Hang on, let me have a look. I'm opening up WhatsApp. Are you working? Where did you go? Honey, are you lying to me? But they wanted to talk about private topics and visiting Australia and relationship stuff. They can't date women in China.
They wanted a Sky visa.
It was an obvious setup. So
they wanted Aussie visa.
They never got the opportunity to ask for money, but they did point out that they had a good job and had money. So,
and we've just got to unfreeze the funds. If you could just put some money into this trust fund for me, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
My funds when they get
been frozen.
I've had them ask me, when they get to the, they're trying to scam me. They say, "What is your date of birth?" And we'll say if they'd called me today, I'd say, "It is the 15th of July, 2021." And when they pick up that I've just given them a date this year, they don't seem to pick up that it's the previous day. I say, "Yeah, no, to believe the shit you're telling me, I would need to have been born fucking yesterday, you dickhead."
I love it.
Oh man, it reminds me of a music video by Flight of the Conchords called Robots.
I love that.
Yeah. Love that one. Like the humans are dead.
001. Yes.
And I'm sure we've all heard the text-to-speech. "Hi, this is Nicole from the National Broadband Network. We have been trying to reach you for several days now. If you do not respond, we will cut off your connection."
If you don't press 1, we'll cut off the connection.
Oh, I had a scammer try saying they were from the ATO. It's like a robot voice, and I'm like, "We've got a case against you." And I'm thinking, "No, you don't." I've paid my taxes.
I've had some of them where they've clearly got my name out of a phone book, or some, maybe Centrelink sold my details to them, because some people claim that's true. It fucking might be.
Yeah.
But they'll use my full name, and they'll say can you confirm who you are? And I said, well, of course I can. Waiting. Yeah, can you confirm your identity, please, sir? I said, yes, as soon as you tell me who you think you're talking to, I'll confirm it. So they read out my name. I said, oh, that's who lives here. No, I'm actually the person who broke in and currently robbing the place.
I love that.
Well, whenever I get a call going, is this Lee
I will be
Kennedy?
notifying the police department. You do that, sunshine.
I go, Mojang Mugabe is my name.
Yeah. I think
Angry,
should just point to the scam baiters on YouTube. These guys who really fuck them up. Like they hack their computers, they get the pictures of them, they delete all the files on the scammers' computers, and just say to them, dude, go watch a couple of these videos. If you don't get a real job, this is going to happen to you one day.
Yeah. What's really good about a lot of those scammer baiters these days is that when they reverse engineer, they go back and get the fucking data. They get all the names of the victims first, and then they set about contacting all the people who've been scammed and saying, "Look, don't fucking pay these people. They're out to screw you." And not in a good way.
The Indian cops, they cannot find them because they keep moving. They keep moving from one physical location. Yeah. It's like whack-a-mole.
The most effective weapon against them is simply knowledge. The more people know it's a scam, the less appealing the job is. It's basically a matter of spreading awareness.
It's a numbers game.
I think every Australian knows about it by now.
I used to laugh at when I worked.
Fall for it. I know people personally who've been scammed, and you only got to let your guard down for a minute, and then they've before you go, oh shit. It's actually
we used to have. So I used to work in a different section of my organization where I would deal with elderly clients, and I would have so many people who we had to call to do basic checks to make sure that they were okay, and they'd hang up because they thought you were a scammer, and I'm like, how do I not sound like some dickhead from Adelaide?
Did you say what department you were from?
You would literally get out, hi, this is name from state government department, and they would hang up on you while you were saying what government department
you were
from.
That's so rude of them.
And it's like, I'm calling so that I can make sure you don't die. Please let me do my job.
I can understand, they would get a lot of people, a lot of things pretending to be government. I can kind of understanding.
But then you send them a letter saying, we've attempted to contact you, please call us. And they get all in a huff and go, oh, well, you could have told us who you were from. I would have if you would listen to me. You hung up before I got the department out.
That is definitely a bump.
Words.
They trust the letters.
Oh, yeah, because the letters come with the official header in the stamped envelope, and they go, oh, shit. It's like, yes, thank you. I wasted a day getting hung up on so I could send you a fucking letter.
I have a great answer phone message, and it's a bit Monty Python, but, because one of the things I worries me is when I hear people, hi, this is Joe Blogs, I'm not in right now, and you might as well have just given them half your information in that alone.
Yeah.
So mine doesn't have anything like that. Here's what my message sounds like. It's, hello, you have reached the Silly Voices Preservation Society. If you have a silly voice, please leave a message after the beep. And of course, I often get people going, hello? They're just unsure.
That's cool. I like that.
What they've just called.
Mine's far less imaginative. It just has a text-to-speech that kind of sounds like a reach-tell survey or something. I'm sorry. Apparently no one is answering this phone. You know how this works. There will be a beep.
Yeah. Mine's something like, you know the drill, and that's it.
Yep.
Mine's just my name. Mine's pretty bland.
I'm just like, hello, you've reached me, but if you'd be so inclined, please leave a message.
Yep. I don't know who remembers Thunderbirds. Oh, the
cat.
I don't know who remembers Thunderbirds. I had a friend who they taken a soundbite from an old Thunderbirds, Lady Penelope, and all it was, someone rang, and Lady Penelope's voice goes, "What's important, Parker, is communication." Beep. And he said every single message was 5 seconds of silence, and then, "Hello? What?
Yep.
What? Oh God, was that your answering machine?"
Oh, for ages, I had a message that was basically hello, and then like 3 or 4 seconds of silence, and then I'm not here at the moment. I got so many messages from people who would just start talking, like, or just be in the middle of talking.
When you get charity muggers on the phone, now I'm perfectly
fucking Travis.
I'm like perfectly happy to endorse charities when I can afford to. But one thing I fucking hate with a passion is when they spend about 2 fucking minutes
we're not trying to
monologue. Oh, okay, so you've got this prize home worth this amount of money. It comes fully furnished. We've seen that you've donated to us in the past, so we were hoping that we can count on your support. It's been very generous and valuable, and it helps all these people, blah, 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 blah. And I'm just going, when you stop talking, I'll tell you I don't have any fucking money. So they speak for literally a minute, just solid monologue, only for me to say, look, I'm sorry, but at the moment, I've got more money going out than what I've got going in.
I have not the same thing, but a similar kind of problem where if I phone my doctors, it's, basically about 2 minutes worth of COVID and how the system is and things like that. It's really annoying, but of course necessary.
Yeah.
I just read.
If I ever have to redo my outgoing message, it's going to be, hello. Obviously, I'm not answering the phone. Who even calls nowadays anyway? I don't listen to these things. Send a text message like regular people, and that's it.
I was thinking of doing a very similar thing with
I'm going to do it one day.
Answering machine. I was just thinking, I don't answer this phone ever. And maybe then I can just say, you can leave her, and then just cut it off and let it go beep.
I do laugh at, I have, for my voicemail, because I still keep forgetting to actually lodge the paperwork to legally change my name. I'm shit at it. But because I've still got my legal name and my preferred name, so I leave the message with "you've reached" and leave a message and just the first names. But I had a call from my university the other day. Now, all my university stuff has my preferred name on it, and in classes they have been amazing. And this person who called me from the arts department, who are doing all this bullshit about, we want to make you feel safe and settled at uni. And I'm like, number one, if you looked at my file, you would see I am changing degrees. I am not new to uni. But number two, you would see I have a preferred name, which you have not called me. You have used my dead name.
Yes. Yeah, pretty shame. Okay, look, I've just decided I'm too sober and I'm going to make another cocktail. So I'm going to make another video.
I'm too depressed to drink tonight, I think. I'm going to give it
just don't want to be hungover tomorrow.
All right.
I'm not lucky. I think I've got a second cold. I'm hoping it's not COVID.
Oh, no. I'm not actually depressed. I'm just like low spoons, low energy, and I think it would be a bad idea if I was drinking tonight.
Winter weather sucks. It's been raining here all day.
Yeah, whenever I get charity people or salespeople approach me in the shopping center, I'm like, "Parlez-vous français québécois?" And they either go what, or sometimes they just go, "Oh, just F off back to Canada," and I'm like, thinking I'm not even from Canada, but okay.
This was something a friend and I did years ago. I videoed it. So what happened? He went to Morocco, and he ended up dislocating his knee while dancing. And so he ended up on a crutch and that kind of thing. Well, when it had pretty much healed, he still had the crutch. And so there, we had a big spate of accident and injury kind of lawyery type stuff, but they'd be on the street in town, but you get like 3 sets of them. So you'd walk from one side to the other of the shopping center area, and you get 3 people hassle you about, have you had any accidents? So to take the piss out of them because it got annoying, my friend basically hobbled up on a crutch, and spoke to them for a couple of seconds about how he'd had this accident and so on, and then and then after a couple of seconds, he'd do me a favor, just hold this for a second. He'd hand them a crutch, and then he'd run away.
That's mean. Funny, but mean. I actually
not really, because they want to make money out of people who had just tripped over the curb because they weren't paying attention where the fuck we're walking.
Yeah, that's fair. That is totally fair. I don't know how long I've been doing this for, but a few people I've only really noticed. You'd think you'd notice this, but I've only noticed it because people keep asking me, "Have I hurt my leg or something?" I have a psychosomatic limp.
Mm-hmm.
When my anxiety or fatigue elevate, I don't walk on my left side properly.
Have you got that checked out?
Yep.
Not as yet, although nothing showed up in the last MRI that I had.
Well, just so you know, this bit of my head is actually not actual skull.
Okay.
I think it's like either titanium or something.
Yeah. What was it Scotty Grammer or something? A YouTube guy did stunts on bikes and whatever. Has a channel about that sort of stuff. He did a video that was pretty interesting. There was a video about a time when he literally had no forehead. Like, he showed photos of him in the hospital where all the skin on his forehead was just like sunken in on his fucking brain. Because he had a crash, doing stunts, and just broken, basically fractured skull. And they remove all the bone fragments, bits of bone fragments that luckily didn't destroy his brain. And there was a time when they didn't put it back, so he just had no fucking forehead. And I watched this video, and you see the photos, and I'm not the weakest stomach guy, but I just watched it and went, yeah. It's pretty fucked up.
Wow. Yeah, many years ago, I went on rotten.com, and there were all sorts of pictures. Someone had got decapitated, some arsehole put a piece of wire across, and it got a motorcyclist. But, babies in bottles and stuff, from like defamation.
Yeah,
but the worst one for me, I had to turn it off, was a picture of a American biker with an open face helmet.
I've seen that.
He had to break, and all his mouth was split open. It like like when you have bubble gum and you blow it and it pops over your face. That was basically his mouth and his lips and everything.
Yikes.
It was awful.
Yeah, I remember that one.
I turned green.
That didn't put me off. That one. I think it was the babies in the bottles.
But see, that one was interesting because it's like, interesting how
that was the Chernobyl one. Yeah,
I don't know. I don't remember.
I think one of the more grotesque things that I've seen on the internet. You know how you see things and you go, I wish I could unsee that. I think one of the most grotesque things I've actually seen, outside of actual decapitation, was a video of an electric chair execution.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, I've seen those on the dark web.
I've seen in real life. I've seen someone getting run over by a train.
That's pretty fucked as well. I've seen a car hit by a train, and the car did not do well.
Yeah. Well, yeah. This particular lady just she was old, and she purposefully laid down on the tracks. So Yeah, it was one of it was.
Oh
yeah.
no, gosh, that's
That'll give you PTSD.
words do not do justice to
I was
how
fine.
fucked that
I was
is.
fine.
Oh, I've seen
I
someone
mean,
get hit by a
it's fucked
car.
that it's fucked that she thought that was her way out.
The thing that bothers me
Yeah.
about that is I have been deep enough in despair to want to end my life. I've had a go at it. The problem
Same.
is with a suicide attempt that involves public transport or basically being hit by anything is that driver has to deal with that for the remainder of their life.
Yes.
I know. Someone's like, oh, you could sue. I'm thinking, no, I'm not.
What's Tub Girl?
And
I wasn't sure if I wanted to ask, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and the
Abigail's
lawyers were
brain-
like, you could sue for 1.3 million. And I'm like, no, I'm not going to. I'm surprised if he's driving anymore.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to Google Tub Girl, but not on Google
Isn't
Images.
Tub Girl
that
that Twitch
what's your meme
channel?
Sorry, mate. I broke up a
Don't
little
look,
bit.
it's a trap.
Isn't it Tub Girl that Twitch channel on Twitch?
Oh,
Where
I
she
have no idea. Kirsten,
No idea.
yeah, that does not surprise me. Train drivers having a high rate of PTSD.
Yes, apparently anytime they have someone on the tracks and that they hit, they get a pay
even
raise.
if it's a near miss, that's still traumatic.
Yeah.
I was on a Victorian country train, on the V-Line train, when it hit a child who was playing on the train tracks. As the police were at the parents' home because they had noticed their son had gone missing. Their autistic son, who was obsessed with trains, who was regularly found on the train track. How do you not notice a 6-year-old missing in the house?
What happened?
Well,
in the parents' defense, it's very easy to criticize after something has gone horribly wrong, but it's surprisingly and alarmingly easy for these things to actually happen.
But that's why I wonder how you don't know that 6-year-old missing. Just because I have younger siblings, I know how noisy both of them are. And based on
in that instance,
Tub Girl and Lemon. See, I haven't heard of any of those.
Did he survive, Celery?
No.
My condolences.
And the driver didn't see him until it was too late, so couldn't even pull down the blind.
Was it a daytime or nighttime?
It was afternoon.
my incident was in the morning.
We should probably move on from this subject.
I agree. I've looked up Unholy Trinity on Urban Dictionary, and it is in fact Goatsy, Lemon Party, and Tub Girl.
I don't want to know what any of those are.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I've seen Tub Girl. Goatsy's a classic. Lemon Party, I have no idea about.
Never heard of Lemon Party.
I don't know any of them.
You kind of don't want to.
Internet culture, right?
Yeah.
I'm fine staying ignorant to it. It's bad enough that I have to deal with certain types of human beings in general. I'm just swiping dating apps and yeah.
I'm happy that you get success though, Lumi. No, nobody's cat. No.
Yes, Goatee was identified by the wedding ring. That is correct. So I just printed this little clip to keep the spool of filament on the roller, and this little tool holder that will go on the
They did do a good enough job, damn printer company. You should tell them how to fix it.
Oh, they know. And Creality actually do a pretty good job of upgrading their printers and listening to feedback. One. They're expensive. My parents bought me this. Otherwise, I would never be able to afford something like this.
I just spent £50 just short on resin for my 3D printer.
£50, that's $100, isn't it? Conversion rate.
I don't know what that is in Australia.
Roughly.
Yeah,
Nipple come on.
I got 2
I'm
liters.
into paying Mega Leech.
Yeah, I got 2
Not really
liters
into
of
that.
liquid for that, or resin for that.
Yeah.
That's a good price.
Yeah, it's actually not bad.
It's come down a lot in price. When I got it a year ago, it was like 30 quid, and I bought these for 22 pounds.
Damn you, inflation.
It's deflation.
But did you say they're 50 now, but they were 25, but they'll be inflation, wouldn't it?
No, when I got some last year, it cost £38 for a litre of resin. And the one I bought 2 bottles because they were only £22.50 or something like that. I think it was.
Cool.
So it's like a quarter of the price taken off, nearly.
I've been to UK once. I found your money strange. I'm used to the Aussie dollars.
I realise you can't see much because of the camera angle, but you're actually witnessing a very rare moment here.
Yeah, I saw the kitty. I saw the kitty.
Yeah,
before.
The fact that she's actually stayed on my lap doesn't happen very often.
Oh.
Well, one of my cats meowed at me, which is also translation for "come hither, slave," and then just walked off. I'm like, okay, Blaze, you do that.
Little Suki here was whining, but I have no idea what for.
Did you feed it?
Oh yeah, she's fed. She's fed.
All right, I'm back.
How's Mimsy?
Hi, back. I'm Abigail. How's it going?
Whenever my son says I'm hungry, I'm like, "How hungry? I'm Dad."
Through the.
Hey, Angry. So before you went off the first time, I said that I'd had another pina colada, and
yes.
Was it strong? So I had the problem of the first one I had. It was all liquid and ran away. It didn't seem to be very much alcohol in it. And I don't mean alcohol. I just mean it was like an inch or something or 2 on the bottom of the glass, with the most of the rest of it being ice. And so I tried a different place, and because I wanted a frothy one. More frothy one, and so I got a more frothy one, but it costs a lot more money. But then again, I needed to buy one for the entire evening, because after a couple of sips, it's like, wow, this is strong. It's like burning my throat, kind of strong. I'm not even sure it was made out of rum, to be honest. Although I can't say I haven't had a lot of experience with alcohol, so therefore I wouldn't know rum from vodka, but. I've smelled vodka and I had the same kind of flavor, if that makes sense.
Okay. Can I show off? Can I just show off this that I made just now?
Ooh.
It's the tool holder for all the tools that come with the printer. I literally just printed that and made that. So I know it's not much for everyone who's done 3D printing before. It's not much. I just downloaded it and printed it, but I think that's so cool.
Yeah,
that I can do shit like that now.
It is.
I think it's really cool.
It is cool. See, you're going to make me want to buy a freaking 3D printer now.
Think of it. Okay, so this will discourage you from it. 3D printing is not like buying a traditional paper printer. Putting it on your desk and leaving it and just like having stuff print on demand. It's not like that at all. It's a hobby because it took me half an hour to build it, but then it took me 2 hours to calibrate the damn thing. You got to think of bed levels, heat temperatures, different filament types. You have to, there is a learning curve involved. And I know how you are with learning curves. So
I hate them.
Yes.
I hate having
so it is a hobby, not just a device to print stuff.
Well, I'm just going to wait till the Liberal Party win the next federal election and they make slavery of teenagers basically legal, and I'm going to hire
a teenager. Yep.
I'm going to hire a teenager for 50 cents an hour, and just make them do it for me.
Make them do it. Hire them as an intern.
Yeah, an intern. Pay them about 50 cents an hour.
Not only are they your slave, but the government gives you a rebate on it as well.
And if they object to anything, I'll go, well, I'm going to get your welfare cut off. So,
yeah.
Well, what I do with my business is I can claim tax on coffee, which is pretty good. If I go out for coffee, I can claim tax on it.
All the wasted filament.
All right.
Nice. Anyway, I've got to go because my battery is dead.
Oh, take care of yourself.
All right. Bye, lady. Peace, Canada. Love from Ruski.
Yeah, I have a 3D print of my own, but it's a resin one instead. So Abigail's got the PLA type ones where it's got a bed, and effectively it's like, think of it like toothpaste, and it puts layer upon layer upon layer upon layer on top of the other. Correct. The resin one is different. It's almost the opposite way around. That you've got a bath of resin, and underneath it is at the bottom of the bath, it's like a clear piece of plastic. And underneath that is an LCD screen that shoots UV light.
That sounds impressive.
Yep.
Yeah. And so what it does is you fill the bath full of resin, you load in the file that you've made, and then you basically print it out, and it goes down underneath and goes up and down, lifts up and down as it squashes the resin, then puts it, exposes it to the light because it's UV resistant, sensitive resin, and then it goes up a layer and then does the same thing again. So effectively, you've got an object that is coming out of this bath of resin as a solid item. So it's the reverse way around. Usually, you kind of can see it's being done until it's done.
What do you make with your printer, Laura?
Mine is brilliant. I use it. I've used it for a lot of things. I'm making models with it. So it's coming out really, really well.
Nice.
By the way, Abigail, I've got some software that you're welcome to get a copy of, and I'm happy to show you how to do it if you want to make your own stuff.
Yeah, just post it on a CD to Australia. I'll get it here eventually.
What is it? What's the name of this?
Autodesk Inventor.
Okay, sure.
There's a version called Fusion, but Inventor's better because it's like the full bore thing.
Cool. That'd be really great, actually.
Yeah, it's the 2017 one. But like I said, and I'd be happy to show you how to do it. Just you and I on a Zoom call or something. And
yeah, sure. One day in the future, not now, but I'd appreciate that. That'd be really great.
Yeah. Oh, actually, we can. I wouldn't charge her anyway. But what I mean is, hey, how about traders? Tell me how you made your elite box where you could all the switches.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'd love to.
I really want to get one.
Yeah.
Of those, or make one.
Okay. Yeah, that's like much easier than you think, and you could even like print your own box and label all the buttons and stuff.
I think I don't think my printer's big enough to do that. It's only got a small space.
Oh, okay.
But it does really, really hyper. The layers are a lot thinner than they are for a PLA printer.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Resin printers are really, really fine detail.
Yeah. I mean, just to give you an idea, actually, I'll tell you what, might as well show it because I have it. Just give me a second. But I've been working on a train for someone, and the details. So let me just get my Angry. I'm sharing a screen.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for it to come up. There we go. Ooh, a train.
So this is a model I'm doing for somebody.
Cool.
And the destination blinds above the windows there, those are 3D printed. These little ovals and the ones, these are going to be the headlights. Those are also 3D printed, and they're 0.2 of a millimeter.
Holy cow!
Impressive.
Yeah.
So it's really, really precise stuff.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this has an extruder. Sorry, what's it called? The little nozzle. Nozzle has a nozzle opening of 0.2 mil. So 0.2. Yeah, that's 0.2 of a mil. And I think the layer height is something like that as well. It's actually really, really great. But on a good resin printer has like this, like FDM printers have nothing on the detail you can get from resin.
Yeah, like I mean, it does 10 microns, which is 0.01 millimeters.
Yes, that's yep.
You know, so I mean, for me, making something tall takes a lot more time, probably, because the layers are so much thinner. But when it's done, it's like hyper accurate. You know, which is exactly what I need for the model railway stuff that I do.
There.
Hello, Nettie.
Oh yeah, Heidi, Nettie.
Hi, Nettie.
Still hanging around. I'm spending tonight putting the lie to the stereotype that if you mix your spirits, you'll get even sicker, because I've so far done
that myth has been dispelled well and truly. That
gin, rum, and tequila. So
you can't see it at the moment because the camera angle's too high. But I have a little grey furry leg warmer sitting with me at the moment, and every now and then she'll do that kneading thing, and her claws are like little fucking needles. Ow!
Oh, can I tell a story about what the kitten was doing?
Yes.
You've just reminded me.
I'll see if I can fix the camera without disturbing
it was late at night. I was fast asleep, but I was woken up by the kitten making bread on my feet. You know, doing the thing.
Yeah, doing that.
Making bread, doing the thing. And I'm like, oh God, okay, whatever. But then he pulled the blanket off my feet, and I'm like, kitten, what the hell are you doing? So I turned on my light because I have a little little lamp next to me, and I see the kitten with an aggressive looking look on his face, the blanket in his mouth all twisted up, and he was humping it.
Oh dear.
As you do.
And so and then I'm like, what the hell, kitten? And he ended up like just flopping over in place and started to lick his genitals, and his little cat penis was out because they retract. And I just realized, ew, kitten, you were masturbating on my bed. What the hell? And yeah, that is a thing that happened, and I told.
Are you sure?
His dad,
are you sure?
My son.
Are you sure this was a kitten?
He's not a kitten anymore.
Yeah,
he's like almost 7 months old now.
Yeah,
it's definitely a teenager.
My Suki
his name is Kitten. Literally, named him Kitten. So, he needs to be de-sexed now.
Yep, it's time. Snip.
It is time. Exactly.
Fortunately, male kittens are very easy to de-sex.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and they're not very expensive.
No. Yeah, because it's external.
Okay.
Oh my God. Segue. A story. A news story I saw today that I've been wanting to share, and you just gave me the perfect segue. So, first line of this story.
Star Trek.
First line of this story. A Brisbane man with no formal medical qualifications. Now, this is going to end badly, right?
That's good.
No sentence that starts like that. Man with no formal medical qualifications.
I've heard this story. Yes.
The second half is not going to be good. So, Brisbane man with no formal medical qualifications who filmed himself performing backyard consensual castration surgery on 2 men has been handed a suspended sentence and will be released from jail on probation. So, long story short, what this dude did, he found guys. Apparently, there are eunuch lifestyle groups on the internet, and he found a couple guys who wanted to be castrated, and he said, "I'll do it for you." And so they came to him, and he went slice, and the only reason he got found out is one of them had complications and ended up in hospital. But it's just the whole thing is surreal. Like the 2 guys whose knackers he cut off gave positive statements to the court about, please don't punish him. I feel so much happier since he made me a eunuch. I've wanted to be a eunuch my whole life. And I'm just imagining the judge sitting up there going, what the fuck? What the
Did he do it for free? Did he do it?
No,
That's
he did it for free. He did it for
Probably
free.
did it for free.
His defense was, I didn't think I was committing a crime if they asked me to do it.
Yeah,
And the crime is you're doing unlicensed surgery, basically, and you're just not allowed to do that. But yeah, so he's basically got off with a suspended sentence because the 2 guys actively wanted him to do it. And I was just like, yeah, okay, cool.
It's interesting that you have cisgender guys who would want to be a eunuch, because effectively trans men usually live out their lives as effectively a eunuch, because they, it's very difficult to surgically create the male anatomy.
There is surgery, yeah.
Oh yeah, but you've got to be fucking loaded to pay for it.
Yeah, trans.
It's over
surgery for trans men is prohibitively expensive. It's at a minimum $40,000.
Yeah,
can cost over $100,000.
Yep, easily,
and prone to terrible complications as well.
And not only that,
it's still limited functionality wise.
For someone like me, if I wanted surgery, it would probably be 1 surgery. For a trans man, it can be up to 15.
Yeah,
it's not good. It's pretty tough.
What would be good is if we could find a way to get all the people pre-transition together. All the female to male transitions and vice versa, and see if they could find a way to just exchange the anatomy.
Why can't we just have swap meets? Why can't we do swap meets where everyone shows up? I don't want this bit. Who wants this bit? Someone goes, I'd like that bit. Okay, cool. You have that bit. And
if I could donate my my double D tits to someone who actually wanted them, I would. Instead, I have to wait till I can afford to pay up to $15,000 to give someone the honor of cutting them off of my body.
Yeah,
that's all right. A trans friend of mine, he had double J's.
Okay.
A trans friend of mine, she ended up having, in the ultimate of irony, having to get a breast reduction surgery because they grew so large that she was having back problems.
Good genes.
Yeah.
Turns out breasts are really heavy.
Was her name Barbie?
No, her name is not Barbie. No.
I was having this conversation with someone at work because being the only really obnoxiously out and loud queer and trans person, even though there is someone who transitioned in the 90s, however, for some reason, because she transitioned with clinical staff, no one asked stupid fucking questions. I'm transitioning around admin staff. I get all the stupid fucking questions. And like I had someone who said to me the other day, because I'm very open and honest about the fact I want top surgery and a hysterectomy. I've always wanted a hysterectomy since I got periods. They're horrible. I hate them. And I've never wanted kids. And she's like, but cis women don't want kids. And I'm like, yes. And that's nothing to do with their gender.
Yes, it's a different question. Yeah.
Yeah.
What are you talking about, people? Are the cis-hets all right?
And look, I always put my hand up as a representative of all the cis, and no, not all right. I'm just throwing it out there. Not all right.
But like,
because people do that. People declare someone to be a role model or a spokesperson. I've declared every time someone asks about the cis, I'm going, yep, I'm going to speak for all the cis. Not all right. No.
I don't get it. And like the I'm very openly poly and dating again, so that's been an experience. But I love when you get people who have never heard of polyamory, and I'm like, I grew up in the church and I knew what that was. How do you not know what that is? What's it your life? Especially when they're people who are in their like 40s and 50s.
Yeah.
How have you never come across this?
A lot of ignorance is willful. People just make a conscious effort to understand.
Abigail.
Stella, I would very much like to enjoy your e-cups as well.
E-cups.
I know they're a pain, but
I second what Abigail said.
If you and I were in the same place at the same time,
I love other people's boobs, just not mine.
And that's fine.
Other people's boobs are the best.
Exactly.
But I also really like mine as well. Like,
no, you're perfect as you are. Don't change a thing.
I'm gonna destroy what you just said, Abigail. Donald Trump has got man boobs.
No.
Why would you go there? Oh no.
That just changed the topic completely.
Possibly one of my favorite bits of Photoshop ever. Like some European artist did a caricature of a nude Trump that was very unflattering. And then there was a picture of Obama laughing at something, pointing at it and laughing. And someone just Photoshopped Obama pointing and laughing at this really unflattering nude someone did of Trump.
I love that.
And whoever did it was very skilled at Photoshop, because it absolutely looked for real, like Obama was there pointing at this thing going,
Obama hates Trump with a passion. He just bloody hates him so much.
But not quite as much as Trump hates Obama, because Trump's hatred is fueled by racism, which is always more fire. And anyone's hatred of Trump is just going to be based on the perfectly reasonable feeling Trump's a hideous fucking piece of shit.
I just want
the color of his skin, or or the look, or anything like that. It's all about behavior and attitude.
I just want to imagine in the chat to Stella. I could imagine.
Stella, everyone loves to motorboat.
Look, Stella, at some point you're going to have to come to Adelaide. You can't name these things to me.
That's it. Stop all this lockdown.
Oh dear. It's not even the after party when we're talking about motorboat.
I know.
That's a thing. That's a thing.
Hey, is it raining in your place at the moment?
Sorry, what was that?
Is it raining at the moment?
No, sorry, you're coming in too soon after I said something, and I
is it raining at the moment at your place?
Oh,
is it raining?
No. There's been a couple of very light showers today. That's it. Oh wait, I think there's someone wanting to come in. It's Abby, Renegade Faith. Hello.
You've got your mic off.
Also, there's fairy lights, which is classy. Classy people have fairy lights, so that's all good.
My fairy lights are in the lounge room, and I'm too cold. I'm in bed.
No, that's fair.
To get out the fairy lights.
I'm not finding it all that cold at the moment. Oh, you're going now, are you, Suki?
I'm fucking freezing.
It's the middle of the summer here, so it's not cold at all.
I'd like to point out that I'm in bed with a teddy bear and the cat curled up against me. Like, it's the best.
Oh my god.
Shorts.
It's like 10 degrees here and been raining all day, so shut it.
Yeah, I saw you posting earlier about the big storm, Safo. It's like
that was last night. That was 6 p.m. last night. We haven't had anything like that in ages. The TV stations even cut out. That's how heavy, because digital does that.
Wow.
Yeah, we had a lot of rain last week, and the London Underground was closed.
We haven't had many storms. We've had rain, but not many storms in Melbourne. Oh my God, who's seen video of the European
that's
storm,
so sad.
particularly in Germany?
Did you see the footage of the skip getting just flooded down the street?
There's this street with these beautiful sort of postcard touristy buildings, and there's this torrent of a river, and it's a skip like from the back of a truck. It's actually several tons of metal that's just being hurled down this street like it's a fucking twig. And I was thinking, oh my God, how much water is that, and how much force is there that he's just throwing this metal skip down a street like it's a bloody twig.
Apparently it was 67 in Germany and Belgium combined. That's pretty bad in those valleys, like in central Germany and Belgium.
Yeah, no, there's real serious shit.
The most mind-blowing thing I ever saw with regard to floods was, I think it was Grantham near Toowoomba, when it flooded. Yeah. Because
was that 2011?
It might have been. Yeah, it probably was. Because my family and I happened to be passing through, picking up a ride-on lawnmower that recently got fucking stolen. But we stopped in Grantham, and one of the things that's very striking about Grantham, when you see the images on TV of the floods, and you see the flood lines that are higher than the roof of this house I'm in, is that Grantham is fucking flat.
Yeah.
That's no good for floods.
It's fucking flat. You look at it and you go, if I hadn't seen the proof for myself and somebody told me this place flooded, I'd call them a fucking liar. And
they got sued over that, didn't they? I think.
I couldn't tell you one way or the other there. But, I mean, when we got there, the people were still in shock from the flood, basically. There was didn't want to talk. And it turned like there's some... I actually have some family background there, which kind of legitimized our interest a little bit, because otherwise people are going, yeah, more fucking rubbernecks, piss off, cunt, which is quite understandable. You don't want people coming sticky beak and going, oh, well, look at the flood damage, when people are trying to rebuild their lives.
Yeah.
Because that's fucked. But
especially all those news, like, oh, we're here for the news, and then they piss off and they give it them about you again.
Because that's a really uncool thing. But yeah, that was just fucking mind-blowing that a place like that was able to flood to that kind of level. That was just... I mean, that tells you how much water came down that fucking mountain. It was a lot.
I think they let it go because it was overflowing the dam from memory. Is that true? Or
don't have my facts in order on that one. I know that water ended up flooding parts of Brisbane later, not much later, but yeah.
Whoever was in charge of that dam, they stopped that up.
10-foot water lines on houses that were built on flat ground. I don't think anyone in their wildest dreams imagined that place would ever flood.
And look, anyone who wants to predict weather events in the next 50 years is fooling themselves.
You think Black Summer was bad? Yeah, like, you just don't know it. It just gets worse and worse and worse.
We're going to have worse floods, worse fires, worse droughts, worse tornadoes, worse tropical storms. Basically, anything you think you can predict about the next 50 years, you're going to be wrong.
Here's the thing. The climate scientists, whom the government loves to ignore, they predicted this 30 fucking years ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And nobody listened.
The only way that they were wrong is about the severity of it, because it's actually been worse than what they were expecting.
Yeah.
It's happened sooner.
If you want to talk to a depressed person today, you talk to a climate scientist and you just go like, and they're just like, and you go, what's going to happen? And then they're just like, ugh.
I remember learning about this in year 8 science, and that was like 14 years ago.
Yeah.
I mean, there was something in the news yesterday about how, Merkel, the German chancellor, was talking with Biden yesterday, and how it's like, yeah, we really need to clamp down on Russia if they're doing any of these sort of, hacking stuff and so on, interfering with elections and all that kind of stuff. And as that was going on, Germany is just about to open a new pipeline that's gone from Russia into Germany.
Yeah, the oil pipeline.
Yeah, and it's like, oh gosh,
Hey, Laura, does Russia? You probably don't, but does UK get Russian gas or not?
Yes.
Not a thing.
Yeah, we kind of do. Not exactly, but it comes on ships to get to us. But it comes from Europe, and it came from.
So you don't have a gas pipe from France to UK.
I don't know. I don't think so. And if we did, it would be coming across the upper part of the English Channel, because we already have a thing that goes from Russia. We already have a thing that goes from France to England called the Channel Tunnel, and I think.
Yeah, I know about that. Right. Yeah,
there might be a problem.
Many of you probably have seen this interview where Professor Brian Cox was asked what he thought the greatest threat to our survival was. And he proceeded to name unavoidable natural disasters, volcanic eruptions that could destroy the atmosphere, an asteroid that is kind of on a collision course potentially with us, and it could either miss us by a little bit or it could kill us all. And there's all these things that we have no control over. Sorry?
Don't say that. Don't predict the future.
I'm not predicting the future. This is what he said the biggest threat to humankind was after he listed all these things that could wipe us out. Our own stupidity.
Yep.
They'll do it.
Yeah.
Well, there's been a thing that's been a bit of a fuss recently where, in the same way as the smoking, the tobacco makers sort of had all these lobbying going on, including, we'll do some studies. Oh, it's inconclusive.
They love their conclusive studies.
Yeah, but. It's the same kind of thing that's been going on from Exxon and Shell and other companies. They're basically projecting disinformation because they know that otherwise their industry is gone.
Isn't UK and Europe? I don't know if it's UK, but Europe stopped selling petrol cars in 15 years or so. That was in the news recently.
Yeah, 2050. They're looking to go carbon neutral.
And
they're banning.
Sorry, I just want to cut in because Silumi is feeling the need to call it a night, which is.
Night, Silumi. Have fun tomorrow.
Good night, Silumi.
Don't get COVID.
Have a good night.
Outside.
Have fun on your day tomorrow.
All right, I'm now thinking of my next drink. I'm super annoyed that my clarified drink went really cloudy in the fridge.
What's the next drink going to be?
I don't know.
Do you have any grapes, like red grapes?
I do not. No.
There's a new cocktail, but there's one called an Enzino, which I just heard about.
Yes.
And I'm dying to make it.
Yeah.
I want someone else to make it. Tell me if it's good.
I've seen a lot of people making that one. It's very popular with a lot of people. I think I haven't had a whiskey cocktail tonight. I might. I've had rum and gin and tequila.
What about a dramble?
What was that, Faith?
What about a dramble?
What's a dramble?
So do you have any? What's that one? It's blackberry liqueur.
Yeah.
I can't remember what it's called. It's something demure.
Creme demure.
So it's whiskey, lemon juice, simple syrup with crushed ice, like really almost like snow cone crushed. And you fill the ice all the way up, and then you pour creme demure over the top and just let it drizzle.
Oof.
That sounds fancy.
Yeah, that sounds great. I don't think I can be bothered to crush ice. I don't have the proper facilities for crushing ice.
Nonsense. You've got a hammer, haven't you?
whiskey with no. I need to get to do it properly. You get what they call a Lewis bag, which is a nice thick cloth bag that's insulated, and you get a big fucking wooden mallet, and you put all the ice in the Lewis bag, and then you just beat the shit out of it with a mallet, which is very.
For some reason, that sounds old. A Lewis bag sounds old, like.
But it's really therapeutic. And yes, Renegade, you're right. Chambord is a raspberry liqueur.
Is my sound back feeding if I leave the mic on?
No,
you're good.
Good. I don't have to turn it off every time.
No, yours is good.
I've got
I've
got a series of really good fruit liqueurs from a really good local distiller, and by local I mean they're just up the road from me.
Have you got a peach liqueur?
I do have a peach liqueur.
Oh, you could do a sex on the beach.
I love Sex on the Beach.
Oh, me too.
The drink.
I did a video I called Better Sex on the Beach, and I will teach you how to get better sex on the beach because it's a vodka cocktail, and vodka is an absolute bullshit cocktail ingredient. It's like if you like drinking vodka, that's one thing. If you like drinking good quality vodkas, but in a cocktail,
busted. I'm drinking a Cosmo.
Yeah, I know, Cosmo.
I was going to ask Faith, what are you drinking? What are you drinking, Faith?
Drinking just a Cosmo.
Yeah.
Nothing fancy.
I did the same thing with a Cosmo. Basically, you can improve a vodka cocktail by using literally any spirit apart from vodka, because vodka has nothing but drunkening power. So you might as well use something that has some character as well as getting you drunk. And so I did a taste comparison. I made Cosmos with gin, white rum, and tequila. And what was my biggest surprise is the tequila one was the best. I thought the tequila would be a novelty one, and I'd taste it and go, that was a gross, stupid idea. I should never have done that. And then I tasted it and I was like, holy shit, no, this one's good. Cosmo made with tequila is really good. So
vodka's the pot people speak.
And Marinette does a blackberry mûr. This one, I think I've got three. Well, besides having an orange curacao from Marinette, I've got this one's called Groiselle, which is red currants. So I've got liqueurs I've got from Marinette. I've got a blackberry, a black currant, and a red currant liqueur from Marinette. Very good. Very, very good. You know what I think in honor of what you said, Faith, I think I like making a whiskey old fashioned and puts a fruit liqueur in. I think I'll do the mûr. I can never stop myself from. I'm thinking of Bottom, Rick Mail and Aid Edmondson when they're making fun of something, they pronounce it in a really stupid way. Whenever I think of that blackberry liqueur, which is mûr, I always pronounce it as mûr. It's because I just
Rick French
that's how Rick Mail would say it. So I'm going to do a whiskey old fashioned with mûr in it, which I'll call a Dramble. I thought Dramble was a great name for a cocktail.
Abigail, you probably already know this, but the other day on Amazon, I found a Star Trek cocktail book.
Oh,
that's
cool.
Yeah, if you just go to Amazon and type in Star Trek cocktail book, it's got a blue cover.
Abigail's already there now.
At one point, Abigail will, because Abigail's done one cocktail video with me. We'll have to do Star Trek, maybe First Contact Day next year, because we're already past First Contact Day now. But yeah, do think
what's your really, really dirty Mike? Was it the dirty dark martini or something you guys made?
The goth martini we
made.
That's
it.
Yeah.
Hey Faith, is that a Melbourne accent I'm picking up?
Can you how do you tell?
Oh, I lived in Victoria, so yeah, like she sounds local. Can you tell Abigail?
How can you tell accents?
Yeah. It sounds Melbourne. It sounds Melbourne.
That's right. I'm sure Sarah can pick up by my accent that I'm about 40% bogan.
Not really, actually, Actually, nobody. Actually, I couldn't. You're too articulate for those type of people.
I do. I live in Queensland.
All
right.
Is it the way we say Melbourne?
Yeah. I grew up in regional Victoria,
who says it like that?
Yeah,
Melbourne.
No,
Melbourne.
My accent's all over the shop because growing up in Dubbo, living in Sydney for 10 years, and now in Melbourne for 20 years.
I agree. You think your accent's messed up? I was born in Siberia, then 5 years in Ukraine, then Australia. So talk about messed up accents.
Yeah, no, that's how the messed accent.
Melbourne.
The Star Trek Cocktails book on Booktopia, which is it's like Book Depository but Australian.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I've heard of them before.
Yeah.
They're pretty good.
So I found it there for $35.
Oh, fine. Does it look like this? Oh, it's got a blue cover and
it's got the Enterprise on the end of a cocktail stick going through 2 planets.
It's called a Stellar Compendium.
A Stellar Compendium. Yep, that's the one.
I thought of you when I saw that the other day, and I saved it.
Oh,
nice.
I may have to buy it because they do Afterpay on Booktopia.
Oh no!
Is it a big book? Like, does it have many recipes in it?
It's well, I mean, it's thick enough to be hardcover.
If Angry could share the book, would be interesting to see.
Yeah. Sorry. As soon as you said, is it big? I don't know. I don't know who's lived in shared houses and whatnot, but when you live in a shared house, you get stupid in-jokes in the house that no one else gets, but you do. When you said, is it big and a big hardcover, we had a joke in my shared house years ago where it'd just be like, I met a nice chap the other day. His name was Dick. He told me he worked for a law firm in the city. And I said, is it a big firm, Dick? And then we'd laugh hysterically because we said big firm Dick. And other people would just look at us and go, the fuck is wrong with you? And we were just laughing hysterically. Big firm Dick. We said big firm Dick. And it was just
It's funny how we can be enlightened, sophisticated, mature adults and then not be.
No, absolutely not.
You can't get any more Aussie than that.
So the cocktail book is 152 pages.
Oh, okay.
That's a lot of cocktails.
That's a lot of pages.
How many years of Star Trek is that?
Oh my god!
It was published last year, so over the 50 years of Star Trek.
No, I think Abigail, we need to build up for next year's freaking First Contact Day.
Yes.
We need to make Romulan ale and blood wine and whatever the fuck else we can come up with.
Cardassian Sunrise.
Cardassian Sunrise. We've just got to go nuts.
Yeah.
I'll be back.
We'll do a First Contact week, I think. We'll make a series of videos where we're just like, okay,
and then sign up for a liver transplant.
Exactly.
Yeah. Which one is the one that's really, really strong? Is that the Romulan ale?
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, and bloodline.
Yeah, Romulan ale leads to bad
ale
decisions.
Is known as super strong. Even Klingons have been known to regret drinking Romulan ale.
Because that's in the undiscovered country when the sort of saboteur plies Kirk with Romulan ale, and so he'll say something indiscreet and start war, because there's factions in Earth, Vulcan, and in the Klingon world who don't want peace because they think it's unnatural. So they're tricking Kirk into essentially starting a war.
But also in Star Trek Nemesis during Riker and Deanna Troy's wedding, Worf is sitting there with a hangover saying, Romulan ale should be illegal. And then Geordi pipes in, it is!
It is illegal.
It is illegal.
Megaleech has come up with First Contact as a name.
I love it. I was lolling at it.
That's when that First Contact is basically when Stella Sir Lumi, Fox, and myself get together finally.
I know that is a dangerous combo.
Abigail, don't forget about me. I want to join in on that. That sounds fun.
I'm
sorry, you can't just invite yourself to something like that, Safa.
I'm sorry, it might be a bit too late to this conversation, so it might have already been said. I was sorting out, my bath has got a problem. I was sorting out the housing association to come and fix it. But anyway, I think a Star Wars cocktail, could be death is a dish that's best served cold, and it needs to be a cold drink.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm
revenge. Sorry, revenge is a dish that is best served cold.
Yeah.
It
works.
Revenge of the Sith. Yeah, Revenge of the Sith is best served cold.
No. It's do you remember Wrath of Khan, the original Wrath of Khan?
Yes.
And it's like, have you
because you said Star Wars before.
Did I?
Yeah, I thought we were talking about
Star Wars.
I did mean Star Trek.
Star Trek.
So you know,
Star Wars cocktails.
Have you
That'd just
heard-
be like a goon bag hanging off the clothesline.
So the quote from Wrath of Khan is Khan saying, "Have you heard the Klingon proverb that says that death is a dish that is best served cold? It is very cold in space."
Yes.
And I just think the idea of having a very, very cold cocktail, possibly the one that's blue, because blue equals cold, of course. In our minds.
And blue drinks are automatically awesome. So I've got blue curacao and blue absinthe for that matter. But so I think we're all into thirst contact at the moment. I'm just
blue that's called the Mind Meld.
Oh yes.
That would need to be. It would need to be green though for Vulcan's green blood.
Oh yeah, you could be absinthe.
Absinthe, yeah.
I've got a couple green drinks here, so
talk about thirst contact.
We'll talk about
mind melding.
Mind melding, yeah.
If you were all a character from Star Trek, any series, who would you be?
Ooh, right.
Ooh,
good one.
I mean,
Naomi Wildman, so that way I would be able to have a childhood.
Lady Q.
Nice.
I think. Yeah.
God, there's so many to choose from. Jesus.
Failing that, one of the mutants from DS9, actually played by the same actress. The one of the mutants from DS9.
Yeah, I think I want to be someone from the Nazi universe, but just fucking people over. It's just like.
Incidentally, the lady that played female Q is the one that played Kayla, Worf's
yes,
girlfriend,
Worf's
where
mother
Alexander came from.
Yes.
Oh, you know what?
Worf's lady
Mate.
friend.
Mate.
Yes.
You know what? I
correct.
only
That is correct. She also played a Vulcan in a throwaway role.
Yeah.
They recycle a lot of their actors as different characters in
do.
different series as well.
Yeah, so does Doctor Who. Doctor Who was notorious for the same actor being in multiple roles over the years.
Including the Doctor.
Including the Doctor with Peter Capaldi, yeah. And they even
what's his name? Was
and Amy Pod was in also in one of those.
The same episode as Peter Capaldi. That was the oh no, she was in the Vampires of Venice. No, I'm thinking of
he was in what's the show?
Doctor Number 6.
Yeah.
What's his name? He was really kind of just not great.
The crazy guy? Was he the crazy guy? Was he the crazy doctor?
Because I'm really bad with names.
Peter Davidson?
No, that was fifth.
That was number 5.
Colin Baker.
Yeah, Baker. Tom Baker. No, that's Colin.
No, he was the 4th. Sylvester McCoy.
I was seven.
What's Peter Davison? Sorry, no. Colin Baker.
That's the one. He was leader one.
Colin Baker. He had the weirdest outfit, the weirdest colourful outfit. It was ridiculous. And he also played a villain in a previous episode. So, sorry, I'm looking at the Wikipedia page, and it's got like portrayed by, preceded by, succeeded by, in quick succession. And I'm just looking at names, and I read out all of them.
Baker's just modify Peter Davidson's one a bit from memory.
Yeah.
Well, Peter Davidson, he was young and into cricket and like celery,
The decay of that original series of Doctor Who was all the fault of the producer, John Nathan.
Yeah, that's true.
He started fucking it up with Tom Baker, and Peter Davis was okay, but he really fucked it up with Colin Baker.
Yeah, that was a crap show.
They kind of tried with Sylvester McCoy, but they'd fucked it up too much with Colin Baker and never came back.
I rather like Davidson and Peter and McCoy. I thought they were really good doctors, but then again, they were the ones that were on when I was an age that I started to understand what the hell it was.
That tends to be the thing. It's down to your age.
ABC showed all of Doctor Who from like the first Doctor to the 7th Doctor from when I was like about 9 to about 14, like 6 p.m.
Not only that, I suppose, like Angry was saying, it's kind of an era thing. Did you guys in Australia get Terrorhawks?
So it depends what channels you had access to. That's
what part of Australia
thing, yeah.
Yeah, I mean it was basically the 80s version of Thunderbirds.
Yeah. I've got a bunch of weird, obscure Jerry Anderson stuff on disc. Joe 90 and
I like that.
UFO. The weirdest thing about I'm trying to remember because I watched a bit of it. I didn't watch all of it. Joe 90. There's this kid, and he kind of has this psychic thing. He can get into people's heads and find out what's going on. And at one point, there's a female character who's seducing his dad, and they want the kid to get into her head to see if she's evil. But it's this woman who wants to fuck his dad, and they're telling this little kid, hey, get into the head of this woman who wants to fuck your dad. And I'm like, this is possibly the worst thing I've ever seen in a kid's show.
Not safe for kids.
Yeah, no. It's just like telling a kid, get into the head of this woman who wants to fuck your dad. And it's just like, no. Jesus. What the fuck? But what else was the slightly more obscure Jerry Anderson stuff? What was the one with the really thick glasses? Joe 90? There was the really well-known Jerry Anderson stuff like Thunderbirds, and then there was the lesser-known stuff, and
Captain Scarlet.
I love Captain Scarlet. Captain Scarlet,
and also I think it was made by the same people. Sure, it was. What was the submarine? Stingray. Thank you.
Yeah, no, and Jerry Anderson Studios made so much stuff, and it was wild. But Captain Scarlet was hilarious because it's like an Earth expedition to Mars found there was actually a civilization on Mars, and then immediately fucking attacked it, and so you end up with this ongoing war between Mars and Earth, and Mars is portrayed as the bad guy, but you go, no, wait a minute, that first episode, an Earth expedition to Mars, actually started the hostilities.
Earth is always the bad guy.
It does sound like a human thing to do.
It's just like, but yes, the Mysterons from Mars, they could bring people back from the dead. So every episode of Captain Scarlet started with someone dying, and then these weird lights went over them, and they came back, and then they were an agent of the Mysterons, and so it was weirdly creepy. Like someone died at the start of every episode, and then they came back as an agent of the Mysterons. And so the Mysterons were the bad guys, but then you go, no, wait a minute. This all started because Earth invaded Mars and freaked out when they found there was someone there and attacked them. It's like Earth is the fucking problem.
It does sound like a human thing to do, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, who would have
how
thought?
Australia got started comes to mind.
Yeah.
How the British colonies started?
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
There was a live action Jerry Anderson series called UFO, which was made in the 70s, it's very cool. It's this sort of space agency that's intercepting these alien UFOs all the time. But the opening credits for it are hilarious because it's from the 70s, and so it's really fast and dynamic, and everyone's got these bob haircuts, and all the women are wearing mini skirts and whatnot. But then you see these flashes, and it's set in 1984. It's just like, it's so funny to watch it. If you watch it back, and because they've got all this advanced space technology, because it's set in the far-flung future year of 1984. If you watch it now, it's so funny. And it's just like, oh my God. But and because it's 70s, so it's got this really funky soundtrack, and everyone looks like they're dressed up to go to nightclubs. They're going to just do heaps of ecchi and dance all night, and but it's ridiculous. But yeah, Megaleech saying, yes, we sent a rover that shot a laser at Mars. It's like we learned nothing from Captain Scarlet and the Mysterons. Yes. Yeah, I've never watched any of the Jerry Anderson stuff in an altered state, but I've got a bunch of stuff on disc that I reckon if you were on hallucinogens and watched, you would freak out. Like, what the fuck is happening? Why are the puppets doing that? Oh my God, are those people or are they, I'm lost. Are those people or are they puppets? I don't know. Jesus, what's happening? But yes, I don't know, because also I've already mentioned Lady Penelope once tonight, but Lady Penelope in Thunderbirds, pretty sure she's a dominatrix. And I don't know which of the family of boys she's strapping down and working over with a strap on, but I'm sure it's some, if not all of them, including the dad. It's just like, is Lady Penelope seems like a strict disciplinarian to me, is all I'm saying. It's just like Emma Peel.
The guys that made Team America World Police, they worked on puppets because they thought it'd be funny.
Yeah.
They could have done better puppets, but they went, no, we want them to look really rubbish.
That's true.
Yeah. I saw interviews with them. Not only did they think puppets would be funny, and there are a lot of jokes in it just about how shit puppets are, but I read an interview with them where they said they thought it would be easier to make an action film with puppets rather than actors because they hate actors. And then they went, oh, this was the worst decision we ever made. Making a puppet film is so difficult. It's so hard.
I'd just like to take a moment
from the people who do, who did an entire series with cut out bits of paper.
Yeah, and then they developed a computer program that simulated cut out bits of paper.
They actually use the same software that they use in Lord of the Rings.
Yeah,
but they only use like 1% of its capability.
Yeah.
I know one thing now. I enjoyed Team America World Police.
So did I.
But those fuckers are sick.
Satire.
I have recently, because I have a copy of the normal version of World Police. I've also seen the uncut version.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I have seen that one as well.
Yeah.
And while my friend and I definitely laughed quite hard at that, we were also going, what the actual fuck? Like, that scene wasn't sick enough already.
Yeah.
And we all know what scene I'm talking about.
The sex scene
Yes,
with the puppet
yes.
is hilarious.
You know, he takes a leak on her and she takes a dump on him. Guys, you got way too much time on your hands and you should probably see a therapist.
There's I'll try and find it. There's a memo about Team America and getting a particular rating. Oh yes, okay. Letters of note. This is my favorite memo ever. Okay, so this is a real thing. So this was okay. It wasn't for Team America. It was for the South Park movie. So they recut it to try and get a rating from the MPAA, the Motion Picture Association of America. So this is how the memo goes. Here's our new cut of the South Park movie to submit to the MPAA. I wanted to tell you exactly what notes we did and did not address. 1. We left in both the fisting and rim job references in the counselor's office scene. We did cut the word hole from asshole as per our conversation. 2, we took out the entire God has fucked me in the ass so many times. It's gone. 3, although it's not animated yet, we put in a new storyboard for the clarification in the scene with Saddam Hussein's penis. The intent now is that you never see Saddam's real penis. He is in fact using dildos both times. 4, we have the shot animated that reveals the fact Winona is not shooting ping pong balls from her vagina. She is in fact hitting the balls with a ping pong paddle. 5, we took out the only reference to cum sucking ass in the film. It was in the counselor's office and we took it out. 6, we left in the scenes with Cartman's mum and the horse as per our conversation. This is the one we really want to fight for. Call me with any questions, Matt. P.S. This is my favorite memo ever.
And I'm guessing it didn't get past the movie rating board.
I think it got okay. The American R rating is our
MA rating. Yeah, we've got MA. Yeah.
So they wanted a PG rating.
In the States they have PG-13. No, PG-13 or something.
They wanted an M rating, not an R rating. So their M rating is our M rating. Their R rating is our
I don't think they have an M rating. I think it goes from PG-13 to R, doesn't it?
No, they've got an M rating.
Oh, no, that must be new.
I'm just remembering when the boys get busted for swearing and all their parents are in the room, and they're reading the list of the things the kids have been saying. And Kyle's mum goes, "What the heck is a rim job?" And Cartman's mum automatically, just without missing a beat, goes, "Why, that's why you put your legs up around your head and have someone lick your ass." All just glaring at her for a moment. Because naturally she knew.
Yes.
Yeah, because
I've had someone
she's very sex positive.
I've had someone do that for me. It's actually really nice.
Yeah, no.
Cartman's
Thanks for the TMI,
very
Abigail.
sex positive. So.
Well, it just means that at one point I could literally put my legs up there.
Yeah. I also love what you're saying is that I saw someone said I was at a party and I double dipped a chip or something, and someone said that was gross. And I looked at them and said, "Lady, I've literally had my tongue up someone's ass. This is nothing."
And her response?
was silence. I believe the response was silence.
What do you say to that remark, honestly?
Like, no.
Speaking about movie ratings,
yes.
the first Batman movie, when it came out in the UK, was the first film with I think it was 15 rating because it went from
which Batman movie?
The first one, the 1989 one.
The Michael Keaton one.
Yeah.
Yeah, in Australia that's called MA. That's recommended for 15 and over. Yeah.
Yeah, but they didn't have medium ground. I think I've forgotten what it came out as, but it was groundbreaking for being, somewhere in between. Was it?
Yeah.
I've forgotten what it was.
Yeah, I don't know. Americans like to highlight that certain stuff in Australia is refused classification, so it's banned. And
we only got
Australia's backward. We don't ban anything, and it's like, and my response is nearly always like, "Fuck you guys." Our rating system is a lot more honest than yours, because in the US, if something is rated R, like for 18 plus, you basically can't get it. It won't show in cinemas. It won't be sold in stores and whatnot. Whereas in Australia, if we go, oh, that's R-rated, only 18-year-olds should be able to see it, it will show in a cinema. If it's a game, it will be sold in stores, but only to over 18s. But yes, there is certain stuff that is refused classification, which means it can't legally be sold or shown in Australia. And I kind of tend to agree with it, but I still think our rating system is more honest than America's.
Yeah, we've got a better system.
No, America's rating system is really fucked and biased and inconsistent.
What I got confused was back when we had M15 plus and MA15 plus at the same time. I'm like, in the early 2000s.
So MA was a thing that was introduced not all that long ago, because M is just G, PG, and M are just recommendations.
And it used to be 15 plus, because I've got GameCube games that says M15 plus. I'm like,
So it's like G is general audience, that's everyone. PG, we recommend parental guidance. M is we recommend only people over 15, but MA is illegal.
No, M doesn't have
be over 15.
M doesn't have an age range anymore. I'm pretty sure.
It does. No, M is a recommendation. It's not binding, but it's a recommendation. This is suitable for 15 and above. MA is binding, but for a movie, people under 15 aren't allowed in without a parent or guardian. And if it's a game that's rated MA, people under 15 aren't allowed to buy it. Only people over 15.
I'm still sad that we only got R-rated video games 10 years ago. Yeah, it's only been 10 years we've had R-rated games.
Honestly, Australia's ratings with video games are kind of fucked. But every now and then games get refused classification, and it's not very legit. Like, I'm trying to remember. I've got to play it one time. There's this one really trippy game where the whole thing is you wake up and you don't know who you are, and you're very you're very substance addicted, and it was originally refused classification because everything about the game revolved around substance addiction and substance abuse. But the makers appealed, and it was actually then approved with an R rating. I'm trying to remember what it's called. All the reviews of it I saw seemed really interesting. But it's apparently you're like some weird, fucked up detective who's addicted to several substances, and you start the game, you don't even really remember who you are or why you are or what the fuck you're doing, and you have to kind of work it out. And you're this really fucked up character who, whenever he gets the chance, is like taking a hit of drugs or something. And that was originally refused classification.
Okay, here we go.
I found the answer I was looking for. That I was confusing myself. So Batman in 1989 in the UK came out as the first 12 rated movie. Because until then there was PG or there was 15. And if you were in between, it kind of, and they wanted kids going to watch it. That was the thing.
Well, PG's kind of 12, 13 for Australia, isn't it?
PG-13, yes. Like, again, it's just a recommendation. It's recommended that children under 13 don't watch it. So the only time it's actually a prescribed limitation is MA. There's meant to be controls on that.
When I saw that, when I saw Fury Road, they didn't let in. I think it's MA, isn't it? Is it MA or Fury Road? It's MA, isn't it?
I think it's only MA. I think.
They didn't let 14-year-olds see it. Like that shows your age. No, they didn't see two of them see it. It was a packed cinema, and they're like, "No, sorry, you're too young."
And again, there's a reasonable amount of violence in Fury Road.
Stylized violence. Yeah.
I don't even think it's stylized. I think it's pretty straight over the top violence.
Some of the children's cartoons, I mean, I don't make a habit of watching kids' shows. I don't really watch many shows on fucking TV's lonely, but there's enough violence in stuff that is actually focused for children's entertainment.
Yeah, I mean, parents would be shocked if they watched some of that stuff.
Like old Tom and Jerry cartoons were regarded as too violent to get a G rating today.
Well, you see, that's amusing because they've already got a version of that. It's called the Final Destination movies, which are basically Tom and Jerry cartoons with real people.
That is, that's live action Tom and Jerry. You're right. It's just like, and I agree with all the memes. Like, ever since the first Final Destination, if I'm ever behind a truck that's carrying really long logs of wood, I get very bad anxiety about the load coming loose and the logs flying through the windscreen of the car.
It's not completely unjustified, that anxiety over that. It's not super common, but it happens.
It does happen.
I get super defensive driving around trucks because I live on the Hume Freeway and there's always trucks. Yeah. But like when these trucks pass me, I'm like, piss off, watch your own lane. So I'm really defensive truck driver.
I definitely don't like to be in front of trucks. I'd rather, I even less so beside them. I do not like being beside
That's the worst feeling, being beside a truck, even in a four-wheel drive like a Prado, but still.
Because you don't know that they've seen you. And it's very easy for them not
I reckon they've seen you. They're just like assholes and they think they own the road.
Well, some of them are.
Yeah.
Some of them are.
They just go, I'm just going to come in on you and push you over.
Yeah.
Some of them definitely are like that.
Yeah. Some smaller trucks have like a sign I've seen on the back of them that says, if you can't see my mirrors, I can't see you. And I always felt like they needed a second sign that said, even if I can see you, I don't actually give a fuck.
If I see a truck if I'm on the roads anywhere and I see a truck make any kind of sudden movement, the cat was kind enough to donate her fleas to me. Any sort of movement that looks like they might hint at a lane change, my response is pretty much either brake.
Yeah, brake.
Yeah. Staying put is not an option.
Yeah.
I see them start to
I'll be
move,
right back. I'm just
going to
making a cocktail.
Okie dokie. I either throw it down a couple of gears and floor it, or
that's a
I pull
fancy.
back. Because I do not want
have
to
a
be.
pretty fancy thing.
Sorry, nobody.
I had a thing riding a bike a few years ago in Footscray, and I was just riding along a road, and I heard a truck's horn behind me, and I just thought, don't even look, jump the gutter, go onto the footpath. And so I didn't even look at what the thing was. I jumped on the footpath, and this truck hurled past and barely missed me. And what had happened, there were actually 2 lanes going in my direction.
Were you in the bike lane?
I was, of course, in the far left, but there was a right turn and it was going up a hill. So what it was is someone went to turn right and a truck that was behind them didn't want to lose its momentum and so just hooked across into the left. So in other words, speared straight at me without slowing down. And rather than braking, they just sounded my horn. And in retrospect, when I heard that truck horn, if I had paused to look over my shoulder and see what was happening, I would have been fucking dead. So I was just riding and I heard this horn and I didn't even think and I didn't even look. I just jumped the gutter and went onto the footpath.
That would have been scary, eh?
This trunk would have fucking killed. And this is why people do all these defenses of truck drivers and go, oh, they keep the country running. And it's like, no, truck drivers are fucking speed.
The worst truck driver was that bloody guy with those cops. I don't know if you know about this, nobody, that cop incident with those 4 cops, those 4 constables last year, angry. In April.
Oh yeah, on one of the freeways in Melbourne.
He was high.
Off his head on speed and misjudged things and took out.
So unlucky, unfortunate timing.
Yeah, but no, truck drivers generally are speed-addled fuckwits, and I have no time for anyone.
In their defense, limited as that defense is, part of the problem is that they are unnecessarily pressured with arbitrary time expectations.
The employers of truck drivers are worse than the truck drivers themselves.
That's true.
Yeah,
but the truck drivers themselves
is very unhealthy. But at the same time,
truck drivers are speed-addled fuckwits.
But yeah, at the same time, when you've got 20 tons for I don't know exact figures, probably more than that, but when you've got say 20 tons of fucking truck. Driving 2 car lengths off the car in front of you on the highway
especially if you're a long vehicle.
Yeah, it's a really fucking bad idea.
Yeah. And they always do this shit on multi-lane roads in the country.
I'm going to say the same thing. Truck on the left, truck on the right.
If they have to go up a hill, they're really slow. So you've got like an overtaking lane. So you pass them and you're keeping on the speed limit and you go past them. And then when you get over the hill and you go down, you as a car, you stick with the speed limit and this speed-crazed fuckwit in the truck just comes hammering down the hill at ridiculous speed and wants to overtake you just because it's just fuck truck drivers, honestly.
And what about
any truck driver who's responsible and follows the rule? I'm not your enemy. When I say truck drivers, fuck them, I'm not your enemy. Your enemy is the 90+% of truck drivers who are
totally.
I agree. Have you ever seen truck drivers on like the Hume or what the highway in Dubbo is? Like truck drivers on the left side and truck drivers on the overtaken lane going at the same speed.
Yeah, look, I'm old enough to remember when the Hume Highway was a 1-lane highway.
I remember
and it was literally known as the Deadly Hume because truck drivers were psychotic and there would just be these horrible situations where they kill people. Now it's most of the Hume highways are multi-lane.
Yeah, multi-lane.
But I am old enough to remember when the Hume Highway
that would be scary.
Was known as the Deadly Hume because speed-addled truck drivers would just be psychotic on this single-lane highway. And,
what year did it get upgraded?
It got upgraded progressively from the 90s onward. But in the 80s, it was a single-lane highway. The old Hume Highway is still there.
For the towns, for the towns.
If you ever want nightmares, drive on the old Hume Highway and imagine it being full of speed-addled truck drivers.
I have some parts of it.
Oh, no, it's fucking terrible. So, Stella, an ex-truckie told you a yarn about one time his employer provided pizza sprinkled with speed to the drivers for leaving for the Melbourne to Perth run without informing the driver. It was like, oh God, at least they could have had the common
speed for speed.
Yeah, could have at least had the common decency to tell them. Most truck drivers get a prescription. There was one doctor in Bondi who ended up getting disbarred because after an investigation, the AMA found out a single doctor was prescribing 60% of all prescription amphetamines prescribed in New South Wales. He was known as the truckie's friend. He was the truckie's friend because
wasn't that when Ron got told that there's like 50 million Aussie citizens, but everybody was addicted to Panadol sometime?
No, that's Nurofen Plus, and that's actually AG's fault. We can't buy Nurofen Plus anymore. No, that all falls. Nurofen Plus being banned falls squarely at the feet of AZ and no one else because the amount of Nurofen Plus he was abusing. He will, if he was here, he would admit it. I was interacting with him earlier today.
How is it?
The AZ summary is everything is still fucked, but he's hoping to join us again sometime soon.
He's alive. He's alive. That's a good thing. Alive.
But he freely admits the whole Nurofen Plus getting banned in Australia, it's all his fault. It's all his fault because of the just massive volumes of Nurofen Plus he abused for a number of years. I'm joking, of course, but only kind of, sort of.
Stella's got a truck story in the comments.
So what's that? Oh, Stella, if you've ever driven through Anthony's Cutting between Milton and Bacchus Marsh, surrounded front, back, and side by B doubles 110, you know how tight your ass will go. But that's the thing. That was what the Hume used to, the deadly Hume, people would tell stories about how you get stuck behind one truck and some other, you're in a car, and some other fucking psychotic in a truck would tailgate you. I've actually had my back bumper bumped by, and this was just on the Westgate, coming off the Westgate.
What year was that?
This was recent. I was doing the speed limit, and some fuckwit on a truck ripped off his head on speed was right on my back bumper. So I just went, fuck you, man. And I just took my foot off the accelerator. And so I very gradually slowed. And he actually dunked the back of my car.
What an asshole. Did you get his details?
This is the thing I would not have done if I had any passengers in my car. But I was just like, fuck you, man. You're trying to intimidate you and just get fucked. Just get absolutely.
Did you get his details for like damage?
It's too complicated. If you go to the cops and say, "Oh, this guy like dinged the back of my car," it's just like, no, it's just fucking with him, and it's just like, and you don't want to admit to the cops you were deliberately fucking with them.
True.
But
however, if you say, you thought you saw an obstacle on the road and you had to
break.
It doesn't matter whether it's true or not. You can't prove or disprove it because you say you thought you saw an obstacle on the road.
Unless there's video cameras on the bridge.
Yeah.
Well,
and
if you say you thought you saw something and then you realize, say, it was a reflection of light on your windscreen or something, what are they going to fucking do?
I got a question, and it's the picture comes with it. So it's about the rules for traffic. So this is just like a bit of Manchester.
Is it Australia driving the same as UK mostly?
I don't know.
Okay, so there's
anyway. So I got a question. Okay, and it's a trick question. I ask it for people. Ask it occasionally. So you're driving.
Is this in Manchester?
This is in Manchester. Yeah. On the opposite side of town. I just found this as a random road.
It looks fancy.
Yeah, it's sort of middle class kind of place. Anyway, so imagine you're driving down this road. Forget about that car over there. If anything, it just shows there's not a lot of clearance.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So I ask this questions of UK drivers, and they almost always get it wrong.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, so you're on this road, you're traveling before that. Ignore that car that's there. So there's another car that's coming towards you. Who's got the right of way?
You give way to the oncoming car.
In Australian law, if you're going towards that car that's in the shot, but imagining it's not there, but you're going towards that place, and a car appears, under Queensland law at least, the driver coming the other way would be required to give way because their side of the road is impeded.
Yeah,
you're all absolutely correct. The thing about it is the words right of way. Who's got the right of way? And
I
do.
Do you have like give way signs on the corners of the street?
No, it's just.
I would say the person who gives way is the person who's not currently obstructing traffic. So that car, if that car stopped, everyone would have to stop.
Oh, in that particular instance, if they have already come over, then you stop and let them through. I mean, for whatever the law is, you'd stop and let them through. It just doesn't make sense to do anything else. But if they haven't already crossed over, then they have to wait for you.
Yeah, but this situation relies on politeness because that car we can see there is on the wrong side of the road. So if you're going towards
it's a cage driving. It's not a.
If you were going towards it, you are on the correct side of the road, so you are in the right. But a situation like this relies on politeness to get resolved.
Yeah, there is a courtesy. Absolutely.
Technically, those parked cars are on the wrong side of. Yeah, if you.
Which would get you a parking fine here in Victoria.
Oh, the fact they're not on the path on the pavement is amazing. But
that's a tiny road. That is a tiny road.
Yeah, the answers that you gave are really quite interesting because in the UK, I would hear people say, "Well, I've got the right of way," and you've all approached it in the opposite sense, the proper way it should be thought of. Because in Britain, right of way is only applicable to walking on like national parks and things like that. They're owned by the National Trust, but you can walk on a pavement, on a path.
Yeah, like the footpath.
Yeah, not the footpath in terms of like what we can see on either side of the road here. I'm talking about a trail up, in the countryside up over the hill.
Okay, like a dirt road.
Yeah, national park, things like that. Now, what people have done, the highway code literally says, and a lot of people always get it wrong. I'm always, because you'll get an instance like this, and some bonehead in the dash cam car will push forward because they should have given way, except for they'll scream out, "I've got right of way." And the problem is that they basically reversed a concept, and it's not a reversible concept. And the idea that they've got is, if you're required to give way, therefore I've got the right of way. And unfortunately, that's not the case at all. In fact, the Highway Code literally says the rules of the Highway Code grant do not give you the right of way in any circumstance. Always give way if it will avoid an accident.
It's pretty.
And
especially at T intersections. At T intersections, you'll give way onto the oncoming traffic.
Yeah, but the point I'm trying to say is that all of you said, well, they're expected to give way, and likewise. Well, you've approached it from the correct point of view, whereas in the UK, people have got this weird ownership of the roads mentality.
Those selfish pricks.
They should get out of my way because I've got the right of way. Well,
So what would happen? Would the person just push through and make that silver car reverse?
Yeah, the kind of person that does.
Yeah, totally. It's kind of who gets there first whoever gets there first should continue. But it relies on some politeness. It's kind of like I used to live in a suburb where the shops had this insanely narrow.
Inner Melbourne parking is a freak show. I'm so afraid I've never driven there before.
Yeah,
it's scary.
There's this whole thing that relies on politeness because if people aren't polite, anarchy ensues.
I reckon there should be a car park etiquette taught to people.
Yeah,
because if you're in a car park, now car parks, and at least in my experience and observation, are notoriously hostile places.
Not in the bush, they're not.
Maybe not.
Oh no!
But,
in suburban Melbourne, car parks are war zones.
I've had people, put fingerprints in finger marks into the dash of my car because I'll round a corner.
That's so rude.
Quickly, they'll get a bit scared because I'll go around a corner a bit quick. Now I know what my car can do, so to them it's like scary, but to me it's I could have gone around that double that speed. Harden the fuck up. But those same people will drive at 15 to 20 kilometers an hour in a packed car park, and that gets me going, hey, dude, there could be a child between any one of these cars. Car parks are the most fucking dangerous, unpredictable places to be driving.
True.
And people
Speaking
will
about
speed
cars,
through car parks.
I'm not
really
safe for driving at the moment.
And the other thing that shits me up the wall with people in car parks, you're trying to back out, and somebody will come up to you from nowhere, usually speeding, and then they'll get the shits because you've backed out in front of them. No, didn't you fucking look? And I go, have you ever noticed that car is parked between two taller vehicles through which they cannot fucking see a thing?
Don't you hate
Just
that?
Fucking wait, you cunts.
Oh, don't you? It happened to me at the bottom of this Arvo. Like this tall ute just parked right in front of me just before I left. I'm like, it's one of the paid me for lower cars, like because they have the higher ground type of view, and you don't, and like you have to back out slowly.
I don't think normal road rules are the same in car parks because it's private property. I don't think they apply.
In a car park, any situation, the law, as far as I'm aware, certainly in Queensland, is that if you're reversing, you must give way to everything.
Seems fair.
That is actually a base rule. Yes.
Yeah.
If you are reversing and you hit someone, you're automatically in the wrong.
Deemed at fault automatically.
So that's why I always reverse slowly.
Yeah, you should. Now, in a say a shopping center car park, I personally think that there should be an etiquette trained. People should have etiquette training.
Common decency.
Exactly. Like
that does not exist in Melbourne.
The 10 kilometer an hour speed limit in car parks
I thought it was
more
20.
than speed limits on any other fucking road, excluding maybe school zones.
Yeah.
For obvious
is that
reasons.
a Queensland thing, nobody? Is it in Victoria? It's a 20 car parks, or is that just New South Wales?
No. More than once in car parks, I've been about to come out of my space, and two people are acting psychotic, fighting about it. And then I've just got out of my car and gone, you know what?
Park vultures.
Fuck both of you. Fuck both of you. I'm going back into the shops.
I've done that. I have done that. If I see somebody, like I come out with a whole lot of shopping, and somebody, those car park vultures, and you go, if you drove about 10 meters, there's an empty bay there, you fuck knuckle.
Those lazy pricks.
So they will sit there, trying to vulture my fucking space. There have been times where I'll go and put the trolley back and then walk the fuck away. I'll just press the button, lock the car again, and fuck off.
Yeah.
I don't do it too often because usually those people are, blocking up the way and stopping other people from going in.
Yeah.
So usually I try and get on with it because it's not about that one person and fucking them up. It's about all the other people they're fucking up.
Yeah, they don't understand it's a shared space.
Yeah. It's just, right now me, bubble people.
Yeah.
One thing I'm afraid. Go, Laura.
One of the things that I've seen is that we have in the UK, we have had a huge increase in traffic, but unfortunately, we haven't had a subsequent an increase in road infrastructure to go with it.
That sounds like Australia, especially Melbourne.
And so what's happened is that that has bred impatience. So if I don't jump out right now, I'll never get out.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to go fast and commit.
Lucky I don't live in the city.
Road infrastructure was based on one house per property, and in the last 20 years, they're knocking down older houses and building
not the older houses.
Increases, one house instead of having 2 cars now has potentially 16 cars, and it's just it doesn't work.
Definitely doesn't work. Yeah.
I've got a practical example. I'm going to have to screen share thing again, Angry.
Well, while you're getting that screen share, I've got a question for everyone regarding roundabouts. It's nice and simple. What is the give way rules to a roundabout?
Give way to the right. You always give way to the right.
That's what I thought, but the actual road rules say if you're in the
can't give way to the left
already, you have right of way.
Approaching.
No, in New South Wales, as the only New South Wales person here, we give way to the right, and people have been pissed off at me in my local town because I've been giving too long of a way because in busy rush hour, they're beeping at me, but I can't do anything. There's too many cars coming from the right.
Yeah. Okay. That's in Queensland.
In Australia is whoever is already on the roundabout it has right of way, and in practical terms that means give way to your right. The law does not explicitly give way to your right. It's that if you're already on the roundabout you have right of way, but in practical terms that means give way to your right.
In the event of a car approaching a roundabout, I just go fast and commit because I know I'm going to get out of the way first.
So I used to come around this roundabout pretty frequently years ago. And what I would do is I would come down this road and I would come here and I'd look to my right. And if there's nothing coming, I could get out round this roundabout really quick. So I would be, you can't quite see them, but basically this lane here is to the left. That lane's to straight on. That lane is to
the right. Yeah.
And I'll have people in this lane right behind me and beep at me so that they can go that way. But the scariest one I've had, and I've got to precede it. So one of the problems that I've had as a cyclist is people they look for cars, they don't look for bicycles.
Pretty much.
So I have to look at them and sort of think, are they going to move out? But what will happen is frequently, I would imagine I'm going around here and there's cars waiting to come out. They jump out right behind my back wheel, as in half a second after my, they're revving their engine to pull out as I'm moving in front of them.
Yeah,
which means they jump out behind me, of course.
Yeah, I won't do that to a cyclist. I'll do that to other cars, but I won't do that to cyclists.
Yeah, in Victoria, Australia, they say to at least give 1.5 meters to a bike or something like that.
Yeah, I wish that was actually cemented in law. It isn't in the UK, though it is a principle that the police are now using. Anyway, but if you can imagine, like I say, I'm on the right-hand lane because I'm going this way. So what I do is, and once I get past that junction, I'll indicate to my left and then move out over here, ready to go that way. Now, there was one time, a long time ago now, probably about 15 years ago, I'm coming across here and I ran over a screw that was probably about maybe 20 centimeters long. It was long, it was huge.
That's a long screw.
Yeah, and it bounced off my front wheel and went through my back tire.
That's unfortunate.
And I went from about 15 miles per hour, 18 miles per hour to 0 in a car's length because, it jammed on the frame. So I just, I suddenly have a huge amount of grip on the back wheel because it wasn't moving or drag, sorry. Probably someone that fell off a truck or whatever, But anyway, the scary one for me is imagine if that happened here. Imagine if the screw was there and I run over it and then I suddenly jam to a halt.
That would have been scary.
If you've got those kind of people that try jumping out, they're already starting to move. They're creeping.
And
as
the really scary thing
in
is,
front of them.
And the other scary thing is they probably aren't looking directly in front of them either.
No. And so what will happen is, it's like, well, what happened if I ran over a screw there? By the time they realize that I'm not moving the way that they expected, they're already driving into me.
Yeah, you got lucky there.
But the worst one I've ever had was someone not paying attention. He was in this lane here, and I'm coming round, and I come round at a quick speed, probably about 18 miles an hour. I had a road bike at the time. And it's got a little bit of a downhill as well, so it gives you a bit more momentum. So I'm coming around here at a reasonable rate, and I'm seeing this car, and he's coming up here. And I'm thinking to myself, he's going a bit too quick to be stopping. He's still going to, he ain't stopping. And so I slammed on my brakes and steered away, and I ended up sliding the back wheel. So my back wheel was going this way, and my front was this way. I ended up skidding and ended up on the ground. The only good thing about a Smidsy, sorry mate, I didn't see you, is if there was a car behind me, he would have noticed that, and which means there wasn't a car behind me to squash me because he didn't notice it and he pulled out anyway. But I jumped up like a jackrabbit and I went to his window and I said, "You need to be more careful what you're doing." And he went, "You should have." I should have what? I'm on the road. You're entering it. Those lines there, meaning these ones, they mean give way. And I was fine. The bite was fine, but my wits weren't.
No, that's a very upsetting incident.
That's the nearest I've ever had to being in a proper collision.
I'll be back in a bit.
No worries, mate. Yeah, I was just thinking, that picture of the roundabout there. Near where I used to live, there is a roundabout at the bottom of a hill, and you can just imagine from where that traffic island is at the start of, to go onto the roundabout. That's about where that distance from the roundabout is where I saw the car enter the roundabout that I would soon be in front of, having traveled down a hill at speed. Mm-hmm. I applied the brake and it stopped the front wheel dead.
Ow.
So I went from applying the brake to that location to landing approximately 2 feet in the middle of the roundabout. This was in 2003. It took a couple of minutes to regain consciousness. I left a blood stain on the road approximately 1.5 to 2 feet diameter.
Ooh.
That was fun.
Yeah.
People say riding a bike is really, really dangerous. It's not. It's the people who are driving that aren't paying enough attention.
In my instance, it was in my situation. It was because my previous bike had brakes that needed a fortnight's notice to stop, and this bike was brand new. And brand new bikes, as you'd probably be able to testify, Laura, their braking surfaces tend to be a little sticky when they're new.
Mm-hmm.
So the moment I touched the front brake lever, it just catapulted me over the front.
Ooh. Yeah. Ironically, that's what bicycle helmets are made for. A lot of people think, "Oh, you'll be better off in a car crash." They're only designed for 12-mile-an-hour impacts, which is like falling over, going up the handlebars kind of thing.
I was doing. Can't think of the miles an hour, but I was doing at least 40 kilometers an hour, and the bike stopped almost instantly, but I certainly didn't.
Yeah.
I'm told that I was still in motion when my brother realized there was something wrong and turned round. I'm also told that apparently I got quite a decent altitude and bounced.
Oh, damn. Oh, damn.
No, there actually were linear brakes, V brakes, L3. And I've still got the bike that tried to kill me, actually. Its handlebars have been replaced because the original's cracked. It turns out that when the bike's bounced off the road like a ball, and just as the rider previously did, the You get metal fatigue in parts.
One day before this happened, literally a day before I came to Australia. Ukraine, like in the 90s, corruption, crony capitalism, and all that crap. I was a stubborn kid, and I should have followed the zebra, but there were potholes in the streets everywhere. I tripped in a pothole, and the driver, he saw me. He slowed just in time. I was underneath the car just before the wheels, and I was about 5. No, I was 7.
That's fucking awful.
And yeah, I feel so bad for the driver now, but like, yeah, now I always follow the bloody zebra. Like, learn your bloody lesson.
I have a fun story.
Yeah.
I mentioned. Oh, sorry.
You got kind of lucky-ish because a guy I know, he had a little motorized scooter, and it just skidded out from underneath him, and he actually did get run over. He literally had a tire track mark across the center of his body. How he survived it is a bit of a mystery.
Oh, at least he survived.
He broke his sternum.
Oh,
he had a bad
everybody at the bus stop was shocked, and I got I feel so. I feel. Yeah, like I was Grandpa. Grandpa's like, so don't do it, but I was feeling stubborn and shitty or something. But don't know what got into me. But yeah, yeah, I've had a few close calls. I think I've used a few of my 9 lives already.
I have a fun story for you. So when I moved to Germany with my family, because we're in the military, and so in 1984,
can you speak German?
No.
Okay.
I know my numbers and I know a Schloss is a castle.
You know more than me.
So what happened was we're in Germany and we just moved there. So I didn't really know anybody yet.
Was this in the 60s?
No, I'm not that old.
Sorry, I don't know.
I wasn't even born until the mid 70s. So.
Sorry.
So I would have been about 10, maybe 11 now. So what happened was I saw some kids that had BMXs and they were jumping over a lump of dirt, just packed in nice and tight, Well, I didn't have a mountain bike. I didn't have a BMX. They were the coolest thing around, but I didn't own one. I owned a Rally Grifter, which is like a kid's mountain bike made out of scaffolding. It's really heavy. So these kids are jumping and thinking, how impressive that was. And I thought to myself, my young, stupid mind made this amusing association with the idea of, I've got a bike that has multiple gears. Multiple gears means I can go faster. Because I can go faster, that means I can be higher and it'll be better and cooler.
That sounds painful.
It was a bit, yeah. So what happened was, so I got a good old run up for second gear, third gear, and then I went over this bump, and it was quite a short bump, so it was quite high and short, so it was quite a shudder to make the jump. Well, when I did the bounce, that's when the bike and me separated. I landed on gravel and skidded for about 2 or 3 meters.
That's not very nice.
Yeah, I had a big bandage over sort of 2/3 of my thigh. My bike bounced twice and then bounced through a Mercedes.
Ooh.
It damaged a door, the front left wing, the bonnet, broke the windscreen and hit the other wing on the other side.
I hope they had car insurance.
They did, yeah.
That's good.
I wasn't punished. I'd learned my lesson the painful way. But yeah, it's a funny little story, like I say.
I used to, you see driveways and the little gutter thing drops down a bit, and then I used to use that to get a little bit of air off the bike. The trouble is, the bike I was doing it on at the time, I was quite young. The bike I was doing that with at the time had back pedal brakes, and as I landed one day, I locked up the back and slipped the back up And as the bike got lower and lower, the tires were a bit worn. The knobbly edge of the tire. You know how some roads the main part is all smooth and then the rest of it's like all rocky shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you've got tires that are kind of bald in the middle but still quite knobbly on the edges, and then you get a bike sliding and it just goes down, you can predict what's going to happen. Yeah. Now, it wasn't a significant injury and got off pretty lightly. A bit of what you call road rash, I guess.
Skin burn.
Yeah, double rolled and I went, that sure did suck. I mean, it's not the most dramatic story in the world, but yeah, I basically high-sided it.
With the exception of about 2 years, maybe 3, I've always rode a bicycle since I was a kid, and I live in a city. I don't need a car. If I want to go into the city, there's trams and trains and buses. And if I want to go any further than that, there's trains or planes, even if I'm going abroad. So, like I say, don't need a car.
Yeah, but you forget COVID now, so more people are driving.
Yeah, I just drive more defensively, road positioning, things like that.
I think it's a good policy, defensive driving.
Yeah, I'm a defensive truck.
Yeah,
I think defensive driving courses should be mandatory.
I'm going to share something that Megaleech actually sent me a link to a little while ago. This is a really out there roundabout in the UK, and I actually think
I bet it's the magic roundabout.
Yeah, I think I've been on this as a passenger in a car.
Yes.
Is that the one which
it's a big roundabout surrounded by 5 other roundabouts.
What the fuck?
Which in the abstract looks scary, but if you take the time to think about it, makes perfect sense.
You can never leave.
No, but I've been on that as a passenger, and I got a warning as we approached it. This is known as the magic roundabout, and it freaks people out. But he was a low trippy looking thing.
Who designed this monstrosity?
It's pretty wild. It's pretty wild.
An incredible fucking roundabout. Or set of roundabouts.
Really.
Frank
Blackmore. Yeah, Frank Blackmore.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. A roundabout surrounded by 5 other
I bet you he was on something when he designed that roundabout.
Yeah, you got to wonder. I mean, you'd think, wouldn't it have been easier just to make it one stonking great big roundabout?
Exactly.
No.
Yeah. It's pretty stressful the way they've done it, honestly. Yeah, and that's a reasonable question. Is that in Canberra? Because Canberra has weird, huge, fucked up roundabouts.
Yeah, it's nearly 50 years old. That is
the magic roundabout's nearly 50 years
1972
old.
was
I bet you there's been heaps of problems on that roundabout.
There's a lot of escape options.
It might well function quite well. It just looks fucking weird.
No, in the abstract, it looks creepy and threatening, but if you understand it, it makes perfect sense.
It's
but
just
I think a lot of people
lots of intersections.
I watch a couple of these.
Annette, no, I haven't fallen asleep. I'm just a cat bed, and I have nothing to say about roundabouts.
That's fair.
Or bikes.
That's fair. Totally fair.
I watch a couple of these, bad driving compilation videos from the UK every week, and so frequently, it's people not being able to, it's most of the time, it is poor lane control, people not using observation skills and pulling out without looking properly, or it's mini roundabouts. And mini roundabouts, you're supposed to go around them, but it's amazing how many people just go through them. So you'll get someone who is turning right, and there's someone coming towards you, and they just go off straight on the roundabout because they're expecting you to go around it, and if you go around it, there won't be a confrontation. But if you go so that like 2/3 of the roundabouts to your left, because you're driving sort of towards the right of that mini roundabout, so you're on the wrong side of the road. That's when you get problems, and of course, then they beat their horn, and it's like loads of people put these videos on, and it's like, congratulations, the dash cam person is effectively the one being the crappy driver. Yeah. It's astounding, really. You know, like you'll get someone that, you know, an example would be someone who pulls out, someone who pulls out from a roundabout or a side junction or something like that, and it's like they, you know, the dash cam driver beeps their horn really loudly, but the reality of it is that they were doing 60 miles an hour and it's a 40-mile-an-hour zone.
Yeah.
So so the other driver looked, they saw a car coming, so they went, well, there's enough time for me to accelerate, you know, pull out and accelerate before they'll catch me. But no.
Have you guys seen this one in Melbourne?
Yes, I see.
Whereabouts?
Is that Five Ways in Murrelbach?
Yeah, Murrelbach. There's like 3 roundabouts and kind of 4, and it's psychotic.
It's called Five Ways. Oh, that's
There's
like
a 5 ways where I live, and it doesn't have any roundabouts.
I never had a problem with that. I could always navigate that pretty well.
Anyway, sorry. I just thought I'd show you.
Yeah, Stella, I'm printing out some D&D stuff now.
Yeah. Also, just want to say bye to L3 D-Tube.
Bye, L3.
It's almost dinner time where they are going shopping, so have a good weekend.
Yeah. Have a good one, mate. Given that I actually am booked tomorrow, I should probably get some sleep myself.
No, buddy. Have some fun.
Who's booked during lockdown?
Stay for the afternoon.
No, it is in Queensland. They're not in lockdown.
Everyone except for Melbourne, especially if you're in Sydney, you should definitely go out.
I'm not in lockdown. I'm in regional Victoria. I'm at regional New South Wales. We're not in lockdown. We just have restrictions.
Oh, well, they're going to be ending all lockdowns on for Monday.
My fucking.
I feel like I'm a meat in a sandwich because Sydney's in lockdown and Victoria's in lockdown, but we're not in lockdown.
Yeah. I mean,
unfortunately, in the UK, we have the problem that the government just want to open it up for everybody.
At least you've done a better job with vaccination than we have. Our vaccination is a crap show.
Yeah. Well, even so,
50,000 cases a day in the UK.
There were at one point, yeah.
True.
Scary.
Indonesia's 58,000 cases a day.
Oh no, Indonesia's collapsing into chaos. It's quite frightening.
They're just north of us, right there. They're just north. Wait, nobody.
Yeah. Sorry, I just noticed Heine in the chat talking about scary roads. Camberwell Junction, 5 roads into a conventional corner. Do a 75-degree turn, as well as a negative.
That's like where I live, but that has that.
And there's another one in Ringvale, which is known as Spaghetti Junction.
Yes.
And it's probably about 6 or 7 roads. It's a mess.
Who created this road?
Freeways in the US that they refer to as spaghetti junctions, and you see the pictures of them, and you go, "What the fuck?" What? It's basically 2 major interstates intersect, and they want to make it possible for people to go whichever way they want. So you get these sort of 8 roundabouts all swirling around one another, and it's crazy. And okay, Stella, I thought the chat was behaving more, but Stella's just randomly.
Oh, you beat me to it. I was typing.
Yeah, no, I'm in lockdown, but not opposed to being tied down.
Yep.
So I thought the chat had basically been behaving for a while, but Stella's the bad influence yet again.
Stella's the devil again.
Yeah.
I'm drunk.
But
that's fair.
Hi, drunk. I'm Abigail.
I haven't drank alcohol in like 3 months.
Good on you.
My second cocktail, and I feel fuck-eyed.
Isn't do you only get drunk during lockdowns? Isn't lockdown drunk time for you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I'm actually like good for a drink soon.
That's fine. To
I've kind of pepped up a bit.
Yeah. To paraphrase Hunter S. Thompson, I don't want to recommend drinking alcohol on live streams, but it works for me. So
it's really weird. After I drink beer, sometimes I feel full awake. Does that happen to anybody? Just drink beer and you're fully awake?
Well, I'm not drinking anything else.
These are my Hunter S. Thompson. These are actual prescription glasses. I should have got them in yellow, but I got them in pink, and I regret not getting them in yellow.
There you go, Angry. There's our Spaghetti Junction.
Sorry, just a sec.
This is in the Birmingham area. When he puts it up.
So yeah, the actual Hunter Thompson quote was, I hate to advocate drugs, alcohol, and violence and insanity to anyone, but it always works for me. So, okay. So Laura's sharing a Spaghetti Junction. Okay. Yeah.
That's like a super highway.
Yeah. Fuck
yeah.
No. That confuses my brain.
That hurts.
Yeah. I mean, the nice thing about it is you can go anywhere. You can take
anywhere you want.
Well, yeah, because you can go this way to get to that way.
Imagine if there's a traffic jam on it.
That was another thing.
Different levels.
Yeah,
is that in America?
No, that's the UK.
They have heaps of those in America.
I mean, let's sort of drag this down here.
Oh, that just hurts your mind. Who created that thing?
I don't know.
According to the TV series Good Omens, the demon Crowley invented that, but
no, I'll be scared. I'll be scared out of my brain driving there.
Yeah, it's not as hard as it looks because the advantage that we've got is really good signage.
We've got excellent signage in Australia. You can pretty go everywhere.
Yeah.
But it was opened in 1972, also before I was born, by the way.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, Annette agrees with me. That road was invented by Crowley, the demon, because he worked out just giving humans a tiny bit of aggravation every day increases the negativity far more. All the other demons in hell were into really aggressively torturing individuals, whereas Crowley was just into doing minor inconveniences that just raised the aggravation levels incrementally for the entire population. And he was too subtle. The other demons didn't quite get it.
Oh, by the way, Angry, you were saying a little while ago, like 50,000 cases of COVID.
That was in Indonesia.
Oh, was it? Okay. Well, we did have a crazy amount of cases. So,
There's about 50,000 in the UK every day.
Yeah, there was a crazy amount.
I thought it was 30,000.
A few months ago, was about March or something like that.
Yeah.
We had something like 1,575 people died in a day.
That was scary.
And but the thing to bear in mind here is that you remember 1,575, I think was the number, or close to it. There are only 1,440 minutes in a day. So that was someone dying more than 1 minute.
Yeah, that's messed up.
That's crazy.
Pretty bad.
And but now we're about to open up to everybody. Now 2/3 of the adult population have been vaccinated.
Well, you can still get it, but hopefully you won't go to hospital. You don't go to hospital if you're vaccinated, or
if you're fully vaccinated, there's pretty solid protection against serious illness.
I'm 50% vaccinated.
Yeah. If you're fully vaccinated, you're somewhere between 70 and 80% protected against actually getting the virus, but you're like 95+% protected against serious illness or hospitalization. But what I've always said, I'm sure we all remember from the early days of the pandemic, fuckwits going, "Oh, why are you upset about something that's only got a 1% fatality rate?" 1% of the population is a fuck ton of people. That is a lot of people. Yeah. And I always would say the people who were saying like it's not serious, you get fucking sick, you will suddenly realize.
And now that they're complaining about the vaccines.
1% is not 0%. If you get it seriously and you start to get really
that's what I'm
sick,
that's what I'm
afraid. Die from the flu every year.
Oh yeah, and that was the other thing.
I've got the flu twice this year. I had the flu vaccine, probably got it once from the flu vaccine, and I forgot I'm hoping it's the flu, but I got the flu twice within a month. It's ridiculous, but I'm hoping it's the flu.
I got a swine flu variant about 3 years ago from fucking VidCon, the YouTube.
Yeah, I remember that.
And what was really funny is on the last day, I'd had a couple drinks during the day because we were sneaking drinks with a couple of people, and I went out with some people and we were going to go to a bar, and I was with this group, and I went, "Oh, you know what? I'm just not feeling it as much as this is the last day, and I want to sign off with a big bang. I'm going to go home. I'm just going to go home. I feel lame doing it, but something doesn't feel right. I'm going home." That night at home, the fucking swine flu that some fucker at the convention had given me kicked in, and I was projectile vomiting and diarrheaing like nobody. It was the worst night. It was a really
Is there a vaccine for swine flu?
Yes and no is the short answer to that.
But wasn't there swine flu this year, like in Geelong Way or West Victoria?
No, all I was thinking was, holy shit, if I'd have gone out with these people, I would have got paralytic drunk, and this flu would have kicked in while I was in the city paralytic
That's
drunk.
lucky.
And I seriously would have just collapsed into a gutter somewhere, shitting myself and vomiting. And so, oh my God. Thanks.
You would have had to, you would have gone to ER. The hospital.
I would have gone to hospital. You're absolutely right, Abigail. I would have ended up in hospital. But because I went home.
Yeah, that's where I
just spent the night sitting on the toilet, and it was like the worst night. And I don't know, something
that reminds me of
give it to people.
Reminds me of the time I went to Hobart with my partner at the time, and we were going for a conference. And we decided to extend the trip by a couple of days on either side, so we could enjoy Hobart. And so we went to the Salamanca market. And had veggie burgers. Mm-hmm. And as we were eating them, we were halfway done, and she noticed that the lady who runs that stall was handling money with the same ungloved hands as she was handling the food.
Oh, that's a good way to
get
sick.
Yes. So
the amount of
literally the next day
actually is really alarming.
Yeah. So the next day we were both pooping and vomiting. Yeah, it was the worst. It was diarrhea. It was while we were in a hotel. It was awful. And fuck that.
Because paper money and coin money passes
Plastic
through
money.
So many hands. It's got so many germs on it. People handling food are meant to have one ungloved hand for handling money and one gloved hand for handling food. And when you see someone fucking that up, it's like, okay, someone's got to get sick here.
Hopefully that's not COVID, nobody.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. We're talking about waffle stomping when you've got the...
What the hell is waffle stomping?
Okay, it's like when you're pooping in the shower because you're so sick, you just go in the shower and you're pooping and you try and force it down the drain by stomping on the poop. And the drain cover makes waffle shapes. That's waffle stomping.
That is very nasty.
What the?
That's a first.
Have you never heard of that before?
No.
Nope.
Oh man, you should get an Urban Dictionary more. It's a laugh.
Waffle stomping is
Just go on Urban Dictionary for fun. You never know where
I've gone on that site before, but never heard of that definition before.
Nah,
I found some pretty good definitions for fuck knuckle on Urban Dictionary.
It's the most bizarre website.
Who maintains Urban Dictionary?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Is it like Wikipedia?
Some rich person.
You can add your own.
Yeah, anyone can add to it, but yeah, someone must own the domain.
Poor Stella.
I remember the worst flu I ever had. And
Stella, I could have gone my whole life without knowing that.
You know how when you were talking about South Park before, and you were talking about them shitting on someone?
Yeah.
Yep. That's Team
That's
America.
a Cleveland Steamer.
Cleveland Steamer. Yep.
Yep.
Oh yes. Yes.
I almost said it, then I was like, no, these people are going to kick me out of the chat.
Yeah. No. But who remember? There's an Australian musician I like, Brendan McLean, a gay disco guy. He did a video a couple of years ago for one of his tracks, and it was inspired by this thing that was written in the 70s, gay semiotics. It was this whole thing about wearing coloured handkerchiefs in different pockets of your pants meant different things. And so he had this song that was just kind of, hey, it's a great sort of disco song.
Handkerchief
code. And he just put all this stuff from gay semiotics, and there was he put this video on YouTube, and it lasted on YouTube for a couple of weeks and got hundreds of thousands of views. But it was dudes in it who were clearly actually fucking for real. And the final shot was actually someone taking a shit on Brendan's head. And you're looking at it and going like, okay, that might be fake, because there was like a guy's butt over his head and then a big thing landing on his face. And it might be
in front
fake.
of my salad.
I know, in front of your salad. It might be fake and it might be real. And this video lasted for a couple of weeks on YouTube and got hundreds of thousands of views before YouTube went, okay, first, those guys, although they're not showing penetration, those guys are actually definitely fucking. And that final thing with the poop landing on his head, we're not absolutely sure that's a real poop landing on his head, but it looks like it might be a real poop landing on his head. And it was just, there was a period of about 2 weeks where people were like losing their minds on YouTube going, I cannot believe this video is on YouTube and they haven't taken it down.
They used to let, like 10 years ago, they used to let anything on YouTube. Like two videos that have stuck in my mind from YouTube is one, a guy in an interrogation room and they didn't check him for a gun, and he just pulls out a gun and shoots himself in the head. That was on YouTube. Oh. And the other one was a guy being eaten by a lion.
Oh, yes, I remember the guy being eaten by a lion video.
Yeah, that traumatized me. That was horrible. And his kids were watching him screaming like, no, Daddy's being eaten by a lion. But he died.
Yeah.
They ripped his guts out.
Yeah, and nobody helped him.
No, they were in a one of those free range safari parks where you take your own car in, and he got out to take pictures of the lion, and someone was filming, and then the lion came up and grabbed him from behind, and then they were just eating all his guts.
Yeah, I go to Africa.
The funniest YouTube video I've ever seen, I've put it in the link there now. It's 9 seconds long, and it's the funniest. I probably watched it about 20 times myself. It's just too funny. You should be able to play it because it's only 9 seconds long.
Yeah, but I'll get a copyright infringement if I do.
Copyright strike.
So what it is, you got like rubber chickens or rubber ducks, and one of them just goes quack or squeak. But when there's a whole bin of them, if you push them all down, there's some. I'm sure a scientist could explain a thing about the sound wave. Like you squeeze one and it just goes squeak or quack or whatever. But when there's a whole bin of them and you push them all down and then release them, it's this inhuman scream.
Yeah, it's like Swedish heavy metal.
Yes, Swedish heavy metal.
It's great. Yeah.
I put the link in the live.
Don't you mean Finnish heavy metal?
Oh yeah, Finnish is even worse. Hey, Finnish fucking crazy.
Oh my god, it's the funniest.
They're the ones that won Eurovision.
No, this year, no, Italy won Eurovision this year.
Not this year. I'm talking about 14 years ago.
Oh, you're talking about what?
Yeah.
I'm obsessed with Eurovision. It's like my biggest obsession.
Me too.
I just
Oh my God, I
I've
love
never watched Eurovision. I've never gotten into it, and I do not
Next
know.
year, you have to come to my Eurovision show, Abigail.
Okay,
Mrs.
I
Angry
will.
loves Eurovision.
You'll have
Mrs.
to
Angry
remind
loves
me.
Yeah.
Faith, you'll have to hang out. Mrs. Angry absolutely loves Eurovision. She's really into it.
Oh my God! You all have to come to my Eurovision show.
We'll come to your Eurovision
You just talk shit
next
about
year
it.
or something. Yeah.
So, what does it involve? Like the party, not Eurovision.
Oh, I stream it on a website, but I've also I've got a friend in Sweden who comes in and stream. Like we just talk shit on it. We poo it because that's what you do with Eurovision. We just make fun of it and try and guess the winner and get really angry when the winner's stupid.
When it's not, and wonder why the fuck Australia is in it.
Yeah, but the UK is in it too.
A lot of people.
Oh,
Israel's in it. A lot of people who aren't Europe are in Europe.
Yeah.
A few years ago, UK, the
the
stage got stormed by someone.
Yeah.
Crazy
it's
stuff
always-
happens at Eurovision.
It's always funny how few votes England gets because everyone hates England.
Oh my God, this
They
year
got
England got
zero.
no votes. It was
They got
like, and I
zero.
loved the song. England was so good
Yeah,
this year.
they did a
They
pretty good
always
job.
put in such a beautiful song, but no votes, like no public votes and no country voted for them. It was fucking duck eggs. It was
That
so.
was a record. That was a record.
Yeah, that's what happens when you get Brexit.
Even Russia gets more votes than UK in Eurovision.
UK's always down the bottom because they're very political.
Yeah, it never used to be like that.
There's a lot of countries who if you look at the political climate, a lot of countries won't be in it, and then they will, and then they'll come back, and then it got banned in certain countries because
Belarus got banned.
Because the year it was really gay caused a lot of issues in Russia. The one that had that really
a lot of the Middle Eastern countries as well.
That really ambiguous vampire character. I forget which country he was from. That he was like a gay vampire, and he was my favorite.
All of Eurovision is gay.
It is. Eurovision is very gay.
Yeah.
Very gay.
I'm all for it.
Yeah.
It's so weird. Oh my God, Abigail, it is so much fun. Like, it is the craziest, campiest, weirdest shit ever.
Okay.
It was awesome in 2019.
Invite
I was
me.
in the same time zone, and it finished 1 a.m. local time, so it started like 7:30. It was the Israel one because I was in Crimea.
Israel one? Oh my God, I loved her. She's so good.
No,
So do your Eurovision parties, do they involve actually like meeting up in person, or is it all online?
No, but it can.
Yeah.
Because like I'm sick of online events. Like as introverted and as like online and connected as I am, I'm sick of online events. I'm sick of Zoom events, and I just want to.
It's not the same.
Meet in the
Let's do
same
it. Next year, I will hold
same
a
place.
big party, a real life
I'm
party.
down.
You guys can all come to my panel.
Oh,
Awesome.
Oh my God, I love Conchita Wurst. She's absolutely amazing.
Oh, Conchita was great. Yes, Conchita was great.
Speaking about Europe-y type things, we just had the Euros football thing. And one of the funniest thing I saw about it. So a British politician from the House of Lords, so an appointed
Senate. The Senate.
Yeah. So he expressed his outrage in a tweet where the game was Spain versus Italy. And it was, basically whoever won that game would go to the final and they'd be playing against England. So that's what he was watching probably. Anyway, so what happens is before the start of the game, you got the national anthems. And the Italian team sang it. And then when it was the Spanish team, they didn't. And this politician was, basically, look how awful it is that every single one of the Italian teams sang the national anthem. But when it came to the Spanish one, nobody did. And people had to point out that the Spanish national anthem doesn't have any lyrics.
Yeah.
Has no lyrics. And the last time it did, they were lyrics that were given the green light by Franco.
Yeah, they were Franco's fascist lyrics.
Yeah.
I just say, moving back to Eurovision, I just did a search on Eurovision gay vampire, and the dude showed up. I love this dude. He's just like.
What year was that from?
That was from about 3 or 4 years ago.
The color is the microphone.
That was longer ago than that.
I don't remember. True.
He's just great. I love this guy.
They're always. I haven't watched it for a number of years, but they're always tended to be from like Eastern European countries.
Just because we can sing better.
Something that sounded like a polka.
That was the Russian grannies who did like a little polka song.
The Russian grannies, they were awesome.
Yeah.
There was a controversial Polish one a few years ago, wasn't there?
Which one was it?
The Polish one.
I don't know. There's always weird ones. There's always weird ones. Most of them are just like pop of one form or another, but some countries will do weird folk-oriented stuff. And
the Ukrainian one was folk this year.
Yeah, Ukraine semi-regularly does very folk-oriented
stuff.
Was it
Ukraine? That was the one with the female.
The bird lady. Yeah, she said it all in Ukrainian.
Yeah, that one was really good.
Yeah, I liked it. I partly understand Ukrainian, but yeah, she was a bit too fast for me. But yeah, it was alright.
She looked like Trinity from The Matrix.
Yeah, that's what she reminds me. And the Aussie chick and her, they have like a chick like romance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I loved the Australian. So what happened with Eurovision this year is that because of COVID, all the entrants from the previous year.
Yeah, that was BS.
It was shit because the Australian song. So all the entrants had to submit a new song, and the Australian song was so good, and then her song this year, which was Montaigne, wasn't as good, but her previous song could have won.
Do you know what?
Montaigne's great. I love Montaigne.
Montaigne is so good. I love her so much.
She's very good.
You know what? I'm amazed.
Casey Donovan would have won.
Who?
I'm
amazed. Casey Donovan wasn't she?
She's good. She's a great singer.
I'm amazed that there isn't an American equivalent of,
Oh my God! Don't let the Americans into Eurovision.
No, Flowrider was in Eurovision. He's in America.
No. Think America Vision. So basically, 50 states, all of them make a song.
But you're forgetting Canada. Canada has to be in there. North America Vision.
America does their own version of Eurovision. Will end up in a fucking civil war.
Yeah.
Oh.
But that's just like, The Voice and all those other shows. That's what they basically are. They're a US-centric version of Eurovision.
Yeah, pretty.
Eurovision is so niche and
it's so wacky,
unique, and it's so stylized to be campy. Like, I feel I know they shouldn't. I don't even agree with them really letting Australia in. I was fine without Australia being in it, but I think Australia gets what Eurovision encompasses. I think if you start letting other countries in,
do you know how many Europeans? Do you know how many European settlers there are here even today?
Hey?
Heaps of us.
European settlers.
Yeah, there's heaps of Europeans. Yeah. So that's why they let us in, because there's heaps of Greeks, a little bit of Eastern Europeans, heaps of UK people, and yeah.
I'm sorry, guys, but I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go and have a nap. Ironically, normally I would expect the Australians over there to be going to bed now.
I soon will be. I've taken my evening medication, and it's starting to kick in.
That's okay.
And so if I stay on camera much longer, I'm going to do an AIDSy and pass out in front of you.
Yeah, no, buddy.
It's time for me to do the fuck off ski.
Yeah. So there's only before.
Good night, nobody.
Bye, Laura. Bye, nobody.
Bye, Laura.
See you.
Bye, Laura.
And bye. Bye.
I don't want everyone to go. I just got drunk for the first time in 3 months, and now I'm a Catholic.
No,
I'm pouring a drink. I'm not going anywhere.
I'm staying for a while.
And then pour a drink. I was just going to share a thing. I love this, a gatekeeping thing. So I got to do the share screen from Chuck Tingle, because he's a fucking treasure.
Chuck Tingle.
He's such a treasure.
I love him.
Let me see if I got this. It's he's going, so you're a buckaroo. Name 3 places you'd like to go out for a celebratory chocolate milk, because we don't keep gatekeep in the Tingleverse.
I don't get it, but I've never seen that meme before. Don't even try and explain it to me.
Okay. No, I'm going to.
I haven't seen it either.
I don't get it.
Chuck Tingle writes he started years ago writing self-published things on Amazon that are weird variations of "Pounded in the Butt" by my something or other, and then they became really metaphysical. So I'm going to look it up. If I just get a Wikipedia on, let's go. Chuck Tingle. Chuck Tingle bibliography. Okay, so Chuck Tingle. Little has been confirmed about Tingle's identity, besides the fact Chuck Tingle is a pseudonym. Great. It's began self-publishing erotic fiction through Amazon's ebook service in 2014. With titles like My Billionaire My Billionaire Triceratops Craves Gay Ass, and Pounded by President Bigfoot, and Taken by the Gay Unicorn Biker. And so is Chuck Tingle's bibliography. So if we go through the books, Chuck Tingle, get fucked. There must be some fucking war in Wikipedia on it.
Wikipedia edits that are false.
Wikipedia is both good and terrible.
I love Wikipedia. Wikipedia is better.
Okay. So essentially, Chuck Tingle started with a "Pounded in the Butt" by my gay something or other, and then it just became progressively more and more abstract and weird. And so then it became "Pounded in the Butt" by my book, "Pounded in the Butt" by my gay lover, and it just got super abstract to turned gay by the existential dread that I may actually be a character in a Chuck Tingle book. So it's living inside my own butt for 8 years, starting a business and turning a profit through common sense reinvestment and strategic targeted marketing. And
it's funny, but I still don't get it.
I know, no, and then the character Chuck Tingle, who writes these bizarre erotic novels, the character of Chuck Tingle is this weird, naive, sort of southern twang voice, because he had a podcast and he's just into chocolate milk and stuff, and and it's just but if you look at the Chuck Tingle, okay, what's Chuck Tingle doing on Twitter, for instance? Chuck Tingle on Twitter is oh, where did that fucking go? My Twitter's being
is it a coincidence that both Angry and Faith are in Melbourne and both of you have fancy lives going on at the same time?
It's a Melbourne thing.
It's also a not so weird coincidence, because why is it weird?
No, it's not weird. It's just deja vu. Is it deja vu? Am I using the word correctly?
Hey, I don't know if I wrote it in the chat before, but on Twitter, I am Goatsy.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
Nice.
hang on, I'll log in and follow you. I'm not even joking. I was like, when Twitter first started, I'm like, I'm just going to register something that's real stupid, Goatsy. And the amount of ats that I get from people adding Goatsy. And then sometimes I just go and like draw a little ASCII asshole.
Yeah.
The ultimate goat.
Goatsy.
Goatsy has got nothing to do with goats.
No, it's got to do with big old assholes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, Chuck Tingle is weird and naive. And if you're a part of the Chuck Tingle universe, you're a buckaroo, and that's a non-gender term.
I'm buckaroo.
His big thing is love is real, and he just always tweets positive things.
He's wholesome and pure.
And he does this absolutely surreal erotica, and
but he doesn't mean to.
No, it's just like
he must be getting
loves chocolate milk,
and he's very sex positive, and
and he was upset at J.K. Rowling being transphobic. He's written a few little novellas of the trans wizard Harriet Porber, and
that's a copyright strike.
Yeah, no, it's just like he's both a massive troll and also incredibly positive and naive. It's the entity that is Chuck Tingle is massive.
Is it a teenage guy or is it a guy in his 40s?
The answer to that, Safa, is yes. And also Chuck Tingle is also in his 70s. I think Chuck Tingle is a teenager, middle-aged, and in his 70s. Chuck Tingle crosses all boundaries.
Chuck Tingle is you and me.
Yep. Chuck Tingle
He's
is
everybody.
Chuck Tingle is all of us. Chuck Tingle is love. Chuck Tingle is positive.
It's life.
He's hope.
Positive sort for buckaroos everywhere. Oh my god! I thought it was the cat in the background, Abigail, but it's actually your 3D printer moving around in the background. I can see.
Yep.
Oh,
okay.
You want to know something depressing? You won't get. It's only going to be 9 degrees where I am, but it's only going to be 8 degrees in Canberra tomorrow.
Oh, the bad thing is, what's the fucking minimum? Because the overnight minimums can get brutal as fuck.
We've got rain here, so it's like 7 degrees overnight. So we've got rain
that's
covered.
The weird thing. If it's cloudy and whatnot, the minimums don't get that bad
because it keeps the heat.
Yeah, the maximums don't get very good.
I hate frost when it gets frosty.
Like when I grew up in Dubbos, like in the Central Western Plains of New South Wales, we had no cloud cover.
Yeah.
In winter at night, there was nothing to keep the heat in.
We get cloud cover here.
Winter was fucking weird in Dubbo. You would literally get sub-zero overnight some winter nights, but during the day it would get up to 14 or 15 degrees, which after zero feels really warm. So I'd go to school in the morning rugged up with like 3 or 4 layers, but by the afternoon it had warmed up to the point it was too hot. And you're carrying 2 or 3 of your layers with you because it's too hot to fucking wear. Dubbo was fucking weird.
Stella says she's Chuck Tingle in the chat.
Stella, you are Stella. You are definitely Chuck Tingle. You are absolutely Chuck. I
Who wants me to at them from Goatsy?
Me, Angry Aussie, at me from Goatsy.
All right, let me find you.
Yeah.
I'm going to draw you an ASCII bum.
Yes, please.
I wouldn't mind an at as well. I think my Twitter handle is funky.abigail.
Okay, give me one.
Because it's the most ironic username I could think of. I am Chuck Tingle.
Yeah, we are all Chuck Tingle. But yeah, Chuck Tingle is so good. There is actually a podcast that hasn't been updated for a long time, but it's Pounded in the Butt by my own podcast, the Chuck Tingle podcast. And different people are doing dramatic readings of Chuck Tingle podcasts.
I have to find my favorite one.
Chuck Tingle novellas. Just like,
yeah. Let's see.
Abigail, what's your at?
Funky.abigail. I think.
I think a very early classic of Chuck Tingle's Pounded in the Butt was Pounded in the Butt by my own butt.
It's not coming up.
Underscore. Funky underscore Abigail.
And he comes up with all these parallel things, like his thing for Donald Trump was Donald Tromp, Tromp, who's also sort of hunky and buff as opposed to Donald Trump. And he has Donald Trump pounded in the butt by the handsome Russian T-Rex who also peed on his butt and then blackmailed him with a video of his butt getting peed on.
Yeah.
And the bad thing in the Tingle verse is the void, the cosmic void. And so he has one called Not Pounded by Romance Wranglers of America because their new leadership is from the depths of the endless cosmic void. Because there was some weird thing with some American romance writers thing, which tried to get Chuck Tingle banned off Amazon or something. And it's just like, it's just so weird.
Done. I wrote your little ads.
Thank
you. Thanks.
All right, I've got the
official Goatsy.
Could I please make a Goatsy-inspired cocktail? No. Oh my god!
You forgot to add me. Mine's Safa Hoffa.
Hang on. Give me 1 sec.
Yeah, I tried to find you, but I don't think it was you.
People must want that Twitter handle so badly.
Probably.
You've got the Goatsy Twitter handle. My God.
Safa, what is your at?
Safa Hoffa with 2. Yeah.
Safa
Hoffa.
Spell
it has to say SAFFAHOFFA.
Okay.
Yeah, it's got the same picture.
Okay, so I found my favorite, all-time favorite Chuck Tingle book title.
Yeah.
The sentient physical manifestation of my morning stroll, who is an accountant, pounds my butt. a trans buckaroo tale.
I love he had a recent one about one of the Tinkle books was about having sex with buildings, and and someone had said, "How does that even work?" And his tweet was, "It's real simple. It's like that." And there was some extract, like there was, it was a trans poly relationship with this woman in two buildings, and the male cinema said, "Yeah, you'll find my penis in row 3, seat 5 or something," and the female building said, "Yes, you'll find my vagina in row 5, seat 7 or something." And the way he said, "See, that explains it. It's really straightforward. That's how someone has sex with the building." And
so I found some really great titles. My lesbian twice baked potato ski instructor eats my ass.
Yeah.
My macaroni and cheese is a lesbian, and she is my lover.
Yeah.
Bottle juice.
Sounds
just
delicious.
Bottle juice.
Just bottle juice.
Yes, the butt pounder of the opera.
Nice.
Oh, this is a long one. I got to open up the image. Not pounded by the physical manifestation of someone else's doubt in my place on the autism spectrum, because denying someone's personal journey and identity like that is incredibly rude. So no thanks. That's the title.
Yeah. Oh my God. I found a Chuck Tingle story that's just called Straight. And the synopsis of it is, that's it. It's just called Straight. The synopsis is, when a strange tear in the cosmos appears within Earth's annual path, the consequences are disastrous. For one night a year, the vast majority of humans now undergo a frightening mental change, transforming into hateful, rage-filled zombies who will stop at nothing to satiate their desire for brutality.
It's the purge.
I know, yeah. While not much is understood about this horrific mass hysteria, the demographic it affects is very specific. Cisgender straight people. A few years after the first of these tragic events, 4 friends from across the queer spectrum look for safety and solitude, hunkering down in a remote desert cabin for what is now known as Saturation Day. With a vaccine available for straight people to curb their violent episodes, some predict the worst is over. Others aren't so sure. As night falls, it becomes clear that survival isn't guaranteed this Saturation Day. This is the first horror novella from 2-time Hugo Award finalist Chuck Tingle. So, Straight is a horror novel from Chuck.
So I found 2 of the most wholesome titles I've found of his. Not Pounded by Anything, 6 platonic tales of non-sexual encounters, and absolutely no thoughts of pounding during my fun day with this kind T-Rex, because I'm aromantic and asexual, and that's a wonderfully valid way of proving love is real.
Nice.
He likes dinosaurs.
There's also
he does like
Dungeons, Dragons, and Buckaroos, a select your own timeline adventure.
Yeah. Yeah. One of
you could go. He's written so much stuff.
Dozens and dozens. One of his
I'll be back in a sec. I just need to go to the loo.
Yeah, one of his very early ones was called Space Raptor Butt Invasion, but yes. Or Pounded by the Pound, turned gay by the socio-economic implications of Britain leaving the European Union. Oh dear.
Not pounded by my soul-crushing job because I quit.
Nice.
Double featured by the sentient bisexual movie theaters.
Yeah, that's the one I was talking about, the bisexual movie theaters. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's when people said, how does someone even have sexual relations with a building? And Chuck went, it's easy. Look at this extract. It just makes perfect sense.
Pounded in the butt by the handsome physical manifestation of Trump's Twitter ban.
He's so few, but he's banned off Facebook.
Oh dear, it's so funny. There was
this snowman. Oh, this bisexual snowman's carrot wiener is in my butthole.
Yeah, of course it is. Of course it is. Oh dear.
Anyway, you could go on forever. I need to go to the bathroom, so I'm going to do that.
Good
I'll be
old
back
bathroom.
in a sec.
I had to visit that a few times tonight because of what I was drinking. I'm surprised you don't do it too often, Angry.
I've done it twice during the stream. So
really, we must have done it at the same. Must have done it at the same time.
You're all occupied with other things. I don't know. I've run off to take a leak twice so far in the stream. So
I always mute myself when so you don't hear. So yeah, I was watching sports balls on the TV, so you wouldn't get a copyright strike. So I always mute myself.
Oh, good man, good man. Yeah.
Because you don't want those foxtails like, hey, wait a minute, you're not supposed to have foxtails.
Yeah.
I
mean, there was a big thing. I don't know if it's one of the pay-per-view boxing matches or whatever, but yeah.
Was it Paul Gowan? Paul Gowan, the rugby player?
I don't know, but people always do things like, I'm just going to, have my TV on and do a Facebook live stream and whatnot.
Oh, those bloody idiots.
Sometimes it stays on for a while, but yeah, it's a great way to get yourself blocked from a site and also
sued for millions of dollars.
Yes. Yeah, Megaly, sorry, I just saw you saying it. Pee buddies, Abigail and Faith went off at the same time to pee. Oh God, it's almost 2. I normally finish at 2.
It's been a fun night. I've enjoyed tonight.
It's been a great night. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Oh, but I think I might. I was going to have another cocktail, but I think I won't because I'm not actually that drunk. I'm drunk.
Yeah, drink some water. As what Chelsea would say, I'd say drink some water.
Drink some water. I've been drinking water for a while.
That's all right.
Yeah, I might just wait for Abigail and Faith to get back before signing off. But I think we've got to say, because also it's not date night on Saturday night, so I'll be doing another stream on Saturday night unless something else happens. And
there's one. So how do you spell Goatsy? Like, is it with a goat with a CI or SI?
SE. It's GOATSE. And okay, Safra, it sounds like you don't know the folklore. There was a, like we get .com that is the US and .com.au is Australia. There was a extension that was .se.
SE. I was SI. Whoops.
Yeah, but I forget which country SE was. It's some small country somewhere. And someone had put up a website that was goat.se, and the only thing on it was a picture of this guy stretching his butthole open to a truly unimaginable degree.
He was real famous. He used to shove massive objects up his butt, and he died quite young. But
that's unfortunate.
I wonder why. But anyway,
the whole thing was like goat sex.
Yes. The idea was it was about he was saying goat, but the guy got identified because he's like stretching his butt cheeks out with this huge gaping butt, but he's wearing a ring, and someone recognized the ring from another porn he did. So it was this anonymous thing of this huge gaping butthole. But it was the original internet. It was the original internet shock thing. It was like you just randomly go.
Was that from the early 2000s?
Yeah, back in IRC days.
It was like
that's before my time.
Yeah, no, it was from the 90s. You would send someone to go, hey, go and check this out. It was like, goat sex, and you go, and it was just this picture of this.
It was either that, Tub Girl, or Lemon Party.
Yeah, that was. I think someone said it in the chat earlier. That was the holy trinity of early internet shock sites, and you used to get weird shit in the 90s and early 2000s.
It was unregulated back then.
Yeah. So back in those days, like early 2000s, I was on Merc or IRC.
Yes.
And
IRC,
this guy, Shadow Knight, who I used to be in at #714, he was like famous. He became famous because he actually hacked NASA. Do you?
Yes.
That guy. Yeah.
Yes.
Hey.
I was just saying, Shadow. That sounds really familiar. Hello, Abigail's back.
Yeah,
Sorry.
he hacked NASA and he did a whole bunch of credit card fraud. And #714 was a very small chat. So I don't know how I ended up getting into 714, but 714 is an area code in California. And I'm still friends with a lot of these people now. And I went over to California to meet most of them and hung out. And I've hung out multiple times with them. But yeah, Shadow Knight ended up going to jail and yeah.
The most famous hacker I met was Captain Crunch, and he was called that. He was a really old boomer hippie, because in the 70s, the phone freakers, and that's like Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak before they started Apple, they were messing with the phone systems. The phone systems used to work on tone, and this one guy worked out this cheap plastic whistle that came in a box of Captain Crunch cereal. He could make it make the tones that would get him free long distance calls.
Yep.
You just go to a pay phone and with this whistle, put the tones down the phone, and you get free long distance calls. So he was known as Captain Crunch, and I met him at a rave in the early 90s. He's like 20 years older than me, and he was just this fucked up, I've done too much acid hippie. He was hilarious, but he was like, you know, on the FBI's most wanted list at one point.
I'm sure he would have been on IRC or even bulletin boards back then.
Yeah, absolutely.
You used to, on IRC in that, they used to send out the phone number to call in, and it was free group party calls. Yeah. But you didn't pay for it, and they were hacked group calls. So one of my friends, he used to call in from an elevator phone.
Yeah,
he used to block it.
Elevator hacking is a thing
his
too.
Computer and the phone. I don't know what he did, but he somehow used to get in through the elevator phone.
I remember. Sorry, I was just thinking about the phone freakers and whatnot. Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak had a black box, which I think they could plug it into systems and get stuff. And Steve Jobs tells the story of getting busted by a cop who just had this really strong suspicion something was wrong, but it was the 70s and this black box was really weird. And Steve Jobs just trying to talk really quickly to explain to the cops, this thing that is a really super illegal hacking tool is somehow completely innocent. And I think he convinced the cop it was an amplifier or something. And but this is Steve Jobs is saying, like, if this cop knew what it was and I had gotten arrested and someone had investigated, I would have been in federal prison for 20 years. It just would have been.
And Apple never would have existed.
Oh,
there would have been no Apple computers and whatnot. But,
would have changed the course of history.
Yeah. But he just did a bit of fast talking and convinced the cop it was something really. But he said he was shitting himself the whole time because he's like, "This is so illegal. This is so illegal." It's like, oh Jesus. Yes. So they all did it. Like, so this Captain Crunch guy, he was in Australia because America was too hot for him. He was just going to be arrested in the US. So he hid out in Australia for 5 or 10 years. But I think he went back to the US. But I'm not joking. He had burnt out parts of his brain with decades of drug abuse.
Wow.
He was definitely semi-permanently off with the Pixies.
He was same as like who's the guy from Pink Floyd who did the same thing, burned himself out way too soon.
Probably all of them.
Well,
I mean, one of them died. One of them.
Yeah,
Sid
like
Barrett
the hot Sid Barrett. That's him. Yeah. Yeah, he was just so fried. Don't do drugs, kids.
Yeah, but there was one of the original
Without
members.
me.
One of the original. Yeah, exactly. One of the original members of the Stones OD'd or fucking was too high and fell into a swimming pool or something.
Yeah.
Keith Moon? Keith Moon died, didn't he? So it's like, yeah, you have all these wild, crazy times, but it's a razor's edge. You might fucking die.
Yeah.
But okay, it's like 2 a.m.
It is.
Oh,
it is.
Gotta wait for Stella.
Yeah, but I put the link there. Stella wanted to do after party. I did put the link there, but I am going to end the stream.
Okay.
So goodbye, internet. If there's anyone ever watching
goodbye, internet.
Saturday night, I'll be on again.
Long and prosper. Not
necessarily this late, but who fucking knows? Because I'm a wild, crazy anarchist. Anything could happen. But bye-bye, stream.